Chapter 774. Yun Luofeng took a sip of tea and raised an eyebrow. As the guardian spirit of the divine grimoire, you don't know anything? Xiao Mo blushed. It's true that I'm the guardian spirit of the divine grimoire of medicine, but I was born. Because the spiritual energy in the divine grimoire space was too dense in the beginning, my existence was born. I don't know anything that happened before that. Yun Luofeng sighed. It seemed that Xiao Mo really didn't know anything. Then do you know if that person is good or bad for the divine grimoire space? Xiao Mo was silent for a moment, then slowly said, only know that if she can be loyal to you, master, it's not a bad thing. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng was relieved. The divine grimoire space was very important to her. She didn't want too many people to endanger its existence. Yun Luofeng turned to look at Yun Xiao. The corners of his lips curled up lazily as he gazed at her with a smile. I think we should stay in Qin City for a few more days. She wanted to know who the person who was connected to the divine grimoire of medicine was. All right. He would never refuse Yun Luofeng's request. As for the Mu family that he had just provoked, it wasn't within his scope of consideration. I'm tired. Yun Luofeng slowly stood up, gently narrowed his eyes, and gradually approached Yun Xiao. Can you warm my bed for me first? She hadn't broken through to the venerable spirit rank yet, so she couldn't completely devour the man in front of her, but that didn't mean that she couldn't take advantage of him. As long as she hadn't taken that last step, the divine grimoire of medicine wouldn't stop her from doing other things. Looking at the girl's beautiful face, the man's Adam's apple bobbed. He stretched out his arm and pulled the girl's body fiercely into his embrace. Smelling the fragrance of medicine emanating from the girl's body, the man's heart gave birth to a faint impulse. Unfortunately, just as the impulse surged, he used his spiritual energy to suppress it. Yun Luofeng's black eyes were filled with smiles. How is it that every time we're on the verge of something, we stop? How can you endure it? Actually, Yun Luofeng's question was nonsense. Every time he was in high spirits, her period would come on time. How could he continue? However, even though Yun Luofeng's question was nonsense, Yun Xiao still replied very seriously. The books say that if a woman continues with her period, she will fall sick. Aren't you afraid of suffocating? Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and asked playfully. I can restrain myself. Yun Xiao's eyes stared deeply at Yun Luofeng as she spoke in a low voice. Furthermore, I don't want to hurt you. He didn't want to hurt her, that was all. Yun Luofeng's heart warmed, and he smiled warmly. Yun Xiao, I'll break through to become a venerable spiritualist as soon as possible for you. Yun Xiao looked at the young girl in his arms. Even if you're not a venerable one, I'll still protect you for life. He believed that Yun Luofeng wanted to become a venerable spiritualist as soon as possible because he wanted to be powerful enough. However, he didn't know that her true goal was something else. Let's sleep. The young girl stood on her tiptoes and gently planted a kiss on the man's lips. Then, she struggled out of the man's embrace and slowly walked towards the bed. If other people were to find out that they had shared the same bed for so many days and nothing had happened, they would certainly not believe it. Perhaps, they would think that Yun Xiao was impotent. In reality, Yun Xiao had only restrained his body's impulse. Even so, he was still in pain and happiness as he slept with the woman he loved in his arms. Chapter 775. What did you say? In the Mu family, in an exquisite and luxurious hall, a middle-aged man suddenly rose to his feet. His eyes were fierce and fierce. Someone is really so bold as to rob my Mu family? The man from the Mu family knelt on the ground respectfully, reporting to Master, not only did she rob the Mu family, she didn't even leave us a single piece of clothing. Please give me justice, Master. Every time he thought about how he had lost face in front of everyone, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in hatred. He wanted nothing more than to tear Yun Luofeng to pieces. Humph. He robbed my Mu family's money. I'd like to see if he has the fortune to enjoy it. The middle-aged man scoffed coldly and said fiercely, let's go. Get the weapons. Kill this bunch of bastards. Let the world understand that they can provoke anyone but the Mu family. The Mu family's master, Mu Qingran, may sound refined, but in reality, Mu Qingran was a bandit leader. And the Mu family had started off by robbing others. Bandits were not reasonable people. Furthermore, Yun Luofeng had already bullied them at their doorstep. How could he swallow his anger? So, Mu Qingran immediately sent someone to find out where Yun Luofeng was staying, then brought a group of people to cause trouble for her. In the inn, Yun Luofeng had just laid down on the bed when she heard a commotion outside. The noise grew louder and louder. Not long after, a foot kicked open the room door with a loud thud. Then, a rough voice sounded from outside. Who robbed my Mu family's people? Come out immediately. Yun Luofeng gently frowned. She knew that the Mu family would come looking for trouble, but she never thought that they would come so quickly. At this moment, a gentle-looking middle-aged man walked into the room. But it was undeniable that the rough voice just now had come from this middle-aged man. As the saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover. Who would have thought that such a gentle-looking middle-aged man was the bandit leader? Yun Zhao's body temperature dropped a few degrees and the entire room was filled with a cold aura. His black eyes faintly revealed a murderous intent as he stared expressionlessly at the group of people who had just entered the room. What? Did we not rob you enough during the day, and now you continue to deliver yourself to our doorstep? Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile that was not a smile. At this moment, everyone in the inn was attracted. Everyone was pointing at Yun Luofeng's room. But no one expected that this young lady would suddenly say such a thing, and everyone was shocked silly. Did she really not want to live anymore? How dare he talk to the bandit leader of the Mu clan like this? Huh, Mu Qingran laughed coldly. You really are a newborn calf that doesn't fear a tiger. The youngsters nowadays are getting more and more savage with each generation. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. The old people nowadays aren't anything good. They're just taking advantage of their seniority. Mu Qingran's expression immediately darkened. Old people? He was only in his early 40s, but in this girl's mouth, he had become an old man who flaunted his seniority. Moreover, in the entire Qin city, there was simply no one that dared to speak to him like this. I'll give you one chance. Hand over all the items you've robbed, and then kowtow to me a few times. Perhaps then I'll forgive you. Mu Qingran laughed coldly. Her eyes carried a sense of superiority as she looked down at Yun Luofeng from above. Chapter 776. Yun Luofeng glanced at him wickedly and said mockingly, If you're willing to scram and leave immediately, perhaps I won't hold you accountable for barging into my room. Mu Qingran's pupils constricted. Was this girl really not afraid of the Mu family? Disappear in 3 seconds. Yun Luofeng raised his brows slightly. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave. Mu Qingran's face turned even more ashen. If he was really intimidated by this girl, where would he find a foothold in Qin City in the future? Thinking of this, Mu Qingran said mockingly, Then I'd like to see how you'll make me disappear. As soon as Mu Qingran said this, the man in black next to Yun Luofeng finally moved. He quickly picked up the black robe and draped it over his body. Then, with a leap, he disappeared like a gust of black wind. By the time Mu Qingran came to his senses, he found that a hand had suddenly grabbed his neck. His black robe was raised, and a murderous aura pervaded the entire room. Mu Qingran's expression froze. He hadn't even seen Yun Xiao make a move. The man had already appeared in front of him. In particular, the man's frightening aura made all the pores on his body open up, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. What's going on? Why isn't the head of the Mu family resisting? In everyone's eyes, Mu Qingran had been caught in Yun Zhao's hand before he could even resist. Only Mu Qingran himself knew that he'd kicked a metal plate this time. He'd even kicked his toes until they hurt. But if he left just like that, the Mu family would lose all face. They might even lose their prestige in Qin City. Mu Qingran gritted his teeth and said, Do you know what kind of person I, Mu Qingran, am? Yun Zhao's face was expressionless, his eyes cold. Only the hand around Mu Qingran's neck tightened. Mu Qingran almost suffocated. He held his breath and said, Have you heard of the Yi family? I have people in the Yi family. In order to prevent others from noticing that he'd given in, Mu Qingran deliberately lowered his voice. He'd originally come in a rage. Now, before these people could experience the Mu family's power, their lives were already in his hands. If others were to find out, they might laugh at him. Yun Shao, kill him. Yun Luofeng raised the corner of his lips and smiled evilly. He's too much of an eyesore. No. Feeling her breathing become more and more difficult, Mu Qingran's expression became anxious as she hurriedly said, I really do know someone from the Yi family. The Yi family's Yi Jingxin's adopted daughter, Yi Qi, has a close relationship with my daughter. If you don't want to provoke the Yi clan, you'd better let me go. Even if Yi Jingxin was kicked out of the Yi family, he was still a descendant of the Yi family. As long as he admitted his mistake and divorced his wife to marry someone else, the Yi family would never reject his return. That was why Mu Qingran had tossed Yi Jingxin out. This is the first time I've seen someone use Yi Qi to act like a tyrant. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the door, and everyone turned to look at him. It was a handsome man. His eyes were like stars, and he was bold and straightforward. His aura was imposing, and he had the bearing of a general. Beside the man was a little girl in a fiery red dress. She was about 8 or 9 years old, and her bright eyes stared unblinkingly at Yun Luofeng. Chapter 777. There seemed to be 2 balls of fire in her eyes, but when one looked again, the 2 balls of fire in her eyes had disappeared. One had to admit that this young lady gave off a breathtaking vibe. Even Yun Luofeng couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. Boom! Yun Luofeng raised his hand and smashed Mu Qingran's body away. This smack almost took his life. Cough cough. Mu Qingran coughed dryly and spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at Yi Shima, who was walking over. You're from the Yi family, Yi Shima. Why was Yi Shima here? Moreover, what did he mean by that? It seemed like he was unhappy that he was using Yi Qi's name to act like a tyrant. Mu family. Yi Shima turned to look at Mu Qingran and raised his brows. From what I know, the young master of the Mu family is gravely ill and needs the meat of a gold-seeking rat at the venerable level to save him. For this, the Mu family is willing to plunder medicinal ingredients from all over the world just so that the gold-seeking rat can break through. Mu Qingran was shocked. He clearly didn't expect Yi Shima to know about this. Yi Shima curled his lips nonchalantly when he saw the shock in Mu Qingran's eyes. Unfortunately, even if you plunder all the medicinal ingredients in the world, you can't make a gold-seeking rat break through to the venerable level. So, why are you making things difficult for others for those medicinal ingredients? Mu Qingran's expression darkened. Even if there's only a sliver of hope, I have to try. Gold-seeking rat? When Yun Luofeng heard those words, the rats in the divine grimoire also heard them. The rat queen's voice was clearly anxious. Master, I know that my request might be too rude, but all the gold-seeking rats are my subjects. Over the years, countless gold-seeking rats have gone missing from the underground castle. I can also confirm that the gold-seeking rat is my subordinate. Please save him for us, Master. The other gold-seeking rats couldn't speak the human language. Even so, Yun Luofeng could still sense their pleas through their soul contract. The rats had always been a united race. Now that one of their kind had been captured and wanted to eat him, how could they just ignore it? It was precisely because of their unity that they had been able to survive in the forest of no return all these years. All right. Yun Luofeng agreed without any hesitation. She wasn't annoyed by her subordinate's request. On the contrary, she was very pleased. Therefore, she would not stifle their request. Little Shima, why are you wasting your breath on this kind of person? Fire was very dissatisfied with Yi Shima talking to Mu Qingran. She frowned her cute eyebrows and glanced at Mu Qingran sinisterly. Just kill this kind of person. Why waste your breath? To Fire, he would often start a massacre if he did not agree with it. She did not care whether the other party's crime was light or heavy. She only knew that those who provoked her deserved to die. However, Fire had forgotten that Mu Qingran did not even say a single word to her, so how could he provoke her? At most, he only provoked Yun Luofeng. The corner of Yi Shima's mouth twitched. He patted Fire's shoulder earnestly and said, "Fire, don't always kill people. It's not good to see blood. We should be reasonable." That's right, they should be reasonable. Chapter 778. Mu Qingran nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Shima's fist suddenly arrived. With a boom, his body was sent flying again, smashing down from the railing. Did you see that? Yi Shima was still educating Fire. Fists are reason. You have to understand next time. Mu Qingran, who had fallen downstairs, spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard Yi Shima's words. He had really thought that Yi Shima was a reasonable person. In the end, this guy was too sinister, too shameless. He really was Jun Fengling's adopted son. His personality was exactly the same as hers. In the Wuhui continent, many people did not know about the Yi family's situation. However, since Mu Qingran had dealings with Yi Qi, how could he not know that Yi Jingqian's wife was Jun Fengling? It was said that Jun Fengling was a lowly woman who had bewitched the Yi family's young master, Yi Shima. She did not have any children and had only adopted a son. And her adopted daughter, Yi Qi, was adopted by Yi Jingqian. Jun Fengling was shameless. She would often start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Not only that, she was also jealous because a certain family had once wanted to give their daughter to Yi Shima as a concubine. In the end, this jealous woman had single-handedly charged to the door. Even though all the experts of that family had been mobilized, they had not been able to subdue her. What good could an adopted son that she had taken a liking to an adopted be? Mu Qingran clutched his chest and crawled up from the ground. However, at that moment, countless gold-seeking mice suddenly descended from the sky. They were so densely packed that it made one's hair stand on end. What? What is this? Mu Qingran almost fainted from fright. Seeing that the gold-seeking mice had climbed onto his body, he hurriedly waved his hand and shouted, "Go away." The people from the Mu family were not any better. Those gold-seeking mice were especially cunning. They could not be shaken off or crushed, but they liked to burrow into his clothes. Feeling the soft and scholarly feeling of his clothes, everyone felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Yi Shima was also stunned. He looked at Yun Luofeng in surprise. He really did not understand where these gold-seeking mice had come from. Yun Luofeng ignored his gaze and walked downstairs. With every step she took, Mu Qingran's pupils constricted. She said through clenched teeth, "These gold-seeking rats are yours?" Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows slightly, looking down at Mu Qingran from above. "Where is the Mu family's gold-seeking rat? What do you want?" Mu Qingran's pupils constricted. "I'm telling you, I definitely won't hand over these gold-seeking rats. Besides, you already have so many gold-seeking mice, so one more won't make much of a difference. I won't ask a third time. Where is the gold-seeking rat?" The girl's eyes were domineering as she stared coldly at Mu Qingran. "Gold-seeking rat is my son's prescription. I can't give it to you." Mu Qingran gritted her teeth. He could admit defeat, he could give in, but he would never hand over the gold-seeking rat. "What does your son's illness have to do with the gold-seeking rat? But you want to use the gold-seeking rat's life to exchange for your son's?" Mu Qingran snorted. "How can a rat's life compare to a human's? Beasts will always be beasts, but humans will always be humans. The lives of beasts are cheap, but human lives are precious. Don't tell me you don't understand this logic." Even among the gold-seeking mice, he still stubbornly insisted on his own opinion. Moreover, he didn't think that these gold-seeking mice could cause him any harm. At most, they would only disgust him. Chapter 779. Mu Qingran's words had clearly infuriated the crowd. The rat's eyes widened, as if they wanted to eat Mu Qingran alive. Milk Tea passed through the swarm of rats and placed her paws on her waist. She held her head high as she walked toward Mu Qingran and stepped on his toes. "You said that our lives are worthless?" Then let me tell you, in our eyes, the lives of everyone in the Mu family added together are worth less than one of ours. After saying these words, Milk Tea's gaze drifted towards Meng Meng, who was behind her. She winked at Meng Meng as if she was asking for credit. Meng Meng smiled cutely. That smile was like the sun, instantly warming Milk Tea's heart, causing his little heart to thump wildly. I'll give you a chance. Release my clansmen. Otherwise, I'll eat you alive and not even let you leave with a whole corpse. In order to get Meng Meng's smile, Milk Tea turned around and stepped harder on Mu Qingran's toes. Mu Qingran's face was like a ghost's. His face went from ashen to pale, and his pupils dilated. It spoke. This gold-seeking rat actually spoke. Could it be, it was a venerable? If Yun Shao hadn't been powerful enough and Yi Shima hadn't suddenly appeared, perhaps Mu Qingran would have gone mad with excitement after encountering a venerable gold-seeking rat. But now, there was only despair in his heart. Hand over my clansmen. Milk Tea said arrogantly. Squeak squeak. Squeak squeak. The other gold-seeking rats squeaked and glared angrily at the group from the Mu family. If they dared to disobey, they might just swarm them and eat them all. Mu Qingran became dispirited. He no longer looked as aggressive as when he charged into the inn, nor did he look as proud and high-spirited as before. His entire being exuded a dejected aura. I'll take you to the Mu family. Mu Qingran laughed bitterly. His lightly shut eyes were filled with despair. Master, Milk Tea turned to Yun Luofeng and said, I'll take care of this. I'll bring the Mu family back. Just wait here for us. Yun Luofeng nodded slightly. If there's anything, remember to call me through spiritual transmission. Milk Tea's words were also the Rat Queen's thoughts. She was already very grateful that Yun Luofeng had released them and allowed them to rescue their own kind. Moreover, this was the Rat clan's matter. If they could complete it themselves, they wouldn't need Yun Luofeng's help. Thank you. The Rat Queen looked at Yun Luofeng gratefully and said. At first, Mu Qingran's heart had been filled with hope when he heard Milk Tea's words. As long as those two didn't follow him, he had plenty of ways to deal with the gold-seeking rats. He might even be able to make this gold-seeking rat, which was a venerable spiritualist, into his son's medicine. However, as soon as the Rat Empress opened her mouth, his plan was instantly ruined. His face was ashen. What did it mean to have two gold-seeking mice that were venerable spiritualists? Even the Mu family only had two venerable spiritualists. Most importantly, he dared not guarantee that there would be venerable spiritualists among the rats. No matter how much he loved his son, he was not willing to risk the entire Mu family. Let's go. After Milk Tea gave the order, she eagerly ran to Meng Meng's side and said, Meng Meng, don't worry, I will definitely rescue your clansmen. Chapter 780. Bo. Meng Meng moved closer to Milk Tea and kissed it on the cheek. At that moment, Milk Tea felt as if 100 flowers were blooming around her, and she felt dizzy. It turned out that being kissed by the woman you loved was such a wonderful feeling. No wonder his master always liked to kiss Yun Shao. Your pet is really interesting. The corner of Yi Shima's mouth twitched as he turned to Yun Luofeng and said. What shocked him even more was that she actually had the ability to make the gold-seeking mouse break through to the venerable realm. This was not something that could be done by consuming medicinal herbs. Someone from the Yi family? Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and smiled. Ever since she came to the Wuhui continent, she had heard of the Yi family countless times. However, she did not know how powerful the Yi family was. When Yi Shima heard this, he rubbed his nose and said, I'm just someone who was expelled from the Yi family. Since Yi Jingchen had been kicked out of the Yi family, he and Yi Qi were no longer considered members of the Yi family. However, Yi Shima laughed heartily. If you encounter any trouble in the Wuhui continent, I can still help you solve it. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Yun Luofeng said slowly. Yi Shima laughed out loud. How is this unaccountably solicitous? It's my fortune to be able to protect the beauty. I wonder if the beauty can be protected by me? Inside the divine grimoire, little M.O., who was weeding the medicinal field, was stunned when he heard the voice coming from outside the space. This man actually teased his master in front of Yun Xiao. He was too bold. Sure enough, when Yishima said this, a cold aura enveloped the room, causing the entire room to be filled with a creepy aura. It's enough for me to protect my wife myself. Yun Xiao had unknowingly walked in front of Yun Luofeng and fiercely pulled her into his embrace, as if he was declaring his ownership. Yun Luofeng smiled and allowed Yun Xiao to do as she pleased. This man always behaved like a loyal dog in front of her. Only when facing others would he display his domineering aura to the fullest. Idiot. Fire glanced at Yishima. You don't even know how to strike up a conversation. Yishima looked embarrassed. It's all because of you. Fire understood what Yishima meant by that. The person he was looking for was this woman. He just wanted to find an excuse to get close to her. But what kind of excuse did he come up with? In the eyes of others, they would even think of him as a lecherous, shameless, and vulgar lecher. Watch me. Fire glanced at Yishima and slowly walked towards Yun Luofeng. An innocent smile blossomed on her face. Elder sister, my brother and I are lost. Can you take us in? If she had a tail behind her, she would definitely be able to see Fire wagging its tail and begging for mercy. If it wasn't for the few words that Fire had said to expose her true nature, perhaps Yun Luofeng would have thought that she was just an innocent little girl. Compared to Yun Luofeng, Yishima was already dumbfounded. This little girl wagging her tail and begging for pity, was she really that tyrannical and willful Fire? Little Mo, is this the girl you sensed earlier? Yun Luofeng lowered his eyes and asked. Little Mo's voice came from within his soul. That's right, it's her. Yun Luofeng's eyes darkened slightly. Since she had already come knocking on her door, it meant that this little girl had sensed that the divine grimoire of medicine was in her body. However, she didn't understand why this little girl didn't go straight to the point and reveal her origins. Chapter 781. You are from the Yi family, do you still need me to take you in? Yun Luofeng came back to his senses and asked with a smile that was not a smile. Fire was startled. He suddenly pushed Yishima to the side and said pitifully, I don't know him, we are not on the same path. Sister, I'm lost, please take me in. Yishima was completely dumbfounded. He had been abandoned just like that. He had brought her to find the person she was looking for, but in the end, this girl had turned her back on him on the spot, and even said that she didn't know him. Yishima was very sad. He clutched his chest and pretended to be in pain as he looked at Fire. Fire, you're too heartless, I've been hurt so deeply by you. Fire curled his lips, don't randomly recognize people, I don't even know you, hurry back to your Yi city, don't come and ruin Big Sister's plan to take me in. Yishima pouted, feeling wronged. Fire turned her head and no longer looked at Yishima. She blinked her bright eyes and looked at Yun Luofeng. Elder sister, I really don't know this guy. My family is no longer here, leaving me alone to wander around. If you don't take me in, I'll have nowhere to go. I might starve to death on the streets. Can you bear to do that? Yes. Facing Fire's pitiful eyes, the smile on Yun Luofeng's face deepened as he softly said those two words. This little girl had such a deep connection with the divine grimoire space, how could she be in such dire straits? Therefore, Yun Luofeng's words were merciless. Also, didn't you just say that he's your brother? Fire blinked his eyes, that's because he lied to me. That's right, he's a liar. He saw that I was cute and tricked me into being his sister. Actually, I have nothing to do with him. Yishima's heart was even more hurt. He looked at Fire with a wronged expression. His eyes were filled with tears, as if they were filled with tears. He had good intentions, but in the end, this girl actually called him a liar? In order to strike up a conversation, she was indeed willing to do anything. She could even find such a lame reason. You come with me. Yun Luofeng grabbed Fire's small hand and pulled her into the room. Yishima wanted to follow her in. However, when he reached the door slammed against him and almost broke his nose. This girl is the person Fire is looking for, so Fire won't be in any danger. After Yishima thought it through, he stretched and said, in that case, I'll go back to my room to rest first. I won't care about them. Although Fire was only 8 or 9 years old, he was actually very mature and would not suffer any losses. Furthermore, he did not think that Yun Luofeng would harm Fire. Even he himself didn't understand. It was clearly the first time they met, but he had a good impression of these two people. Even though Yun Xiao had initially used her aura to scare him, he still hadn't gotten angry. Not long after, Yishima would understand that the reason why he had feelings for them was because it was fated. Inside the room, Fire timidly looked at Yun Xiao, who was hugging Yun Luofeng. For some reason, she felt a little afraid of Yun Xiao. Perhaps it was because this man's aura was too strong, so strong that she didn't dare to look at him directly. Yun Luofeng sat on Yun Xiao's lap and raised his eyebrows as he looked at the fire in the room. We don't need to beat around the bush. Tell me, is your purpose for coming here to find me? Fire was startled. She knew that her lie had been seen through, so she stopped acting cute. Instead, she cleared her throat and asked, you know? Chapter 782. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and asked, what do you think? Fire became silent. After a long while, she raised her head and looked at Yun Luofeng. Actually, I don't know much about the specifics. I only know that I am waiting for the person who possesses the divine grimoire's space and follow her. After saying this, she raised her head and stared straight at Yun Luofeng. And you are the one I'm waiting for. Give me a reason to keep you. Yun Luofeng lazily looked at Yun Zhao's chest, his evil eyes looking at Fire, who was standing in front of him. For example, what do you know? Fire held his cheek in his hand and thought for a moment, then said, I know how to kill. And? I can also set fire. Killing? Arson? This could indeed be considered a skill. All right, you can stay. The corner of Yun Luofeng's mouth curled up. However, even if you have an inextricable relationship with the medical temple, I still can't completely trust you, unless... She paused, the smile on her face deepening. Unless you make a contract with me. As soon as the word contract fell, Fire's body suddenly trembled. He raised his head in shock and looked at Yun Luofeng without blinking. You actually know. She actually knew her identity. I'll give you 2 choices. Leave the contract behind, or don't make a contract with me. Leave now? Yun Luofeng's eyes were filled with evil intent as he said without changing his expression. Fire took a small breath and said, all right. I'll make a contract with you. Hua. In that instant, a burst of fiery red light emerged from Fire's body, and that fiery red light enveloped Yun Luofeng's body. She passed through the layers of red light and walked in front of Yun Luofeng, slowly closing her eyes. At the same time, Yun Luofeng had already forced out a drop of blood from his fingertip and entered Fire's forehead. In that instant, Fire's body trembled slightly, but quickly regained its calmness. The moment the contract was completed, Fire's body disappeared into thin air, and the entire room returned to its previous tranquility. Yun Luofeng looked at Yun Xiao and said, I know you have many questions. If you want to ask, I can answer them. Yun Zhao's arm reached out from behind and wrapped around Yun Luofeng's waist. Her chin gently rubbed against the young girl's head as her raspy voice rang out. I won't ask. He trusted her, so he would not question her about anything. This kind of trust was innate. Yun Luofeng's heart warmed. This man always believed in her. With this, what other regrets did she have in this life? You're tired. Go rest first. Yun Xiao picked up Yun Luofeng's body and carried him to the large bed, divine grimoire space. Under the azure sky, Fire and Xiao Mo were staring at each other, neither of them willing to give in. Yun Luofeng had just entered the space when he saw the surging atmosphere between the two of them. The two of them had been glaring at each other, but when they saw Yun Luofeng, they didn't want to fall behind and rushed over. Master, this guy wants to take over my position the moment he arrives. Xiao Mo pointed at Fire and said angrily, doesn't she know what it means to come first? Fire said with disdain, I was wondering why Master knew my purpose. So it turns out that this medical god grimoire has actually given birth to a spirit body after so many years. Chapter 783. Little Mo was so angry that her small face was flushed red as she glared at Fire angrily. Fire, Yun Luofeng looked at the two people who were fighting each other, then turned his gaze to Fire and asked, "You still haven't told me where you came from." Fire's expression was somewhat desolate. "I was originally a spirit beast that lived in this divine grimoire space, but one day, I was thrown out by this divine grimoire space. He said that he was going to find his host, and told me to wait here for him to bring his host back. At that time, because I was young and didn't understand the rules of survival between humans, I was chased by a group of experts who wanted to force me into a contract. I was injured by them and found a place to hide and recuperate. While I was recuperating, I met a human and took him in as my disciple. Later, in order to make it convenient for me to hide there and recuperate, my disciple built a house at the place where I lived. Today, that place is the famous Yi family." "Yi family?" Yun Luofeng gently stroked his chin with his finger. "In other words, the ancestor of the Yi family was your disciple?" Fire nodded. "The Yi family has a forbidden area. It is said that anyone who enters will die. That place was just a place that the ancestors of the Yi family helped me build to recuperate. I stayed there for 1,000 years, and then Yi Jingchen accidentally broke into the forbidden area, so I left with him. In fact, the reason why the forbidden area was called a forbidden area was because there were other dangers besides her existence. Even those traps were countless, and their purpose was to prevent others from finding trouble with her. However, when the ancestors of the Yi family made these traps, they had already told Fire all the ways to break them. Therefore, after Yi Jingchen accidentally stepped into the forbidden area, Fire saved him. The premise was that he had to take her away from this place, to find the person she was looking for. As for why Fire did not leave on her own, it was because she was afraid that she would be hunted down by a group of experts like before, and would even do anything to obtain it. Therefore, she, who was inexperienced, did not dare to leave the forbidden area alone. "Oh right." Yun Luofeng seemed to have thought of something and asked, "You mean, the divine grimoire space kicked you out of this place? Could it be that the medical temple has its own consciousness?" Fire nodded. "Master, I feel that the current divine grimoire space is different from the one I am familiar with. It seems that its consciousness has disappeared. Unfortunately, she had left the divine grimoire for too long, so she did not know what had happened." Yun Luofeng was not as discouraged as Fire, because she felt that she was getting closer and closer to the secret of the divine medical grimoire. "Fire, what is your original body?" Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed his eyes. She actually couldn't tell what Fire's original body was. Hearing this, Fire's body trembled, and not long after, a fiery red fox lay on the ground. This fox had 8 tails that were as fluffy as cotton. Its eyes had also turned from black to a fiery red, dazzling to the extreme. Fire Spirit Fox? This little girl was actually the legendary 9-tailed fire spiritual fox. But why did the 9-tailed fire spiritual fox only have 8 tails? "Fire, where's your other tail?" Fire's eyes dimmed for a moment. "Back then, when I was being chased by those strong warriors, I died once and only lost a tail." She stroked her fluffy tail, her expression calm. Chapter 784. Fire stood up straight, her body was shrouded in a layer of flames, and in a moment, she turned back into the little girl that was carved from jade. Hearing this, Xiao Mo did not argue with her like before. His eyes were filled with sympathy. "Fire, from now on, you will follow Master. Master will not let you be bullied by others." Fire was moved in his heart. "Thank you." Yun Luofeng smiled slightly. To her, it was naturally for the best if her 2 subordinates could get along well. "This tree has already grown so big?" Yun Luofeng's eyes swept across the area, and when he saw the tree that he had plucked and planted, his eyes were filled with surprise. The seed could no longer be called a seed, but a small tree. Even though this small tree was still very young, it could not change the fact that it had become a tree. It had taken a lot of medicinal ingredients to raise the tree to such a large size. Not to mention the betrothal gift that Yun Xiao had given her, even the medicinal ingredients that she had obtained from the rat clan had almost all been used up. It seemed that she had to think of a way to get more medicinal ingredients. Otherwise, forget about this small tree, she wouldn't even be able to afford to raise those gold-seeking mice. Just as Yun Luofeng was deep in thought, a gust of wind suddenly blew from the small tree, and the wind flew straight towards the fire. Fire's face was originally filled with astonishment. He did not know why Yun Luofeng valued this small tree so much, but in the next moment, an attractive force came from the small tree, as if there were countless hands pulling her towards the small tree. "Master, save me!" Fire shouted in panic, and anxiously grabbed onto Yun Luofeng's hand. In the strong wind, her red dress fluttered, revealing her snow-white thighs. Yun Luofeng tightly held onto Fire's arm, an evil light flashed past his eyes, and he sternly shouted, "I have used so many medicinal ingredients to feed you, is it not enough? Now you want to eat fire? If you don't stop, I don't mind burning you." Sure enough, after hearing this, the wind suddenly disappeared. The small tree swayed its leaves, as if urging Yun Luofeng to feed it. Fire was so scared that he cried, "Master, what kind of monster is this? Why does it want to eat me?" She had only heard of spirit beasts eating trees, but she had never seen a tree eating spirit beasts. What's more, this tree was actually fed with medicinal herbs. What kind of monster was it? "It's fine, it won't eat you. It just wants to eat the spirit energy and life force in your body." Yun Luofeng patted Fire's shoulder and comforted her. But it was clear that her consolation had once again scared the fire. "Is there a difference? Without spiritual energy, I'm just a useless fox. If my life force is gone, won't I die?" Although Fire had lived for 1,000 years, she had come into contact with very few people, so her temperament was inevitably a little like a child's. She grabbed Yun Luofeng's arm, feeling wronged, and hid her body behind her. "Little Mo, pick the last few herbs in the space. Tomorrow, I will think of a way to get more herbs." Yun Luofeng felt a lot of pressure. Not only did he have to raise the entire rat clan, but he also had to raise a small tree that could eat as much as all the gold-seeking rats. Fortunately, the small tree needed to rest for 10 days to half a month after it was full, so she had enough time to search for medicinal herbs. The small tree seemed to understand Yun Luofeng's words, and its leaves swayed happily, like a puppy that had gotten its food. "Master, I'll go out with you." Fire looked at the small tree vigilantly, and tightly held onto Yun Luofeng's arm. "I don't want to stay in this place." Chapter 785. "I've already warned it. It won't have any more ideas about you." "I don't care." Fire curled her lips. "If you want me to stay with it, then I won't have a good life. I need to be on guard against its sneak attacks at all times. In that case, it would be safer to stay with Master." When Yun Luofeng saw Fire's pitiful look, his heart softened and he agreed. "I can let you follow me, but you can't call me Master, and you can't expose your identity as a spiritual beast." On the continent, Master was what spiritual beasts called their contractors. For example, Milk Tea and the other rats all called Yun Luofeng their master. The people in the army called her young mistress or master. The difference in one word meant the difference between heaven and earth. If others knew that she had a young spiritual beast in her hands, she would never be able to live in peace in the future. Everyone knew that spiritual beasts were divided into adulthood and childhood. For example, Fire, who always looked like an 8 or 9-year-old spiritual beast, meant that she had transformed into a human during her childhood. Youth transformation. This proved that this spiritual beast was extremely talented. It was no wonder that so many people wanted to capture Fire back then. For the sake of his own safety, he could not let Fire's identity leak out. "I understand." Fire blinked his eyes and said obediently. If Yi Shima saw this scene, his jaw would definitely drop. When did this willful little girl become so obedient? Perhaps, she was only willing to obey in front of Yun Luofeng. In the inn. In the simple and elegant room, Yi Shima was just about to sleep when he heard the door being kicked open with a bang. He thought that some enemy had come to seek revenge. He was so shocked that he jumped up and instantly pulled out the sword beside the bed. However, when he looked over, he saw Fire walking in with a calm expression. "Fire," Yi Shima's heart was finally at ease. "How many times have I told you, the door is for opening, not kicking?" Fire curled his lips. "I want to sleep, you go and make a bed on the floor." The corner of Yi Shima's mouth twitched. Fire, I think it's better if we get 2 rooms. Fire stopped in his tracks. He ignored Yi Shima and crawled into his blanket. Yi Shima wanted to say something, but he saw that the little girl had already closed her eyes, so he could only sigh helplessly. He took a blanket and made a bed on the ground. When his voice gradually rose, Fire, who originally had his eyes closed, finally opened them and tightly held onto the sheet in his hands. She was afraid. It was because he was afraid that he didn't dare to come to Chin City alone. It was also because of fear that she slept in the same room with Yi Shima. Whenever she thought of how she was humiliated by those people, her fear would spread again. Even if Yi Shima wasn't as powerful as her, she still felt that it would be safer to have one more person. Fire released her tail. She gently caressed the fluffy fox tail, and then placed her finger on the broken tail. A look of sadness flashed through her lowered eyes. She lied to Yun Luofeng. Although a 9-tailed fox's tail represented a life. However, her fox tail did not break because she lost her life. Instead, it was being chopped off bit by those humans. That's right, it was a little. They didn't cut off its tail all at once. They only cut off a little bit every day, from top to bottom, until the entire tail was cut off. Even so, she gritted her teeth and endured it. She would rather die than submit to those humans. Chapter 786. Fortunately, I've finally found the person with the divine book of medicine. Fire put down his tail and murmured softly. After finding the person with the divine book of medicine, she would no longer be bullied by others. That was why she did not dare to step into the world for so many years. The next day. Early morning. As soon as Yun Luofeng opened the door, she saw Yi Shima and Fire standing at the door. She raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, "It's time to go?" Yi Shima coughed dryly. "By the way, we can be considered to know each other now, but I still don't know your names." Yun Luofeng frowned. As for Yi Shima, other than knowing that she was from the Yi family, she did not know anything else. Therefore, after a moment of silence, she said, "Feng Luo Yun." After Feng Luo Yun, it was Yun Luofeng. Fire blinked and looked at Yun Luofeng with a puzzled gaze. Obviously, he did not understand why she had made up a fake name. However, she did not see through Yun Luofeng and stood quietly at the side. "What about this young master?" Yi Shima turned to Yun Xiao and asked. "Xiao Yun." Yun Xiao's expression was cold and expressionless. After hearing these 2 words, Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows slightly. Because he had read the name backwards, did he also follow suit? Yi Shima laughed and turned his gaze to Yun Luofeng again. He raised his hand and was about to pat her shoulder. However, before his hand could land, Yun Xiao had already pulled Yun Luofeng into his arms and avoided his hand. Yi Shima touched his nose awkwardly and said, "You too, since we were able to meet, it can be considered a kind of fate. My name is Yi Shima. If you don't mind, you can call me Big Brother Yi." Yun Luofeng smiled. "Then I will respectfully accept, Big Brother Yi." Yi Shima did not give Yun Luofeng a bad feeling. Instead, his straightforward and generous aura made her feel very comfortable. However, she had always been cautious. In this dangerous continent, she was not willing to reveal her name. Yun Xiao still had a cold look on her face and ignored Yi Shima's words. It was already extremely difficult for him to say 2 words, let alone call Yi Shima Big Brother. Apart from Yun Luofeng, no one could make him have an extra expression. "Huh," Yi Shima laughed out loud. "Sister Feng, when we reach Kargalik, I'll be the host. I'll bring you guys to eat, drink and have fun. Fire, let's go." "Little Shimo, aren't you looking for the person you're looking for?" Fire frowned and asked. Yi Shima slapped himself on the forehead. "How could I forget about this? It's just that foster father wants me to look for someone, but I really don't know where to look. It would be fine if there was a portrait, but there's nothing here." "You are looking for someone?" Yun Luofeng asked curiously. Yi Shima nodded. "I'm looking for my brother, but I've never seen him before, so I can't find him. Let's not talk about this for now. Sister Feng, young Master Shao, I'll bring you to Kargalik as guests. As for the matter of finding them, I'll send someone to investigate. Yi Shima was very distressed. Looking for someone in the limitless continent was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Unless the other party came to him on his own. But was that even possible? He did not think that his luck was that good. Chapter 787. Kargalik. It was not far from Qin City. It only took half a day's journey to get there. At this moment, in a private room of an elegant restaurant in Kargalik, Yi Qi had her head lowered. She did not look too good and was biting her chopsticks angrily. Sitting in front of her was a woman in her 20s. She was extremely beautiful and delicate, which made it easy for others to want to protect her. Qi, the woman pursed her lips slightly and said in a weak voice, "Are you still angry at your brother?" Yi Qi sighed and put down her chopsticks. "I don't know why he hates me so much. Ever since I was young, I've always wanted to follow behind him and I've never done anything that crossed the line. Therefore, I don't understand why he hates me so much." She looked very depressed. She did not even have any desire to eat the delicacies on the table. Tell me, what should I do to make Big Brother not hate me so much?" Yi Qi bit her lips and looked at Shui pitifully. Shui was about to speak when she suddenly looked out of the window and said in surprise, Isn't that Mr. Yi?" Yi Qi instantly stood up from her seat. Her originally gloomy face became as bright as a spring flower and there was a charming smile on her face. "Big Brother is back?" Then, Yi Qi quickly rushed out of the private room. Her speed was so fast that it left everyone speechless. In the lobby of the restaurant, Yi Shima was introducing the customs of Kargalik to Yun Luofeng and the others while praising the restaurant. However, at this moment, a delicate figure quickly flew down from upstairs and only stopped when she was in front of him. Yi Qi. Yi Shima was stunned. He frowned and looked at the woman who had come down from upstairs. Then, he looked at Shui, who was with her. His already gloomy face became even uglier. "Why are you guys here?" The man's questioning tone stunned Yi Qi. And I were eating here. I didn't expect you guys to be here too." Yi Qi looked around and saw Fire standing next to Yi Shima. She immediately became angry. "Big Brother, are you still with this little girl?" "Yi Qi, don't be rude." Yi Shima's expression turned serious as he shouted, "These are all my friends. Her name is Fire, and the other two are Sister Feng and young Master Shao. During this period of time, they will be living in the Yi residence. If you are rude to them, don't blame me for not acknowledging you as my sister." Yi Qi didn't expect Yi Shima to scold her for a few outsiders. Her eyes reddened and she felt wronged. Compared to feeling wronged, there was more anger. Shui hurriedly tugged at Yi Qi's sleeve and reminded her softly, "Since Master Yi is back, don't make him angry anymore." After saying this, she slowly walked towards Yun Luofeng and Yun Shao and spoke gently. "Miss Feng, young Master Shao, Qi has been spoiled rotten. That's why she's a little rude. I hope that the two of you will not take it to heart." Although she was speaking up for Yi Qi, her words had already revealed that Yi Qi had a bad temper and was spoiled. Not to mention Yun Luofeng, even Yi Shima, who had a one-track mind, could tell this. Only Yi Qi did not understand the underlying meaning. You don't have to defend me. I don't think I did anything wrong." Chapter 788. Yi Qi, shut up. Yi Shima glared at her and said coldly, "Do you know why I don't like you?" "I didn't know why I was like this before, but I understand now. You're too stupid." Yi Qi froze on the spot as if she had been struck by lightning. "I like smart women, not stupid women like you." Yi Shima had a good temper outside, but he couldn't control himself every time he was with Yi Qi. Qi, Shui tugged at Yi Qi, "You should apologize. They are your brother's friends. You can't be rude in front of them." To show her good manners, Shui faced Yun Luofeng and the rest again, Chi really didn't do it on purpose. Can you guys forgive her? As she said this, she glanced at Yun Xiao from time to time. Initially, she thought that Yi Shima was the most handsome man in the world. However, she didn't expect that there would be such a handsome man. If Yi Qi and Yi Shima's relationship returned to normal, perhaps she could use Yi Qi to get close to this man. Shui Roer blushed as she thought about it and rubbed her handkerchief in embarrassment. Boom! Just as she was fantasizing about the future, all of a sudden, the man's aura surged out, incomparably cold. Before she could react, she felt a force ruthlessly striking her chest. Roer. Yi Qi hurried to Shui Roer and asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" "Big brother, how could your guest hit my friend?" After checking Shui Roer's body, Yi Qi raised her head and questioned her. Yi Shima looked at Yun Xiao in confusion. Although he didn't like Shui Roer, he wouldn't hit her for no reason. Therefore, he couldn't understand why Yun Xiao would suddenly hit her. Yun Xiao said coldly, "She blushed just now." Yi Shima was stunned. "Blushed? What did Shui Roer blush have to do with you?" Yun Xiao continued, "She blushed when she looked at me." Yi Shima wasn't someone who didn't understand. After hearing Yun Xiao's words, he immediately understood what had happened. If you see a man blush, it proves that you have feelings for this man. However, just as Yi Shima was about to speak, Yun Xiao's deep voice was heard again. "It's fine that she's blushing, but she's blushing in front of me. I find her an eyesore." In other words, if Shui Roer had only blushed secretly, he might not have bothered with her. However, this woman had run in front of him and was an eyesore. How could he not make a move? Shui Roer climbed up from the ground and bit her lips. Her eyes were filled with tears, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. "Big brother Yi, this is my fault. I was born to be infatuated and like to look at good-looking men. This young master is so good-looking that I couldn't help but look at him a few more times, but I don't have any other thoughts about him." Her expression was very innocent, as if she had been wronged. At this time, the other guests also put down the chopsticks in their hands and pointed at the change in the hall. "Big brother," Yi Qi said angrily, "Roer has already said that she doesn't have any feelings for him. Your friend hurt Roer, do you need to apologize?" Yi Shima raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "I don't care if she has feelings for young Master Xiao or not. It's a fact that she blushed. She's still a virgin, so isn't it too obscene for her to stare at a man she doesn't know? Moreover, young Master Xiao already has a wife. Even if Shui Roer has any improper thoughts, you must stop her." Chapter 789. He was naturally protective of his own people. Since Yun Luofeng had addressed him as Big Brother Yi, he would treat him like a younger sister. How could he allow others to cause trouble for him? Shui Roer's face turned even paler. Her frail body was extremely pitiful. "Sister Feng, young Master Xiao, let's go." Yi Shima gave Shui Roer a warning look. When he retracted his gaze, he glanced at Yi Qi. "Yi Qi, on account that you're my younger sister, I'll give you a piece of advice. You need to keep your eyes open when making friends. Otherwise, you'll still be counting money for someone else when you're being sold." "Big brother." Yi Qi stomped her foot angrily. "I won't allow you to say that to Roer." Unfortunately, Yi Shima did not even look at her. He walked straight to the private room on the second floor. Yi Qi wanted to chase after him to explain but was stopped by Shui Roer. She shook her head and said helplessly, "Qi, you don't have to say anything else. Can't you tell? Big brother Yi has been bewitched. He won't listen to you at all." Yi Qi was stunned. She turned around and looked at Shui Roer. "Roer, what do you mean? What do you mean by my big brother has been bewitched?" Shui Roer smiled bitterly. "Not only does he have a misunderstanding about you, but he also has a deeper misunderstanding about me. However, do you think he would have such a big misunderstanding if no one was around?" At this point, Shui Roer paused. She lowered her gaze and hid the sinister look in her eyes. According to my understanding, the two ladies beside him must have said something that caused him to have a misunderstanding. Yi Qi frowned. "Roer, what should I do to get rid of Big Brother's ill feelings towards me? It's simple. A cold look flashed across Schwerower's eyes. When she raised her head, she regained her gentle demeanor. You just have to make them disappear. Disappear? That's impossible. At first, Schwerower deliberately lowered her voice and said that sentence at a volume that only two people could hear. Who knew that Yi Chi would not be able to control herself and scream when she heard that? Schwerower's expression immediately changed. She hurriedly whispered, Chi-Chi, lower your voice. I'm doing this for your own good. I just don't want to see Big Brother Yi misunderstand you. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, even if I have to risk offending Big Brother Yi and the Yi clan, I'll kill those people so that you won't have to suffer any more misunderstandings. Her words were very sincere, and Yi Chi's face, which had changed drastically, gradually eased up, and her eyes showed that she was touched. I know that no matter what you do it for me. However, they are Big Brother's guests. If anything happens to them, Big Brother will never forgive me. I can't do this. Schwerower sighed, it's my fault for not considering this point. Chi-Chi, you are more thoughtful. I won't be so lost in the future. Although she said that, Schwerower was cursing Yi Chi's ancestors in her heart. This idiot actually didn't take the bait this time. He had thought that he could use this idiot to destroy that woman, but who would have thought that she was actually unwilling to do it? In that case, if she wanted to get that cold man, she would have to put in some effort. Yi Chi lowered her eyebrows and said dejectedly, Big Brother already hates me so much. I'm just trying to find a way to restore our relationship. I don't want it to worsen. Chapter 790. Chi-Chi, forget it, let's go. Foster father and foster mother should be back soon. Yi Chi raised her delicate eyebrows, and a smile once again appeared on her lovely face. In this life, apart from her eldest brother, the only people she respected were her godfather and mother. If not for them, she might have been lost. However, she heard that her godfather had gone out to look for her godmother's biological son. She wondered if they had found him after so many days. On the second floor. In a luxurious private room, Yi Shimo returned the menu to the waiter and turned to face Yun Luo Feng and the rest. Younger sister Feng, I haven't asked you yet. Is there anything important that you're here for? Yun Luo Feng was stunned. Their goal was to find Yun Zhao's mother. Otherwise, they would not have come all the way to the Wuhui continent. We're looking for someone. After some thought, Yun Luo Feng revealed her goal. However, she did not tell Yi Shima who she was looking for. Haha. Yi Shima laughed heartily. What a coincidence that we both have someone we're looking for. Younger sister Feng, you can tell me who you're looking for. I can ask the Yi family for help. There's no need for that. Yun Luo Feng shook his head. By the way, is that your sister downstairs? It seems like you don't like her. Speaking of this, Yi Shima felt a headache coming on. He furrowed his handsome eyebrows and said, actually, when Godfather first adopted her, my relationship with her wasn't so bad. Later on, I gradually realized that she was a little stupid. Perhaps it was because of this that I didn't like her very much. Look at her, what kind of friends do you think she has? First, she's the daughter of a bandit leader. That bandit leader even used her name to act like a tyrant. You can see what kind of person Schwerower is now. Yi Shima's tone was getting more and more intense. If Yi Chi was here, Yun Luofeng believed that he would not be able to control himself and give her a good beating. Compared to a stupid person like her, I prefer a smart woman like you, younger sister Feng. Yi Shima winked at Yun Luofeng, and the smile on his face was very handsome. At this moment, a cold gaze was directed at him, making him feel as if there were needles on his back. He coughed dryly twice in discomfort. Just kidding, God knows, at that moment, he really felt as if a knife was pressed against his neck. It was as if his head would fall to the ground in the next second. Idiot. Fire glanced at Yi Shima and said mockingly, you flirted with another man's woman in front of him. You should be thanking the heavens that he didn't kill you. The corner of Yi Shima's mouth twitched slightly. This little girl would feel uncomfortable if she didn't insult him for a day. Brother Yi, Yun Luofeng thought for a moment, then asked, are there any large-scale auctions in Kargalik? Auction? Yi Shima was stunned and shook his head. There are no auctions in Kargalik. Sister Feng, why are you asking about the purpose of the auction? Actually, it's not anything important. It's just that I have a few medicinal herbs with special uses and I plan to exchange them for ordinary medicinal herbs. That's why I'm asking about the auction. If the elixirs were to be auctioned at the auction and they could only be auctioned using medicinal herbs, not only would they have food for the gold-seeking mice, but they would also be able to provide nourishment for the small tree. Chapter 791. Of course, with Yun Luofeng's wealth, he could buy all the medicinal herbs in the medicine stores. However, the medicinal herbs in the medicine stores were usually too young. The value of the medicinal herbs grown from these herbs could not compare to those that were a few hundred years old. However, few people would sell medicinal herbs that were a few hundred years old. Even in a medicinal herb shop, there were only a few stocks of treasures. There aren't any large-scale auctions, but my godfather manages a medicine store in Kargalik. Not only can you buy and sell medicinal herbs in this store, but you can also exchange your medicinal herbs for medicinal herbs of the same value. Yun Luofeng's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Brother Yi, bring me to the medicine store later. Okay. Yi Shima nodded and said, since my sister has a request, as her big brother, I can't just ignore it. After dinner, I'll take you to the medicinal ingredients store immediately. The medicine store arrived at the trading center of Kargalik. This place was more luxurious than other places. There was an endless stream of people. However, they were all in a hurry and did not stop for any unimportant people. Sister Feng, we're here. Yi Shima stopped and turned to look at Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. In front of him was a mighty and majestic trading firm. Above the trading firm, the words, Yi Clan Medicine Shop, were emitting a scalding light. Although Yi Jingshan had left the Yi family, his surname was Yi after all. Hence, the medicine store still used the words, Yi family. Yun Luofeng raised his head slightly. Let's go in. Okay. Yi Shima smiled. Sister, you can take whatever you like from the medicine store. You don't have to be polite with me. Yun Luofeng smiled disapprovingly, but he still replied, okay. Although the Yi medicine store was huge, even the gold-seeking rats could not afford the medicinal herbs inside. What she wanted was more medicinal herbs. Sister, your man doesn't seem to like talking. Yi Shima glanced at Yun Xiao and asked. Yun Luofeng turned to look at Yun Xiao and curled his lips. He's a little shy. Yi Shima rolled his eyes. How could this guy be shy? His cold expression clearly showed that he did not care about anyone else. It was as if aside from Yun Luofeng, no one else was worthy of speaking to him. However, Yi Shima couldn't bring himself to be angry at this cold-faced man. Even he himself did not know why this was the case. Yi Shima saw Yi Qi with Shui Roer as soon as he stepped into the pharmacy. He frowned again. Why is it that I can see her no matter where I go? His words were vague, and no one knew if he was talking about Yi Qi or Shui Roer, big brother. Yi Qi also saw Yi Shima at this time. She was stunned for a moment, then quickly walked forward. She bit her lips and said, Big brother, you're here? What are you doing here? Yi Shima's eyes turned cold as he asked coldly. Hearing his cold voice, Yi Qi's heart slightly trembled. She lowered her head and said, recently defeated a doctor as her master. I promised her that I would give her a medicinal herb. So, Not everyone can take the herbs from the Yi family. Yi Shima stared at Shui Roer. She wants these herbs. Sure. Use medicinal herbs of equivalent value to exchange for it or buy it with money. Chapter 792. Big brother. Yi Qi widened her eyes in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, Roer is my friend. Don't you think you're being too heartless? Heartless? Yi Shima sneered when he heard that. I don't like Shui Ro air because I don't want her to get my family's medicinal herbs. What can you do about it? His words were arrogant and willful. I don't like her. Even if I have to destroy these medicinal herbs, I won't let them fall into her hands. Chi, Shui Ro air saw that the siblings were about to quarrel again. She quickly pulled Yi Chi back and said gently, "Don't quarrel with big brother Yi. It's my fault. I shouldn't have asked you to give me medicinal herbs for free. So, I'll go back and sell off my assets. I might be able to gather enough money to buy one medicinal herb." Yi Chi was furious. To her, why did Big Brother have to pick on Ro air, who was kind and weak? Big Brother, although you're in charge of the Yi family's business, it's Godfather's business. Ro air doesn't have the right to get the medicinal herbs from the medicine shop, but do they? Yi Chi pointed at Yun Luofeng and the rest and said angrily, "We don't know where these people are from. You want to give them the medicinal herbs from the business? How can you face Godfather and Godmother if you do that?" Yi Shima's eyes were burning with anger. Yi Chi. Since I'm in charge of the business, I can give them to whoever I want. You, on the other hand, can't even get a single medicinal herb without my permission. I'd like to see how you're going to give them to her. Yi Chi's face turned pale. She knew that Yi Shima was telling the truth. Godfather had handed over all the management of Kargalik to her. In Kargalik, he had no right to speak at all, even if she gave a medicinal herb from the business to Shui Ro air. She did not have the right to do so. "I'm sorry, Big Brother Yi. It's my fault. I shouldn't have asked Chi to give me medicinal herbs." Shui Ro air cried pitifully. "I couldn't afford the medicinal herbs and it wasn't easy for me to become a disciple of a doctor. I wanted to thank my master with a medicinal herb. I didn't think that much at all. Don't blame Chi, blame me." Many people had already stopped in the store. They looked at Yi Shima with blame in their eyes. Clearly, they were blaming him for bullying such a weak woman. The Yi family was very powerful. Yi Jingshan wasn't weak either. But the law does not punish the masses. That was why those people had the guts to point fingers at the unforeseen event before them. "Big Brother Yi, you did well." At that moment, Yun Luofeng's voice rang in Yi Shima's ears. "What did you say?" Yi Chi's expression changed and she wanted to step forward, but before she could reach Yun Luofeng's side, she sensed the cold aura emanating from Yun Zhao's body. She was so shocked that she took a few steps back. Shui Ro air was also stunned as tears rolled down her cheeks once again. She softly said, "I'm sorry." Her voice once again made Yi Chi angry. She looked at Yun Luofeng angrily. "You're just my brother's guest. You can't interfere in our business. Aren't you going too far?" Yi Chi gritted her teeth and said. That's right, she liked Yi Chi. But she wouldn't give up on her friends for love. Ro air was already so pitiful, but Yun Luofeng had stabbed her in the back. How could she tolerate this? Chapter 793. Yun Luofeng glanced at her and said plainly, "Am I wrong? What did Brother Yi do wrong? Not only is he the manager of the business, but he is also a member of the Yi family. What's wrong with him not wanting his medicinal herbs to be taken by others?" "Humph." Yi Chi sneered and snorted, "Didn't you ask Brother Yi to bring you here to get medicinal herbs for free? Don't make yourself sound so righteous. Who doesn't know what you're thinking?" Yun Luofeng's body leaned against Yun Zhao's chest and he smiled lazily. "I don't know where you heard the news that I want to obtain medicinal ingredients from the trading firm for free. Didn't Brother Yi tell you that I'm here to exchange my items for medicinal herbs of equivalent value?" Yi Chi was stunned. She had thought that Yun Luofeng had the same background as Shui Ro air. She didn't expect that Yun Luofeng also had medicinal herbs. In that case, there was nothing else she could say. Yi Shima looked at Yun Luofeng and suppressed the gratitude in his heart. He knew that Yun Luofeng wasn't the kind of person who liked to stand out. She had said all this for his sake. She was afraid that the world would misunderstand the Yi family business. This fella didn't say anything and kept all her thoughts in her heart. However, her every action warmed his heart. Shui Ro restrained the viciousness in her eyes and looked at Yun Luofeng pitifully. So Chi has misunderstood. I apologize to you on her behalf. However, what kind of medicinal herbs do you want? Can we watch from the side? Didn't Yi Chi jump out because of her? In the end, she apologized to Yun Luofeng on Yi Chi's behalf. However, Yi Chi didn't understand what she was implying. She really thought that Shui Ro was doing it for her own good. Yun Luofeng looked at Yi Shima, who had an ugly expression on his face. With such a stupid sister, his days were not going to be easy. Looks like Miss Shui doesn't believe me, Yi Shima sneered and said mockingly, I, Yi Shima, have always been frank. Since I said that I wouldn't give medicinal herbs, I definitely won't. As a manager, I must be fair and just. Furthermore, what has the Yi family's matters got to do with you? What right do you have to watch? Shui Ro's face turned pale. I just... Enough. Yi Shima shouted, you're not welcome in my territory. Leave now, or I'll get someone to throw you out. Big brother. Yi Chi, who was initially feeling guilty for misunderstanding Yun Luofeng, immediately exploded upon hearing this. Ro is my friend. I hope you won't always be rude to her. Since you don't want to see us, we'll beat you up immediately. After saying this, Yi Chi pulled Shui Ro out of the store. Outside the door, on the bustling street, Yi Chi stopped in her tracks. She could no longer hold back her tears. Chi, do you really think that woman has medicinal ingredients? Shui Ro's eyes flickered as she asked. Yi Chi was stunned. What do you mean? Shui Ro bit her lips. I feel that Brother Yi will definitely secretly give her the medicinal ingredients when you aren't paying attention. As for what she said just now, it's just her side of the story. I don't believe that she has medicinal herbs. Are you saying that they're lying to me? Big Brother is still cooperating with her? Yi Chi was really easy to deceive. She was immediately fooled by this sentence. She was full of anger, and her whole person became very angry. She had felt guilty for a moment. She never thought that they were colluding to lie to her. They were doing it for the Yi family's medicinal ingredients. Chapter 794. Chi, I feel that with them here, your Yi residents will not have a peaceful day. Why don't you write a letter and call your parents back? Yi Chi had recovered from her initial anger. She shook her head and said, no, my adoptive father and mother have something to do outside. They can't come back. She knew what was important and what was not. It was not worth it to send her godparents back to Kargalik for such a small matter. Chi, do you know where your parents are? Shui Ro blinked and asked. Why are you asking this? Yi Chi furrowed her brows as she looked at Shui Ro. Shui Ro smiled gently. Aren't they looking for someone? I just want to ask for their exact location. Maybe my relatives are there and I can ask them for help. The innocent Yi Chi didn't suspect anything and told her the name of a place. However, she didn't notice a flash of coldness in Shui Ro's eyes. Yi Shima did not stay in the hall with Yun Luofeng for long. Instead, he went to the second floor. Apart from Yi Shima, only dignitaries could go to the second floor. However, he had brought Yun Luofeng and the others to the second floor. Young master, you're here? After seeing Yi Shima, the old man hurriedly greeted him and asked respectfully. Yi Shima nodded. Elder Qin, be careful in the future. Don't let Yi Chi bring those shady people here. Also, this is my new sister, and the other one is her man. He did not introduce Fire because he knew that Fire did not like to come into contact with people. Old Qin respectfully said, may I know what request the two of you have for coming here? There's no harm in saying it. Yun Luofeng thought for a moment. Let's go in and talk. All right. Old Qin made a welcoming gesture. Please. When she entered the room, Yun Xiao glanced at Fire with a cold gaze, then looked in the direction where Yi Chi and the other two had disappeared. Fire immediately understood what he meant. I still have something to do, so I won't be going in. Yun Luofeng was a little surprised, but she did not restrict Fire's freedom. She said softly, "Come back and find me after you're done." Understood. Fire received the order and quickly rushed downstairs. In Kargalik, she actually had the guts to leave Yun Luofeng. After all, Kargalik was Yi Jingshan's territory. It made her feel safer. Yun Shao retracted his gaze. His expression was as cold as before, as if nothing had happened at all. "Sister, come to me, your big brother. I won't take your money. You can choose whatever herbs you like in this shop. You don't have to save money for me. Just treat it as a gift from me." Yi Shima laughed out loud. His voice was bold and clear, but old Qin could not help but twitch when he heard it. When did the young master become so generous? She could choose any medicinal herbs in the trading firm? One had to know that the young master was usually very stingy. Even Miss Yi Chi was reluctant to give her medicinal herbs. Therefore, old Qin was very curious about the background of these two people. "You just promised me in the hall that you wouldn't give me any medicinal herbs. What? Are you going back on your words so quickly?" Yun Luofeng asked playfully with a smile on his face. Yi Shima chuckled. "When did I become a man who keeps his promise? Since I am in charge of the trading firm, I naturally have the right to gift it to others. You don't have to care about the others. As her big brother, I won't let my sister suffer any losses." Chapter 795. Yun Luofeng smiled. "I'm afraid you won't have enough medicinal herbs even if you empty out your business." Yi Shima was stunned. "Then how many medicinal herbs do you need?" Yun Luofeng glanced at Yi Shima. "Medicinal herbs older than 500 years, the more the better." "Medicinal herbs older than 500 years, the more the better?" Yi Shima's eyes widened in shock. His face was filled with astonishment. "Sister, your request is indeed very difficult. My business has a total of 10 medicinal herbs older than 500 years and 3 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs. But you said the more the better. I don't know how many medicinal herbs you need." Yun Luofeng's fingers tapped the table lightly. A light flashed across her eyes. "I have Foundation Elixir and Spirit Gathering Elixir. How many medicinal herbs can I exchange for these two?" Foundation Elixir and Spirit Gathering Elixir? Yi Shima and old Qin were stunned. They could guess the effects of these two medicinal herbs just from their names. "If these are not enough, I still have some spiritual herbs. These spiritual herbs can heal injuries and allow patients to recover in a short period of time. As the saying went, fortune comes from danger." Yun Luofeng taking out these items now was indeed a risky move. But this was the only way she could obtain more precious medicinal herbs. Using a spiritual herb cultivated from an ordinary medicinal herb to exchange for medicinal herbs older than 500 years, then planting those 500-year-old medicinal herbs in the divine grimoire space, she could use a very short period of time to increase the strength of the gold-seeking mice clan. Once the gold-seeking mice's strength was increased, they would become her greatest help. Old Qin suppressed his surging emotions. He took a deep breath and asked, "Miss, what is your request?" 500-year-old medicinal herbs can be exchanged for one of the 3 items listed above. If you have a 1,000-year-old medicinal herb, you can exchange for 2 or more items. All right. Old Qin immediately stood up. "Miss, place the spiritual liquid and medicinal herbs in our business. We will exchange for them for you. At the same time, we will keep your identity a secret. Once these items were made public, it would definitely cause a commotion." That was why he said this. Even if old Qin did not say this, Yun Luofeng would have made this request. "But, may I ask you, where did you get these items from?" Yun Luofeng looked at old Qin, who was standing in front of him, and smiled. "Where do you think I can get these items? I'm just running errands for someone else. It's not convenient for that person to come out, so I'll come in his place." Yun Luofeng had put in a lot of thought into this sentence. She was still worried about old man Qin. Therefore, she had brought up a groundless person. In this way, if others wanted to kill her and steal her belongings, they would have to consider whether there was really a strong person behind her. Sure enough, hearing Yun Luofeng's words, old Qin believed it. So that's how it is. I'd like to meet this world-renowned expert who could concoct the spirit-gathering liquid and the foundation-building liquid. Unfortunately, with my status, I can't meet this expert. I'll leave the medicinal liquid and herbs behind. If the items are sold successfully, send those herbs to the Yi residence. I'll be staying here for a while. With that, Yun Luofeng took out a pile of bottles and jars from his spatial ring, as well as the lifelike grass. Chapter 796. Yi Shima was still in a daze as he walked out of the trading firm. He did not expect Yun Luofeng to have such a precious item in his hands. If these items were sold by the Yi family trading firm, it would not be long before the Yi family trading firm's name shook the entire continent. Sister, thank you. Yi Shima finally recovered from his shock. He turned to Yun Luofeng and said, with the treasures you've taken out, the Yi family trading firm's profits will increase by a generation. Yun Luofeng smiled, we're just taking what we need. Huh, Yi Shima laughed heartily, Sister Feng, as your elder brother, I am liking your personality more and more. How could he not know that Yun Luofeng had said that because she did not want him to owe her a favor? After all, there were so many trading firms on the main road, but she had chosen the Yi family trading firm. No matter what, he would definitely owe her a favor. Yun Shao frowned slightly and glanced at Yi Shima with a cold gaze. That gaze was as sharp as a knife, causing him to feel a chill down his spine. He could not help but shiver. However, Yun Shao quickly retracted his gaze. When he looked at Yun Luofeng, the coldness in his eyes gradually disappeared and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Yi Shima rubbed his eyes in surprise. So, this cold fellow could also smile? However, all his warmth had been given to one woman, and his smile had only blossomed for one person. At this moment, in the alley, Shui had just turned the corner and walked in. Suddenly, a fiery red figure descended from the sky and landed in front of her. Shui was startled. When she saw the little girl in front of her, she regained her composure and asked coldly, "Why are you blocking my way?" Fire crossed his arms and looked at Shui with a smile. "Why? Are you not going to continue pretending? Or is it that Yi Shima and that idiot Yi Qi are not here, so you don't even have the interest to pretend anymore?" Shui frowned. "Little girl, you should go back and find your mother to drink milk. Do you think a little girl like you can subdue me? Don't let me beat you up until you cry." Fire gently raised his chin, his expression arrogant. "What a pity, just a little girl like me, can make you speechless." "You," Shui was furious. Just as she was about to speak, a large sack suddenly fell from above her head, covering her entire body. "Who told you to spy on people you shouldn't have? Who asked you to pretend to be a pure white lotus? This is fucking disgusting. From now on, every time you appear in front of me, I'll beat you up once. I'll beat you up until you don't dare to show your face anymore." Fire punched and kicked Shui who was on the ground. Her small fists were very powerful, and her eyes were faintly filled with anger. "Shui don't think that idiot Yi Qi can protect you. If you dare to cause trouble for my master, for my sister again, I will burn your entire family down." She had wanted to call him master, but she remembered Yun Luofeng's instructions and changed her mind. After beating up Shui again, Fire clapped his hands and left this secluded alley in a carefree and unrestrained manner. After a long while, the woman in the sack finally broke free. Her face was swollen and bruised, and she was beaten beyond recognition. She stared hatefully at the direction Fire left in and gritted her teeth. "Just you wait. I will definitely not let you off easy. When Yi Jingshan and Jun Fengling return, it will be the time of your death." Chapter 797. Jun Fengling was very fond of her godson, Yi Shima. If she knew that her godson was seduced by a woman who approached Yi Shima for the Yi family's wealth, based on Jun Fengling's protective personality, she would never let them go. In a bustling restaurant, the woman in red sat by the window. She looked worried and frowned in silence. In front of her sat a handsome man dressed in embroidered robes. He looked at the red-dressed female lead tenderly and comforted her. "Jun, don't worry. Since we already have Feng, and Xiao's portraits, we'll be able to find them very soon. I hope so. The woman in red sighed softly and said with a bitter smile, if I knew that they were the two people we met in the forest of no return, I wouldn't have let them go. Who would have thought that they were using fake names and missed this meeting? The woman in red did not blame them when she said that. After all, it was their first time in the land of no return and it was right to be cautious. She was just blaming herself for not asking more. Otherwise, they would not have missed the meeting. At that moment, a discussion was heard in the restaurant, interrupting June Fengling's thoughts. Did you guys hear something? I heard that something happened in Kargalik. Something happened in Kargalik? June Fengling was stunned for a moment. Her red phoenix eyes turned to the person who was discussing. Her handsome brows furrowed even tighter and her expression did not look good. Could it be that someone had caused trouble for Mo, while she and brother Yi were away? Kargalik? Isn't that the territory of the Yi family's eldest son, Yi Jingchen? Although Yi Jingchen was expelled from the Yi family, he still has the surname Yi. Who would have the guts to cause trouble for them? A drinking buddy at the same table looked curiously at the person who had just exposed the news and asked in confusion. Hee, you don't know about this. The informant laughed. Indeed, no one would dare to cause trouble in Kargalik. However, don't forget that Kargalik has a young and vigorous Sir Yi Shima. My niece is from Kargalik. She told me personally that Yi Shima was seduced by a woman and that woman wanted to empty the Yi family's business. Hearing this, the surrounding people were all astonished. Is this news true? It's absolutely true. I think the woman's surname is Feng, and she has a little girl in red with her. These two girls are quite ambitious. For the sake of Kargalik's wealth, they didn't hesitate to seduce Mr. Yi Shima. TSK, the most despicable person is truly invincible. How could young Master Yi fall for such a slut? Since your niece is in Kargalik, what other gossip could she have? This. The man was silent for a while, then said helplessly, my niece also told me that the woman who seduced Mr. Yi also drove a wedge between Mr. Yi and Miss Yi Chi. She even said that she wanted to enter the Yi family no matter what. Once she entered the Yi family, she would definitely kick Yi Chi out. My niece couldn't stand it and wanted to stand up for her. She even beat her up. Everyone sighed. They had never seen such a cheap woman before. Who does she think she is? Even if Miss Yi Chi was Yi Jingchen's adopted daughter, she was still a member of the Yi family. How could she be so shameless as to kick her out? Wasn't she overestimating herself? Chapter 798. June Fengling's face changed when she heard their voices. Seems like Kargalik has undergone a huge change while we were away. Yi Jingchen was silent for a moment before he asked, do you believe these rumors? June Fengling shook her head. I believe him. It's not that easy for others to take advantage of him. Otherwise, we wouldn't be at ease to hand over these businesses to him. Yi Jingchen laughed. His woman was naturally intelligent. How could she be deceived by these rumors? However, June Fengling slowly stood up and scoffed, I still have to go back to Kargalik. I want to know who dares to spread rumors about the Yi family. Yi Jingchen's lips curled into a gentle smile. Let's go back to the Yi family first and settle this matter before we continue to look for Xiao. June Fengling was more protective of her own. Moreover, Yun Xiao had not been by her side all these years. It was always Mo, who accompanied her. She had long regarded Mo, as her own son. Therefore, she would not allow any rumors to hurt him. Kargalik. Ever since Yun Luofeng entrusted the elixir and other items to the Yi family business, it immediately caused an earthquake in Kargalik. In this mainland that lacked elixirs, one could only imagine the efficacy of those elixirs. As a result, the entire Yi family business was overcrowded. From morning till night, there was not a single empty space. In the past, when people met, the first thing they asked was, have you eaten today? Now, it had become, have you gone to the Yi family business today? Originally, the elixir and other items only caused a stir in Kargalik. Not long after, experts from other places also arrived, causing the supply of those items to fall short of the demand. Therefore, Old Sheen had no choice but to increase the exchange requirement. That was how the Yi family business temporarily did not fall into chaos. Yi residence. In an exquisite boudoir, Yi Chi sat in front of her dressing table in a daze. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. She was overjoyed and turned around. "Big brother, you're finally." Why is it you?" When she saw the woman who appeared at the door, Yi Chi was stunned for a moment and her face became dejected again. It had already been so many days, but Big Brother still didn't pay attention to her. Could it be that he would never look at her again in this lifetime? Thinking of this, Yi Chi's heart ached. She said dejectedly, "I thought Big Brother was looking for me." "I didn't expect it to be you." Shui Roer walked over to Yi Chi with a gentle smile in her eyes. "Chi-Chi, something happened these past few days, causing me to be unable to find you. Are you angry at me?" Yi Chi shook her head and looked at Shui Roer. However, she was stunned when she saw the scars on Shui Roer's face. What's going on? How did you get hurt?" Shui Roer's eyes darkened. "It's a long story. When I was talking to my master, the little girl beside Lady Feng accidentally heard us. She came out and beat me up. She even warned me to stay away from the Yi residence. She also said that she would beat me up every time she saw me. So, I can only come to find you after she leaves the Yi residence." "What?" Yi Chi flew into a rage and immediately jumped up. Her face was filled with anger. "That stupid girl, how dare she be so arrogant? Roer, why didn't you fight back?" From Yi Chi's point of view, Fire was just a little girl. She was definitely no match for Shui Roer. Chapter 799. Shui Roer was injured because she did not fight with her. Hearing this, Shui Roer's face was filled with helplessness. No matter what, she is still a child. As the saying goes, it is the fault of the father if the child is not taught well. She is mischievous and willful because her parents did not teach her well. It is not her fault. How can I fight with a child? Her words were very gentle. It was hard to imagine that there was a sinister heart hidden under her gentle face. Yi Chi became even more furious and immediately wanted to find trouble with Fire. She is too lawless. If I do not teach her a lesson, she might still treat the Yi family as her own home. Chi-Chi, Shui Roer hurriedly pulled Yi Chi back. She won't admit it even if you look for her. If that's the case, your relationship with Brother Yi will worsen. I don't want to see that happen. Compared to your happiness, what's the big deal if I suffer a little? Yi Chi stopped in her tracks and sighed heavily. In this life, to have a friend like Shui Roer who would consider everything for her, what regrets did she have? She really did not know why Big Brother looked down on her. Chi-Chi, you can't blame her for this. She beat me up because of me. Shui Roer lowered her eyes and said in a gentle tone. Yi Chi frowned. What do you mean? She was clearly too arrogant, so why do you still want to take all the blame? Chi-Chi. Shui Roer bit her thin lips and her eyes were slightly misty. I was being a busybody. Because my master is very skilled in medicine, I asked her if she could cure your mother's infertility. My master said that if she gave him a bottle of spirit-gathering liquid, he would diagnose Madame Yi for free. Yi Chi was dumbfounded like a thunderclap in her head. She was overwhelmed with a strong sense of surprise. When she came back to her senses, she placed her hands on Shui Roer's shoulders excitedly, and her voice trembled slightly. Are you saying that your master can cure my adoptive mother's body? Shui Roer nodded affirmatively. As long as I give her a bottle of spirit-gathering liquid, he will diagnose her. Moreover, I am very confident in my master. Unfortunately, these words were heard by that little girl. She waited for my master to leave before coming out to find trouble with me. Yi Chi was confused, and her face was full of confusion. What does this have to do with that girl? Why did she hit you for this? Shui Roer lowered her head again. I didn't want to tell you about this, but I didn't want you to be kept in the dark. That girl wants the Yi residence's wealth and power. Therefore, he had the idea of hitting Big Brother Yi. If Madame Yi gives birth to another child, it will pose a threat to Brother Ye's position. Hence, she came out to warn me. Shui Ro originally wanted to frame Yun Luofeng, but Yi Qi knew that Yun Luofeng already had a man. That was why she placed this matter on Fire's head. That's impossible. Yi Qi's face was a little pale. She shook her head. That little girl is only 8 or 9 years old. How could an 8 or 9-year-old child, whose mind was not yet mature, have such a scheming mind? Furthermore, the age difference between her and Big Brother is too big. A sinister glint flashed across Shui Roer's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. Qi, you must understand that Miss Feng's mind is not ordinary. Maybe she was the one who instructed this girl to seduce Big Brother Yi, and her target was the Yi family. Chapter 800. In Yi Qi's heart, Yi Shima was her sore spot. She would never allow anyone to set their eyes on him. Go back and wait for me. I'll go look for Big Brother now and tell him the truth. Even if she had to risk falling out with Yi Shima this time, she had to reveal the true colors of those people in front of him. Qi, it's useless. Shui Ro laughed bitterly. Big Brother Yi won't believe you. What you're doing is useless. What should I do then? Let those people lie to Big Brother? Yi Qi clenched her fists tightly. She looked a little anxious. Shui Ro's eyes flickered and she said in a deep voice, I have an idea, what is it? Yi Qi was stunned. She lifted her head to look at Shui Ro and asked anxiously, what idea do you have? Shui Ro smiled gently. My master will return to the Yi residence soon. As long as he can get his hands on the spirit-gathering liquid, he will treat your mother's condition. Once your mother has fully recovered, Big Brother Yi will definitely look at you in a different light. By then, he will believe whatever you say. Yi Qi clenched her fists tighter. Are you saying that we still have to let those people stay by Big Brother's side? This is the only way we can do it. Shui Ro's words made Yi Qi's body go limp. She knew that this was indeed the only option she had. Otherwise, based on Big Brother's attitude toward her, he would never believe her. When is your master coming? He left Kargalik a few days ago. Now. He's on his way. Shui Ro smiled gently. No one could imagine that such a gentle and kind woman would have such a wild ambition. Now, whenever she thought of Yun Zhao's handsome and cold face, she would fall into a trance. She secretly made up her mind to get this man. Yi Qi did not have to wait for long before Yi Shima and the rest returned. At the same time, Shui Ro's master arrived at the Yi residence. When she heard the servant's report, she was elated and said hurriedly, your master is here. I'll go with you to welcome him. By the way, how confident is your master in curing my adoptive parents? Shui Roer replied in a serious tone, my mentor once treated a similar patient and he even succeeded. So, even if he's not 100% confident, he's at least 80% confident. Yi Qi held Shui Roer's hand and said gratefully, if you succeed, you'll be our family's benefactor. I'll never forget your kindness. Shui Roer lowered her head slightly, so Yi Qi didn't notice the gloomy look on her face. Her master had indeed treated the same illness, but it was not a success, but a failure. However, it was impossible for her to tell Yi Qi the truth. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to trick Yi Qi into giving her the spirit-gathering liquid. As for the treatment after that, anyway, she didn't say that it would definitely succeed, did she? The spirit-gathering medicinal liquid was merely a consultation fee, not a treatment fee. When the time came, he could just come up with an excuse. Although Yi Jingchen and his wife were protective, they were also open-minded people. They definitely wouldn't punish them just because their master couldn't treat them. Qi, let's go. Shui Roer returned to her senses and lifted her head. She smiled at Yi Qi again and said, for your sake, I won't let those people succeed. A good woman like Madame Yi shouldn't be without a son. Yi Qi didn't think much of it. She nodded and walked out of the room with Shui Rower. Chapter 801. Outside the door, the old man stood with his hands behind his back. He seemed to be a little impatient from waiting. His arrogant brows were slightly furrowed and his expression did not look too good. A moment later, Yi Qi and Shui Rower rushed over. When Yi Qi saw the old man outside the door, she suppressed her surging emotions and slowly walked up to him. The old man in front of her had a sage-like demeanor and the demeanor of a powerful cultivator. Yi Qi trusted him without a doubt. Even so, Yi Qi still asked, "Can you really cure my adoptive mother's illness?" The old man frowned slightly and said coldly, "It seems like you don't believe in my abilities. If you don't believe me, I can leave now and pretend that I've never been here. However, let me tell you, if Rower had not come to me and begged me, I wouldn't have saved her even if you offered me 1,000 bottles of spirit-gathering liquid, let alone a bottle of it." A capable doctor would naturally have his own pride. If this old man had been polite to her, she might have considered the truth of this matter. However, it was precisely because of this old man's arrogant attitude that she trusted him even more. "Senior, you've misunderstood. I was just speaking casually. I'm not doubting you. After all, I've never seen your name on the streets." Yi Qi smiled charmingly as she spoke politely. "Qi," Shui Rower hurriedly tugged at Yi Qi's sleeve. Her eyes were filled with worry as she said, "My master hates it when people doubt his medical skills. It's best if you don't say anything." Indeed, Yi Qi's words had already caused the old man's face to sink and he scoffed coldly. "How can people like you know my name? All these years, I've been living in seclusion in the mountains and have had no interest in the rich and powerful. If it wasn't for Rower's medical talent, I wouldn't have accepted her as my disciple." The old man's face was cold and stern, and his tone was filled with righteousness. The powerful aura that he exuded from the inside made Yi Qi's heart finally relax. "Senior, don't worry. As long as you save my adoptive mother, the Yi family will agree to any conditions you have." Yi Qi curled her lips slightly. Her adoptive mother's inability to give birth had been a sore point for many years. Furthermore, if not for that, his adoptive parents would not have been expelled from the Yi family. As long as his adoptive mother had a child, the Yi family would once again accept their family. The old man looked at Yi Qi arrogantly. "Give me a bottle of spiritual medicine. I can diagnose Madame Ye's illness immediately." Yi Qi was delighted. "The Yi family's business is managed by my elder brother, and he has all the spirit-gathering elixir. Senior, please follow me. I'll take you to see my elder brother." This time, if she really helped her godmother, Big Brother would definitely look at her in a different light. Yi Qi turned around and walked into the courtyard with Shui Rower and the old man following behind her. However, when they reached the courtyard, a fiery red figure suddenly descended from the sky and blocked their way. "Shui Rower, have you forgotten the warning I gave you? Who allowed you to come to this place?" Fire placed his hands on his hips and glared at him. Her jade-like face was filled with anger. Her bright red dress swayed in the breeze, as if it was dyed with blood. It was so red that it was dazzling to the eyes. Shui Rower's small face turned pale and she subconsciously hid behind Yi Qi as she looked at Fire timidly. "Stupid girl, this is my house. How dare you be so impudent in my house? How did your parents educate you?" Chapter 802. Yi Qi glared at Fire angrily. But just as she finished speaking, Fire's figure suddenly appeared in front of her from a few meters away. With a "pa" sound, he slapped her face. "How my parents educated me has nothing to do with you, but right now, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Yi Jingchen." Fire slightly raised his chin, and said sarcastically. Yi Qi was stunned. She couldn't believe that Fire actually dared to make a move on her in the Yi residence. Especially since she hadn't noticed her movements just now. "You. How can you hit someone?" Shui Rower's voice was very weak, without the slightest bit of deterrence. Her eyes were filled with a pitiful light, making people want to love her. "I know that Miss Feng misunderstands me and thinks that I want to steal her man, but I really don't have any thoughts about that man. Why do you keep trying to cause trouble for me?" At the end of her sentence, Schwerower's voice was filled with grief and indignation. If someone who didn't know the truth heard this, they would think that she had been wronged. Obviously, the old man was the one who didn't know. He sneered, his lips curling into a mocking smile. I really don't know how outstanding that man is, to the point that his woman thinks that my disciple wants to steal him away. Does she really think that her man is loved by everyone and that everyone will like him? I believe that with my disciple's eyes, she can't even compare to that man. Fire glanced at the old man as if she was looking at an idiot. Of course my sister's man is outstanding. Otherwise, your disciple wouldn't have peeked at him. Unfortunately, someone like your disciple is not even comparable to a 10,000th of my sister. Even if my brother-in-law were blind, he would still look down on her. Schwerower's eyes darkened. She did not think that she could not compare to Yun Luofeng. It was only because Yun Shao had met Yun Luofeng first that she was unable to get involved. If that man had met her first, the person who would have obtained his infatuation would definitely have been her. Haha. The old man was so angry that he laughed. This old man has lived for so many years, but I have never seen such an arrogant person. Not only is my disciple talented and beautiful, her personality is also excellent. You actually said that she can't compare to that woman? What a joke. It's just that Ro doesn't like your brother-in-law. Otherwise, your brother-in-law would have already belonged to Ro The old man glanced at Schwerower, who was standing beside him, and his eyes were filled with pride. The man that my disciple has taken a fancy to will definitely be outstanding. Since she was not interested in him, it meant that the man was not good enough. Also, his voice paused for a moment before it suddenly became extremely sharp. Little girl, you are too rude. I want you to apologize to my disciple immediately. Otherwise, I will not treat Madame Yi. Yi Qi's heart suddenly trembled, and a hint of anxiety flashed across her eyes. Senior, I will definitely make her apologize to Ro You must save my adoptive mother. With that, she turned to Fire, her charming face instantly turned cold, and shouted, apologize to Ro now. Fire curled his lips, even Yi Jingchen doesn't dare to speak to me like that, who do you think you are? If it was anyone else, hearing Fire's disrespect towards Yi Jingchen, they would definitely suspect her identity. Unfortunately, Yi Qi's eyes were already red with anger. She couldn't even think straight. Chapter 803. As a guest of the Yi residence, you must listen to me. If you don't apologize to Ro I'll kick you out and make you sleep on the streets. She thought that since she had put it this way, the little girl would definitely be a little afraid. However, to her disappointment, even though she had used threats, the little girl still had a look of indifference on her face. Just as Yi Qi was about to rebuke him, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a few people coming from the backyard. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Big brother, you're finally here. She only had eyes for Yi Shima. As for Yun Luofeng and Yun Shao, they were completely ignored by her. What happened? Yi Shima frowned and asked coldly. Yi Qi glanced at Fire proudly. Isn't it because you have Big Brother backing you up? However, you probably didn't expect that in Big Brother's heart, the most important person will always be his adoptive mother. For the sake of his adoptive mother, he will definitely abandon you. Thinking of this, Yi Qi looked at Yi Shima and said, Big Brother, this is Ro's master. He claims that he has a way to cure adoptive mother's infertility. What did you say? Yi Shima's heart skipped a beat. He put his hand on Yi Qi's shoulder excitedly and said, Are you serious? Can he really cure Godmother's illness? Yi Qi nodded her head affirmatively. That's right, he has the ability to do so. However, this little girl has humiliated Ro just now, so he's planning to leave in a fit of anger. If you want him to stay, you must make this little girl apologize to Ro A pair of proud eyes glanced at Fire once again, and a gloating smile appeared on her face. Perhaps she could already see the scene of her big brother forcing her to apologize. The excitement on the man's handsome and tough face slowly disappeared. His hands, which were tightly pressed on Yi Qi's body, were also slowly released. Yi Qi, I can agree to his other requests, but this is the only one that I can't. The smile on Yi Qi's face suddenly froze. She widened her pretty eyes in shock and said in a slightly trembling voice, "Big brother, even now, you still want to protect her? Even if I have to disregard my adoptive mother?" She couldn't believe that the big brother she had always respected was this kind of person. For the sake of a little girl, he didn't even care about his godmother? Say no more. No matter what, I won't agree to it. Yi Shima's eyes turned cold and he remained expressionless. The old man frowned. To him, it was easy for a little girl to apologize. He did not expect that Yi Shima would not agree no matter what. "Master." Shui Ro quickly pulled on the old man's sleeve and said in a low voice, "Don't forget why we're here." She deliberately lowered her voice when she said this, but Yun Luofeng and Yun Zhao's ears were very sensitive. No matter how low she lowered her voice, they could still hear it clearly. Yun Luofeng slightly raised his eyebrows as he lazily leaned against the tree. His evil eyes looked at Shui Ro with a smile that wasn't a smile, and there was a mysterious light in his eyes. As for Yun Xiao, no matter what Shui Ro's motive was, as long as her target wasn't Yun Luofeng, then it had nothing to do with him. He would not waste his time on unnecessary people. This old man is magnanimous and won't bother with a little girl. The old man arrogantly glanced at Fire, then turned his gaze to Yi Shima and said, "To be honest, if my disciple hadn't come to beg me, I wouldn't have treated her at all. Now that I've made a move, the treatment fee can't be low. Give me a bottle of spirit-gathering liquid first, then I'll diagnose Madame Ye's illness." Chapter 804. Spirit-gathering liquid? Yi Shima frowned. The spirit-gathering liquid doesn't belong to the Yi family. I can't make the decision to give it to you. You should ask for something else. The old man frowned. Since the Yi family is selling the spirit-gathering liquid, the owner of the spirit-gathering liquid has to rely on the Yi family. It's not a big deal if you ask her to give you a bottle of spirit-gathering liquid. Yi Shima's brows furrowed even more, and his face turned green. The owner of the spirit-gathering liquid doesn't rely on the Yi family. Our relationship is mutually beneficial. I have no right to ask for anything from her. That's easy. The old man smiled. Tell her that if she doesn't give you a bottle of spirit-gathering liquid, you can announce her identity. I'm sure she won't dare to go against the Yi family. Yi Shima was a little annoyed. The Yi family has its own rules. We will never divulge the orders of our customers. Are you trying to make me break my promise? The old man's expression did not look too good. Why can't you be more flexible? Is your reputation more important than your godmother's health? Hee hee. Suddenly, Yi Shima laughed. It was unclear whether he was laughing because he was amused or because he was angry at him. The Yi family has 500-year-old medicinal herbs that can be exchanged for the spirit-gathering liquid. If you can cure my godmother, I'll use my medicinal herbs to exchange for it. The prerequisite was that his godmother's health had to be fully recovered. Yun Luofeng glanced at Yi Shima with a smirk. If Yi Shima had asked for it, she would not have rejected him. However, he did not do so. Instead, he chose to use his medicinal herbs to exchange for the spirit-gathering liquid. Perhaps, this was the reason why she liked Yi Shima. "Mr. Yi, it's not impossible for me to cure Madame Yi. However, the cost of saving her isn't as simple as a bottle of spirit-gathering liquid. I'll need 10 bottles. 10 bottles of spirit-gathering liquid required 5,500-year-old medicinal herbs. The Yi family could only exchange for 4 bottles of spirit-gathering liquid at the moment. However, Yi Shima still clenched his teeth and said, "Sure, as long as my godmother gets pregnant successfully, I'll exchange for 100 bottles of spirit-gathering liquid for you, let alone 10 bottles." At worst, he would shamelessly go back to the Yi clan and earn enough medicinal ingredients to exchange for 10 bottles of spirit-gathering liquid for his adoptive mother. In the end, Yi Shima added, "The condition is that you must cure my godmother's illness first." The old man's face darkened. He had demanded an exorbitant price just now to force Yi Shima to agree to his previous request. Who would have thought that he would agree immediately? The old man was well aware of his own capabilities. He did not have the ability to treat June Fengling at all. At this moment, he suddenly wanted to retreat. Unlike Yi Qi, Yi Shima was cunning and not as gullible as Yi Qi. It wouldn't be that easy to swindle the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid from him. If not for the fact that he only had 4 500-year-old medicinal herbs with him and was still missing one, he would not have thought of using this method to swindle Yi Shima. Thinking of this, the old man's eyes turned a few times, and a glint flashed across his eyes. He put his fist to his lips, coughed twice, and said, "Good. I agree to treat Madame Yi first. However, as a condition of treating her, I want to add one more condition." Chapter 805. He raised his chin slightly and looked down at the little girl. "Ask this girl to kneel down and apologize to my disciple." Since Yi Shima loved this little girl so much, he would definitely not agree to his conditions. In that case, he would be able to retreat with a good reason. Sure enough, Yi Shima's eyes darkened and he said coldly, "I told you, I will never agree to this request of yours." The old man raised the corner of his lips. "If you don't agree, then I can only forgive you. Goodbye. Let's go." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. "Wait." Yi Qi stamped her feet anxiously. "Big brother, so what if you ask this girl to apologize? Is this girl more important to you than my adoptive mother?" Yi Shima's face turned cold. "Yi Qi, shut up. What right do you have to shut me up?" Yi Qi turned to fire angrily. "This little girl is so young, but her methods are very clever. Of course, I believe that someone must have instructed her to do this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have seduced you like this." Yi Shima was stunned. He did not expect Yi Qi to think that he and fire were crooked. "Yi Qi, what nonsense are you talking about?" He frowned slightly. "Fire, this girl has a special identity. If you want to be rude to her, in the end, don't blame me for not warning you." Yi Qi saw that Yi Shima was protecting fire, and she felt sour in her heart. Her identity is quite special. She is the future mistress of the Yi family. "Big brother, I was wrong about you. I didn't expect you to be a pedophile." "Yi Qi." Yi Shima was furious. "Who said that to you?" Yi Qi laughed mockingly. "Why? Did I hit the nail on the head? I'm just reminding you as a sister that this little girl is not a good person. She got close to you for the sake of the entire Kargalik. That's why she destroyed everything and didn't allow you to diagnose her body. She was afraid that she would steal your position after having a baby, and you still believe in her so deeply." Yi Qi's voice unconsciously rose, and she looked very angry. "But what about you? Are you worthy of your adoptive parents by doing this?" Yi Shima clenched his fists tightly. He took a deep breath to suppress his urge to beat Yi Qi up. Right at this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly came from outside the courtyard. It was exceptionally clear in this quiet courtyard. "What did do to me? Tell me about it. I'm also very curious as to how he let me and brother Yi down." Yi Qi's body trembled. She slowly turned around and looked at the man and woman who were striding down from the horse. Her eyes reddened and tears of grievance rolled down her cheeks. "Godfather, godmother, you're finally back," dressed in bright red clothes, like a bright red flame. He hurriedly strode in from outside the courtyard. Yun Luofeng was startled. His evil eyes flashed as he murmured, "It's them?" Obviously, she still had a deep impression of the woman who had asked for their names in the forest of no return. However, she did not expect that she was Yi Shima's adoptive mother. "Godmother." Yi Shima finally relaxed. "Didn't you go to look for my brother? Why are you back so soon?" June Fengling raised her eyebrows slightly. "I heard that something happened in Kargalik, so I rushed back with your godfather." Can you tell me what happened?" Then, she glanced at Yun Luofeng. The moment she saw the two of them, she was stunned. Chapter 806. "Godmother, here's what happened." Yi Shima looked at Yi Qi and said, "Shuiro, fell in love with Miss Feng's man and deliberately asked Yi Qi to target Miss Feng. She even claimed that Miss Feng instructed fire to seduce me. Then, you and godfather came back, Miss Feng? June Fengling had not recovered from her shock when she heard Yi Shima's words. Her eyes flashed with surprise. Godmother, let me introduce two people to you. Yi Shima smiled. These two are my new friends. Her name is Feng Luo Yun and the other is her man, Xiao Yun. June Fengling's gaze gradually shifted from Yi Shima to Yun Luo Feng. She raised her eyebrows slightly. Didn't you say that your name is Lin Ruobai? And you? She turned to Yun Xiao. Isn't your name Yunamo? Yi Qi, who had wanted to complain, was stunned after hearing June Fengling's words. Her face was full of shock. Godmother knew them? In comparison, Yun Luo Feng, who had been exposed on the spot, was not embarrassed at all. She said seriously, Lin Ruobai is my nickname. Oh. Is that so? Since your surname is Feng? Why is your nickname Lin? Because my mother's surname is Lin, as far as I know, your mother's name is Bai Ling. June Fengling smiled. That smile was very proud, as if using words to choke Yun Luo Feng was something to be proud of. Who told this girl to claim that her name was Lin Ruobai? If she had not given them a fake name, she would not have searched for them for so long. Fortunately, the heavens were watching over her and she finally found them. The smile on Yun Luofeng's face slowly disappeared. His breathing gradually became heavier. You know me? At this moment, Yun Xiao, who had not been paying attention to this dispute, finally turned his face because of the matter involving Yun Luofeng. His cold eyes faintly revealed a cold glint. Under his cold gaze, June Fengling curled her lips into a faint smile and looked straight at Yun Luofeng. I don't know you, I only know Yun Luofeng. She looked heroic. If you're Yun Luofeng, then you're someone I know. Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous light flashed through them. Then what is your relationship with her? I'm her mother-in-law. What relationship do you think I have with her? The smile on June Fengling's face deepened. She stared at Yun Luofeng with a pair of half-smiling eyes. Yun Luofeng's face finally froze. She said she was her mother-in-law, which meant she was Yun Zhao's mother. After hearing this, Yun Zhao's expression changed for a moment, but it quickly became paralyzed again. To him, the word mother was a distant memory. It had been so long that he had forgotten what she looked like. Yi Qi's face turned from green to white, then from white to green again. She took 2 steps back, bit her lip and said, These two people are the ones foster father and foster mother are looking for? The funny thing was, she actually wanted to chase these two people out of the Yi mansion. She was only an adopted daughter. What right did she have to chase out her adoptive mother's biological son and daughter-in-law? At this moment, Yi Qi's state of mind had already undergone a huge change. However, her tightly bitten lip was still pale. Shui Er's mind raced. If this man really was Yi Jingshan and his wife's son, then she wanted him even more. As long as she became his woman, she would be the mistress of Kargalik. Even Yi Qi and her sister would have to live according to her wishes. At this moment, Shui had already decided that no matter what, she would become Yun Zhao's wife. Chapter 807. Fuck. At this moment, Yi Shima, who was already dumbfounded, suddenly cursed. Isn't Feng Luo Yun Yun Luo Feng? Xiao Yun Yun is Yun Xiao. I didn't realize this at first. Sister, you've lied to me. At this moment, he finally understood why he had such a good impression of these two people he had never met before. So, Yun Xiao was his brother, Yi Jingshan was not overwhelmed by the joy of the family reunion. He turned to Yi Shima and asked, Can you repeat what happened just now? Godfather, in short, these people slandered Fire for seducing me under sister-in-law's orders. They even forced Fire to apologize to Shui I didn't agree, which caused this dispute. Yi Jingshan's face gradually darkened, and his gaze gradually fell on Yi Qi. Seeing the man's fierce gaze, Yi Qi's heart trembled. Godfather, is what your brother said true? Yi Jingshan interrupted Yi Qi sternly. Yi Qi bit her lips and lowered her head. I'm sorry, Godfather. I didn't know they were brother and sister-in-law. It was because the doctor that brought claimed that he could treat Godmother's body. However, because of Fire's rude words, Senior was unwilling to treat Godmother. I wanted Godmother to be pregnant, so I asked Fire to apologize to At this moment, the old man saw that the situation was not good and wanted to sneak away. However, before he could take a step forward, Yi Chi had already led the topic to him. Instantly, his expression changed. Yi Jingchen slightly raised his eyebrows, his sharp gaze shot towards the old man like a knife, and said coldly, "If you want Fire to apologize to Shui Rower, then I want to see if you have the ability to do so." Yi Chi's eyes widened in shock. Didn't Godfather love his godmother like a treasure? She thought that after she said such words, her godfather would definitely think about her godmother's health first. She didn't expect him to be the same as her brother and protect this little girl without caring about anything. Where did this girl come from? Why were they so protective of her? The old man's expression turned cold. If that's the case, then pretend that I was never here. Rower, let's go. He turned around and was about to leave the Yi residence. However, just as he took a step forward, a heroic laughter suddenly rang out from behind him. Did you just say that you can heal my body? Jun Fengling raised her lips slightly and walked slowly to Yi Jingchen's side. She raised her eyebrows and sneered. Yi Chi was overjoyed. Her anxious heart was finally at ease. As long as Godmother wanted to treat him, based on her authority in Kargalik, Godfather would definitely not say anything against her. That's right. The old man gritted his teeth. Even now, he still claimed that he could cure Jun Fengling's illness. He would never admit that he was here to deceive others. Jun Fengling raised his handsome eyebrows. Back then, Brother Yi searched everywhere for me and said that he couldn't cure my illness. Now, you claim that you can cure me. So, I just want to ask, what is your name on the mainland? You don't deserve my name. The old man raised his head pretentiously. He was about to say that Jun Fengling did not deserve to know, but he was interrupted by Yi Chi. Mother, his name is Wu Lin. These years, he has been living in seclusion in the mountains. This is why his name isn't as famous as the other doctors. Chapter 808. In an instant, the old man's expression changed and he glared at Yi Chi fiercely. Shui Rower's expression did not look too good either. If she had known earlier, she would not have told this idiot her master's name. This idiot really couldn't do anything right, but he was good at spoiling things. Wulin? Jun Fengling laughed. Why have I never heard of such a name in the mainland? May I know who your master is? The old man's face was ashen. He clenched his fists tightly as cold sweat dripped down his back. You've never heard of me. I can only say that you're too ignorant. I dare say that my medical skills are not the best in the world, but I'm definitely second. Is that so? The smile in Jun Fengling's eyes deepened. She slowly walked towards the old man and raised her eyebrows, saying, Then treat me now. I want to see how good you are. The old man gritted his teeth. I won't take back what I said. If that girl doesn't apologize, I won't do anything. Hua. Just as the old man finished speaking, an ice-cold longsword was suddenly pressed against his neck, causing his body to suddenly stiffen. He looked up blankly and saw the woman's valiant and formidable demeanor. She was dressed in red, like the wind and fire, domineering and enchanting. Either you treat me, or you choose to die. There's no way Fire can apologize. The old man was completely dumbfounded. On the mainland, doctors had a very respectable status. No matter how powerful a person was, he or she would have to be polite to a famous doctor. However, he did not expect that Jun Fengling, this vicious woman, would be so overbearing that she would threaten him with a sword. The old man swallowed hard, his heart trembling. How could he treat Jun Fengling's physical condition? Or do you not know how to treat it at all? Jun Fengling narrowed her eyes. You came here to cheat and cheat. The old man's eyelids twitched a few times. You. What nonsense are you talking about? You know very well whether I'm spouting nonsense or not. Jun Fengling exerted force with the sword in his hand and a bloody gash appeared on his neck. You should know the price of coming to Kargalik to deceive people. Cold sweat trickled down the old man's forehead and his face was pale. Under Jun Fengling's coercion, he could not hold it in and knelt on the ground with a thud. Madam Yi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have come to the Yi residence to deceive you. I can't cure your illness at all. Please let me go. The old man kowtowed heavily. Compared to saving his life, he didn't care about any dignity. Nothing was more important than staying alive. Yi Qi was stunned. She stared in disbelief at the old man who was kneeling on the ground. Her pretty face was as pale as a sheet. Had she been deceived by this old thing? And because of this, the conflict between him and his eldest brother became deeper and deeper. At the thought of this, Yi Qi was filled with endless anger. He walked forward and kicked the old man's chest hard. Old bastard, how dare you lie to me? She even caused me to quarrel with eldest brother and misunderstood second brother and second sister-in-law. It's all your fault, you old thing. Yi Qi's little face was flushed with anger. She kicked harder and harder, wishing that she could stomp this old thing to death. Remember, it's not so easy to deceive the Yi residents. Besides, I, Jun Fengling, have always been vengeful. Therefore, I will spread the news of your actions today so that everyone in the world understands your virtue. Chapter 809. The old man's legs turned to jelly and he fell to the ground. His eyes were glazed over and he was overwhelmed with despair. Jun Fengling was a member of the Yi family after all. No one would doubt her words. If the world found out about his deceit, there would be no place for him on this mainland. Get out of here. Jun Fengling barked. The old man quickly got up from the ground and ran out of the house. He was afraid that Jun Fengling would take revenge on him if he stayed any longer. Shui Roer stared blankly in the direction where the old man had left. She had yet to recover from the sudden turn of events. Shui Roer. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Yi Qi shouted angrily. Shui Roer suddenly covered her face and cried when she heard Yi Qi's angry voice. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I trusted my master too much. He told me that he was 80% confident, so I believed him. I really didn't know that he was trying to cheat me of the spirit-gathering liquid. Tears flowed down from the gaps between her fingers. Her body trembled violently. She was very sad. Qi Qi, it's all my fault. I almost hurt your family. I'll never be able to see you again. Shui Roer was already crying so pitifully. How could Yi Qi bear to blame her? Moreover, she believed Shui Roer from the bottom of her heart. She thought that Shui Roer had only been deceived by the martial arts world. Roer, I shouldn't have blamed you just now. You're innocent too. This has nothing to do with you. Yi Qi's expression softened and she comforted her softly. Yun Luofeng could not help but look at Yi Qi when he heard their words. He then looked at Yi Shima and his lips curled into a smile. As expected, Yi Shima's face darkened when he saw that Yi Qi believed Shui Roer so easily. He scoffed coldly and turned to walk into the backyard. Miss Shui, Jun Fengling's eyes lit up and she smiled at the woman who was crying. Moer said that you like Shao, Shui Roer panicked and quickly defended herself. Madam, I know that my status is low and my family is ordinary. I'm not worthy of Master Shao. How would I dare to have any improper thoughts? She only claimed that her family background was ordinary, which was why she knew that she couldn't match up with Yun Shao. However, she never denied whether or not she had taken a fancy to Yun Shao. After all, in Shui Roer's heart, which mother didn't want her son to be loved by everyone? If she said that she didn't like Yun Shao, would her mother Jun Fengling still be able to accept her in the future? Oh, Jun Fengling nodded slightly. Fortunately, you do know your place. You know that my Shao is not someone you can imagine. Shui Roer's face instantly turned pale. She bit her lower lip and didn't make a sound. Yi Qi couldn't bear to see her like this, but she didn't dare to say anything in front of Jun Fengling. She could only look at Shui Roer, apologetically. Madam, don't worry. Shui Roer raised her head and revealed a desolate smile. I really don't have any thoughts about young Master Xiao. Even if he has many concubines in the future, I won't be one of them. Even if she couldn't obtain Yun Xiao now, she would definitely make things difficult for Yun Luofeng. She would make him understand that as Yi Jingxin's stepson, Yun Xiao couldn't possibly only have one woman. As such, Shui Roer couldn't help but glance at Yun Luofeng. Chapter 8:10. However, the girl didn't seem to hear her. She was talking to the man next to her in a low voice. She didn't know what she said, but the man's cold expression melted instantly. He looked at her affectionately with his eyes that were as dark as the night. Shui Roer bit her lips, and a sinister look flashed across her eyes. I'll let you be happy for a while. Since Jun Fengling was his mother, she would love for her son to have countless women and grandchildren. No matter how much they loved each other, they couldn't be a couple for the rest of their lives. However, at this moment, the woman's dissatisfied voice came from above her head. I'm relieved that you think that way. But forget about the concubine. I don't want my son's house to be in chaos. If Jun Fengling had been indifferent to Shui Roer in the beginning, it had escalated to the level of dissatisfaction. Shui Roer suddenly reacted, and her face turned paler. How could she forget that Jun Fengling was the only woman Yi Jingxin had for so many years? He didn't take a concubine even when Jun Fengling was infertile. But she was stupid enough to say that Yun Xiao would take a concubine in front of Jun Fengling. Wasn't that equivalent to offending her? Madam, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I said the wrong thing. Shui Roer was very upset. How could a strong woman like Jun Fengling accept a man having multiple wives? Her views had already transcended the secular world. You didn't mean it? Jun Fengling smiled mockingly. Why do I feel that you're a smart person? How could someone like you not mean it? Forget it. Go away. Don't come to my house and don't interact with my children. Jun Fengling was so impatient that she didn't want to say anything else. Shui Roer wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and ran out of the house. Roer. Yi Qi stomped her feet and wanted to chase after Shui Roer. However, before she could take 2 steps, Jun Fengling's berating voice came from behind, "Stop right there." Yi Qi turned around aggrievedly. Godmother, why do you all have to target her? Jun Fengling sighed. Chi-Chi, listen to your brother. He won't harm you. The ones who will harm you are those who you think are innocent. Yi Qi was stunned. Is adoptive mother referring to Roer? How was this possible? Why would Roer harm her? Go back to your room and think about it. Jun Fengling glanced at Yi Qi and retracted her gaze. She turned around and walked towards Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. Her beautiful face lit up with a smile. Why? Do you two have anything to say to me? Yun Luofeng smiled lazily. I didn't think that you would be Yun Zhao's mother. It looks like we are quite fated. Am I right? Auntie. Why are you still calling me auntie? Jun Fengling pretended to be dissatisfied, but her red phoenix eyes were smiling. Since you're Zhao's fiancé, it's only natural for you to call me mother. Yun Luofeng smiled. Mother. It was only a matter of time before she and Yun Xiao got married, so it wasn't a big deal for her to call her mother early. That was why she didn't reject Jun Fengling's suggestion. Good girl. Jun Fengling beamed when she called her mother. You didn't lose out by calling me mother. After all, I've prepared a gift for you. Then, she took out a jade pendant from her lapel and stuffed it into Yun Luofeng's hand. On the jade pendant, the lifelike word Jun was dazzling, emitting a bright light under the sun. Chapter 8:11. When they saw Jun Fengling take out the jade pendant, Yi Jingxin and Yi Qi were stunned. Their eyes were filled with shock. Even though they did not know the origin of the jade pendant, they knew that Jun Fengling had always treated it as a treasure. Now, she had given it to Yun Luofeng without batting an eye. Normally, she would not even bear to let anyone touch her jade pendant, let alone give it away. This showed how much Yun Luofeng weighed in her heart. This jade pendant has no other use for you. It's just that the material used to make it is rather special. It can block 3 fatal attacks for you. However, it can only be used 3 times. After 3 times, it will become an ordinary jade pendant. Yun Luofeng was stunned. Does this jade pendant have any special meaning for you? Isn't it a little inappropriate for you to give it to me like this? Jun Fengling smiled. This jade pendant was given to me by my father, your maternal grandfather. It has been with me for many years. However, it has no other use for me other than as a souvenir. You, on the other hand, often provoke powerful enemies. If you don't have something to protect yourself with, I won't be able to rest easy. It was obvious that Jun Fengling was well aware of Yun Luofeng's personality. This man had always been the type to make a move at the slightest disagreement. No matter where he went, he would always make enemies. This was why she took out the jade pendant she loved so much. Yun Luofeng was touched. Putting the jade pendant's effects aside, the fact that Jun Fengling had given him a souvenir from her father proved that she saw him as family. Especially since her tone was very indulgent. She did not seem to mind that Yun Luofeng would make enemies. She was only worried about her safety. Jun Fengling smiled at Yun Xiao and asked, "What about you? We haven't seen each other for so many years. Do you have anything to say to me?" Yun Xiao's cold and callous face was slightly moved, but he was still unable to call out the word mother in the end. He thought about it and asked, "Did you arrange a marriage between me and the Ling family?" Hearing this, Jun Fengling furrowed her brows. "I think so. It's been so long, I almost forgot. Where's the token of love?" Yun Xiao's voice was low and hoarse. "I lost it." Jun Fengling curled her lips. "Lost it?" Yun Xiao's face instantly darkened. Just because she lost that token of love, he had to go through so much trouble just to cancel the engagement. What's wrong? People from the Ling family looked for you? He wants to be engaged to you? Jun Fengling raised her eyebrows and asked. Even though Yi Jingshan had an acquaintance in the Roaring Dragon continent and had obtained information about Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng from that acquaintance, Yi Jingshan did not know much about Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng. However, the place where the Xiao family was located was not a place that ordinary people could enter. Hence, Jun Fengling knew nothing about what happened in the Xiao family. They wanted to break off the engagement and I agreed. Yun Xiao glanced at Jun Fengling indifferently. But they were certain that even though I agreed verbally, I was unwilling to break off the engagement. So I hid the token of love. What? Upon hearing this, Jun Fengling flew into a rage and said hatefully, "It's not enough for those people to expel you from the Xiao family. He actually came looking for you again and even said that my son was unwilling to break off the engagement with the little girl from the Ling family. Back then, your marriage was decided by those people from the Xiao family. I never thought that the little girl from the Ling family was worthy of you." Yun Xiao's low voice rang out again. "The people from the Xiao family also said that you had been taken away by a mysterious person. That mysterious person was from the Ye family?" Chapter 8:12. Jun Fengling was stunned and shook her head. "The people who took me away weren't from the Yi family. Brother Yi and I only met in the Forest of No Return." She turned her head and smiled at Yi Jingshan with her phoenix eyes filled with deep affection. "That year, the mysterious man left after taking me away. I even accidentally received news that the Xiao family's woman had thrown you into the Forest of No Return, so I went there to look for you. Who knew that not only did I not find you, but I was also seriously injured. It was Brother Yi who passed by and saved me and brought me back to the Yi family." Jun Fengling smiled. Her smile was beautiful, so beautiful that it was dazzling. "Xiao, I haven't been by your side all these years, but I'm very clear about what happened between you and Feng. I'm very honored to have such an outstanding son and daughter-in-law." She retracted her gaze and held Yun Luofeng and Yun Zhao's hands, then placed them together tightly. "I don't have any other wishes in this life. I just hope that the two of you can support each other for the rest of your lives." Yi Jingxian silently walked to Jun Fengling's side, the corners of his lips curled into a gentle smile. All these years, only he knew how much Jun Fengling had suffered. If it wasn't for the support of the news from the mainland, she might not have been able to hold on. Since you've already given me a greeting gift, I've also prepared a gift for you. Yun Luofeng kept the jade pendant and took out 2 fruits from the space ring with a smile. She handed them to Jun Fengling and Yi Jingxian respectively. These 2 fruits are my greeting gifts for you. Yi Qi was dumbfounded. Her adoptive mother had given her such a precious jade pendant as a greeting gift, but she had only given her 2 fruits to brush her off. How could she be so stingy? Jun Fengling did not mind. She accepted the fruits happily and said, "Isn't there a saying that favors are more important than gifts? The fruits given by my daughter-in-law will definitely be more fragrant than the ones outside." The fruits that Yun Luofeng had taken out were spirit fruits cultivated from the simple red fruit. However, due to some changes in appearance after cultivation, Jun Fengling could not recognize that it was the simple red fruit. She brought the fruit to her lips and took a gentle bite. Instantly, a fragrant juice flowed between her teeth, making her feel extremely comfortable. Boom! Suddenly, Jun Fengling's body trembled, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy burst out of her body, breaking through the bottleneck that was blocking her advancement. Above her head, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was still lingering, as if announcing her successful advancement. What happened? Yi Shima hurriedly ran in from the backyard. The moment he walked in, he saw that his parents and sister were stunned on the spot. A look of confusion flashed across his face. But very quickly, he was also stunned. He looked at the spirit qi circling above Jun Fengling's head and asked blankly, "Godmother, you broke through?" Godmother had been stuck at the bottleneck for a few years and had not shown any signs of breaking through. Why did she suddenly break through now? Jun Fengling was the first to return to her senses. She clearly understood that she had been able to break through because of the fruit that Yun Luofeng had given her. A strange light could not help but appear in her eyes. "Fenger, can you tell me what's going on?" In an instant, everyone's gazes were focused on Yun Luofeng, waiting for her to give an answer. Chapter 8:13. Yun Luofeng shrugged. "Your luck is quite good. You just happened to be at a bottleneck, so you could use the spirit fruit to break through." Of course, there was another reason why Jun Fengling could break through. The reason for this was that a few days ago, she suddenly had the idea to water the bottle of holy water that she had obtained from Lin Ruobai's father on the aubergine tree. However, she still did not know what effect the spiritual fruit would have after being watered with holy water, so she took this opportunity to experiment. He did not expect the spiritual fruit to be more useful than before, as it could help venerable spiritualists break through. It was indeed beyond her expectations. Thinking of this, Yun Luofeng couldn't help but look towards Yun Shao. "These things are useless to me." Yun Shao saw through Yun Luofeng's thoughts and explained. The cultivation technique that he had learned was rather special. These items that borrowed external forces to break through were of no use to him. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows, but he was not disappointed at all. As long as he became a venerable spiritualist, he would be able to dual cultivate with Yun Shao. At that time, both of their strengths would increase. "Sister-in-law, I didn't expect you to have such a good thing." Yi Shima looked at Yun Luofeng resentfully. "Why didn't you give me a greeting gift?" Yun Luofeng glanced at Yi Shima. "If you encounter a bottleneck when you break through to become a venerable spiritualist, I can sell you a fruit." The corners of Yi Shima's mouth twitched, and his eyes were filled with resentment. "Sister-in-law, you're biased. You're the one who gave them to my adoptive parents. Why should I have to spend money to buy them?" Yun Luofeng nodded in agreement. "I am indeed very biased, but there is nothing I can do about it." "Who asked me to be biased?" Yi Shima was so aggrieved that he was about to cry. His eyes were filled with resentment as if he had been abandoned. Big brother Yi, Yun Luofeng did not know whether to laugh or cry. She patted Yi Shima's shoulder and smirked. "Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. I'll give you one of these spirit fruits when you become a venerable spirit." Yi Shima finally smiled. Yun Luofeng's guarantee was more important than anything else. Yi Qi also wanted Yun Luofeng's spirit fruit, but when she thought about what she had done to him before, she couldn't bring herself to say it. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and looked at Jun Fengling. I heard that you're infertile. Jun Fengling nodded, sighed, and said, the hidden illness from back then has caused me to be unable to have children now, and I've found countless famous doctors to treat it. Because of this, they were chased out of the Yi family. Let me see, Yun Luofeng said after thinking for a while. All right. Jun Fengling knew Yun Luofeng's strength, so she didn't refuse. She smiled. However, you don't have to feel burdened. It's fine even if my body can't be cured. It's just a pity that I can't give Brother Yi a son or daughter. She already had Yun Shao, so naturally, she did not mind. Therefore, she regretted that she could not leave a trace of Yi Jingshan's bloodline. Do you need to take my pulse? Jun Fengling looked up and stretched out her wrist. I never take the pulse when I treat a patient. To her, she only needed to look at a person to know their illness. Therefore, the first time she saw Jun Fengling, she knew the condition of her body. However, that was only a rough observation. If she wanted to understand more, she would have to observe carefully. After a long time, Yun Luofeng withdrew his gaze. I understand your illness. It's not a big problem. I can treat it. Chapter 8:14. I can treat you. The girl's light voice was like a heavy hammer that hammered into the hearts of everyone present, causing their hearts to tremble. Jun Fengling stared at the girl in a daze, clearly unable to react to her words. Are you telling the truth? Could she really treat her? Yun Luofeng nodded slightly. I'm lacking some herbs. Get someone to bring me those herbs later. From today onwards, I'll start treating your illness. Jun Fengling and Yi Jingshan looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. If she could really get pregnant, the Yi family would no longer have the right to expel them from the family. All right. Yi Jingshan suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, give me the list of herbs you need. I'll send someone to get them right away. She had long heard of Yun Luofeng's medical skills. Hence, since she was certain that she could treat her, she believed that she definitely had the ability to do so. Brother Yi, I'll leave this matter to you. I still have a lot to discuss with Shao, and Feng, Don't disturb us before dinner. She winked at Yi Jingshan before pulling Yun Luofeng's hand and walking towards the backyard. Yun Shao naturally followed when she saw that Yun Luofeng was being pulled away. Yi Shimo retracted his gaze from Yun Luofeng and turned to look at the pale-faced Yi Qi. He frowned slightly and said, they're your brother and sister-in-law. You should be more polite to them in the future. Don't be used by others. Yi Qi was stunned. She lowered her head and muttered softly, was also deceived. She's innocent. Even though she said it very softly, Yi Shimo still heard her. He laughed coldly and said, I don't care how much trust you have in Shuero, I only know that they're relatives of my godfather and godmother. All these years, without them, the two of us wouldn't exist. No matter what, I won't let you do anything to hurt my brother and sister-in-law. At this point, he paused for a moment before continuing, if you were someone else, I wouldn't have said a word to you. I'm willing to say so much to you because you're my younger sister. I don't want our family to never have a peaceful day. He had never seen Yun Shao before, but he knew how much hardship his younger brother had suffered outside. Now that he and his sister-in-law had finally returned, how could he allow someone to continue hurting them? Yi Qi raised her eyebrows. I don't like that, Yun Luofeng. Who asked you to scold me for those people? But I like my adoptive father and adoptive mother. For the sake of my adoptive father and mother, I won't do anything to harm them. Don't worry. Yi Shimo did not say anything else. He glanced at Yi Qi coldly, turned around, and walked toward the backyard. If his sister wasn't so stupid, she might be a good person. Unfortunately, he didn't like her stupidity. Yi Qi lowered her eyebrows slightly. A look of struggle flashed across her eyes, but she finally chose to walk out of the Yi residence's main door, Yi Qi had just walked into a tall and luxurious restaurant when she bumped into a woman in red. The woman's appearance was exceptionally beautiful, like a red peony, gorgeous and luxurious. Wait a minute, seeing that Yi Qi was about to pass by, the woman in red suddenly called out and stopped her. Chapter 8:15. You again? Yi Qi frowned slightly and looked at the woman in red impatiently. She asked, "Why are you always pestering me?" This woman had been saying good things about Yun Xiao in front of her ever since she found her a few days ago. However, she already had Yi Shima in her heart. No matter how good other men were, she would not like them. "Miss Yi, I don't have any bad intentions. I'm just telling you what I know. It's said that your second brother, who has been missing for a long time, is a good man who is infatuated with love. If you can get him, he will definitely be devoted to you. So, I just want to help you." "Sorry, I'm not interested." Yi Qi's face darkened. "Don't look for me if you don't have anything else to say. If my godparents hear what you said, they will definitely not let me go." Hearing this, Jin Yu raised her eyebrows slightly. "It's true that you have no interest in Yun Xiao, but I know who the person in your heart is." Yi Qi's body suddenly froze. She turned around with a cold look in her pretty eyes. "What do you mean by that?" Jin Yu's face was cold and elegant. "Don't you understand what I mean? Do you want me to say in public that the person you like is Yi Shima? However, I heard that Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao have come here. Moreover, the person in your heart is protecting them and going against you. Don't you hate them?" She successfully saw Yi Qi's expression change drastically. Then, she slowly approached her. "So, we can cooperate. As long as you're willing." "Enough." Yi Qi's body trembled slightly and she shouted angrily, "My godparents gave me my life. Do you want me to bite the hand that feeds me? So what if I hate them? I won't do anything to make my godmother sad." Jin Yu was stunned. Just as she was about to continue to provoke Yi Qi, the delicate figure had already stepped into the second floor and disappeared from her sight. Looking at the direction in which Yi Qi had left, Jin Yu's heart suddenly sank. A cold smile appeared on her gorgeous face. She turned around and wanted to walk out of the restaurant. However, at this moment, a delicate voice sounded from the side. "Do you know Yun Luofeng?" Jin Yu raised her eyebrows. When she turned her eyes reflected a soft and beautiful face. The woman was dressed in white and pretentious. Even though there was a flash of hatred in her eyes, it was still easily captured by Jin Yu. "You are?" Jin Yu frowned and asked. Shui Roer clenched her fists tightly. "I'm Yi Qi's friend, and I have a special relationship with the Yi family." "You know Yun Luofeng?" Jin Yu raised the corner of her lips. "She has a grudge against you." "That's right. Our hatred is absolutely irreconcilable." Shui Roer purposely lowered her voice, and her eyes were filled with intense hatred. If someone didn't know what was going on, they would have thought that Shui Roer had dug up her ancestors' graves. "Tell me about it." Jin Yu was very interested. Yun Luofeng hadn't been in the Wuhui continent for long, and he had already made an enemy? Or an irreconcilable enemy? TSK, looks like my master was right. A person like Yun Luofeng is a disaster. There was no one she hadn't provoked before. Shui Roer concealed the viciousness in her eyes. "She stole my man. Isn't this an irreconcilable hatred?" Jin Yu was startled. Her lips curled into a sarcastic arc. "Your man? Are you talking about Yun Xiao?" Chapter 8:16. "That's right." Shui Roer scoffed. "I don't think I'm worse than Yun Luofeng. I'm just weaker because I met Yun Xiao later than her. But I really don't understand why Yun Xiao's mother thinks so highly of her and belittles me. As far as I know, Yun Luofeng came from the Longshao mainland and his status is even lower than mine." Jin Yu's face gradually turned cold. She didn't like to hear these words. What did she mean by she wasn't worse than Yun Luofeng? If Yun Luofeng was bad, why would her master try so hard to marry her? Did she mean that Yun Xiao had bad taste? Did that mean that her master had bad taste too? Jean Yu loved Bai Su deeply. How could she allow anyone to say bad things about her? Hence, anger surged in her heart and she sneered, "If you want to get Yun Shao, there's a way." "What way?" Shui Roer's eyes lit up and she asked. A sinister look flashed across Jean Yu's eyes. "I have a bottle of medicinal liquid here. You just need to spray it on your body and the person you want to seduce will fall deeply in love with you." As soon as she finished speaking, Jean Yu took out a porcelain bottle from her lapel and handed it to Shui Roer. "I originally wanted to give this medicinal liquid to Yi Qi. In the end, that girl didn't fall for my trick, so I can only give it to you." Shui Roer took the medicinal liquid hesitantly and asked, "Can this medicinal liquid really make Yun Shao fall in love with me?" She had always been vigilant. Who knew if this medicinal liquid was poisonous? That was why she asked such a question. Jean Yu sneered, "Only one drop of the medicinal liquid can have such an effect. If you don't believe me, you can find someone else to try. This is all I can help you with." Hearing this, Shui Roer put away the medicinal liquid with ease. She looked up at Jean Yu and asked hesitantly, "Then why are you helping me?" Jean Yu glanced at her. "My master has taken a fancy to Yun Luofeng and naturally wants to separate them. Otherwise, why do you think I'm looking for Yi Qi? That's all I have to say. Whether you're willing to use this medicinal liquid or not is up to you." She was not as patient with Shui Roer as she was with Yi Qi. After saying what she needed to say, she left the restaurant without any hesitation. Not long after Jean Yu walked out of the restaurant, she turned into an alley. At this moment, a small figure fell from the sky and landed in front of her. "Master." Jean Yu knelt on the ground, cupped her fists and said respectfully. Standing in front of her was a little boy of a few years old. He looked very cute, but his face carried a demonic charm and coldness that did not match his age. A pair of black eyes flickered with a cold and gloomy light. "Why did you do that?" Bai Su slowly walked towards Jean Yu and gently raised her chin, looking down at the woman who was kneeling on the ground. "Don't you know that Yun Shao is immune to all poisons? Your charm has no effect on him." Jean Yu lowered her head. "This subordinate knows, but that little girl is too presumptuous. She actually claimed that she was not worse than Yun Luofeng. If Yun Luofeng was really that bad, Master wouldn't want to marry her. This subordinate just doesn't like it when others question Master's judgment. This is why I made the decision on my own. Please forgive me, Master." In the beginning, Jean Yu did not acknowledge Yun Luofeng's excellence. However, she had witnessed his growth over the past year. If not for this, Master would not have wanted to rope her in. Chapter 8:17. "Forget it, I can forgive you for this, but you can't make decisions on your own in the future." Bai Su raised her hand and helped Jean Yu up from the ground. "Our plan to make use of the Yi family has been destroyed. Now, I can only recover from my injuries." "Yes." Jean Yu raised her head and her expression returned to its usual coldness. In the private room of the restaurant, Yi Qi looked at the table full of dishes and had no appetite. She leaned against the back of the chair tiredly and lowered her head. At this moment, the door of the private room was opened. When she saw Shui Roer walking in, her eyes suddenly lit up. She stood up and said, "Roer, you're here?" Shui Roer smiled gently. Her picturesque eyebrows relaxed and she walked towards Yi Qi. "Qi, you must have waited for a long time, right?" "Sorry, I had something to attend to, so I'm late." "It's okay," Yi Qi waved her hand generously. "These dishes are a little cold. I'll get the waiter to heat them up later. By the way, Roer, where did you go just now? Why are there straws on you?" Yi Qi raised her hand and brushed away the straw on Shui Roer's back. Her eyes were full of curiosity. At this moment, she did not see the fluster in Shui Roer's eyes when she brushed away the straw. I don't know where I got it from." Shui Roer calmed down and smiled. "It's getting late. Let's eat first. You should go back after that. Otherwise, Madame Yi will definitely be angry. I don't want to destroy the harmony of your family because of me." Shui Roer lowered her head sadly. Her face was full of depression. Her expression seemed to be happy that Yi Qi's family was reunited, but at the same time, she was sad that Yi Qi could no longer be friends with her. Yi Qi originally wanted to question Shui Roer if she really wanted to hit on Yun Xiao. However, seeing her like this, she could not say anything. She opened her mouth to comfort Shui Roer. However, before she could say anything, a burly man broke through the door and said while panting, "Roer, something happened to your family." "What did you say?" Shui Roer blinked in confusion and asked, "What happened to my family?" Your house has been burned down. Your sick mother has also been buried in the sea of fire." The burly man seemed to have used all his strength to say this sentence. Shui Roer's vision turned black and her body fell backwards. Yi Qi reacted quickly and held Shui Roer's body. Her voice was trembling. How did this happen? Why would there be a fire in Roer's house for no reason? Just when Yi Qi's eyes were filled with anxiety, Shui Roer, who had her eyes closed, opened her eyes and made eye contact with the burly man. "I don't know what happened either." The muscular man's eyes flickered as he said, "I heard from the neighbors that there's a little girl in red clothes around Roer's house. I'm not sure if she has anything to do with the fire." An 8 or 9-year-old girl dressed in red? Could it be fire? Yi Qi did not see the exchange of gazes between the two of them, so when she heard the sturdy man's words, the first thing she thought of was fire. Who asked that little girl to be someone with a criminal record? Qi. Shui Roer grabbed Yi Qi's hand tightly as tears flowed from her eyes. "I believe in fire. This matter definitely has nothing to do with her. Even though she beat me up fiercely, I don't believe that this girl is so ruthless that she would set a fire and kill someone. It's just that my poor old mother, who was paralyzed in bed, left me just like that." Chapter 8:18. Shui Roer covered her lips and sobbed, her eyes brimming with tears. Her words sounded like she was exonerating fire, but in fact, she was telling Yi Qi that the person who set the fire and killed people was fire. That girl had beaten her up so fiercely back then. What else could she not do? Yi Qi was so angry that she almost rushed over to settle the score with fire. However, just as she was about to act, she suddenly remembered Yi Shima's cold gaze and instantly sobered her up. "Let's go to the Yi residence first. I'll ask if she was the one who did this. Besides, you have nowhere to go now, so I'll ask my adoptive mother to let you stay for a few days." Shui Roer was stunned. She even forgot to cry. According to Yi Qi's personality, after hearing this, shouldn't she immediately kill fire to avenge her? But why did she have to ask about the truth? But no matter what, he could stay in the Yi residence tonight. As long as he stayed there, he would have a chance to get Yun Xiao. Once Yun Xiao fell in love with her, she would have the right to speak in Yi City. Compared to the disputes in the outside world, the Yi residence was happy and harmonious. However, at this moment, a servant walked in from outside and hurriedly reported, "Master, Madam, Miss is back. Miss Shui has also come with her." Outside, everyone called Yi Jingshan young master, but the servants in the Yi residence all called him master. Hearing that Shui Roer had come to the Yi residence again, Yi Jingshan and his wife's faces did not look too good. "I've already said that my family does not welcome that girl. Why is Qi so disobedient?" Jun Fengling frowned. "Besides, I told Qi to stay at home and reflect on her mistakes. Who allowed her to go out?" "Madam, Miss claimed that Miss Shui's house was caught in a fire and there is no other place to live now." The servant reported respectfully. Moreover, the young miss said that she brought Miss Shui here because she has something to verify. Jun Fengling's eyes darkened. "Let them in. I want to know what they are here to verify." As Jun Fengling's adopted daughter, Yi Qi did not need to report to Jun Fengling to see her. However, she had brought Shui Roer with her, which was why she was stopped. Yun Xiao remained expressionless in the face of all of this. Her expression was cold as she silently peeled the skin of the grape for Yun Luofeng, before placing the sparkling and translucent flesh by her lips. Ahem. Jun Fengling coughed and glared at Yi Jingchen. Look at how considerate my son is. How warm. Why don't you learn it? Yi Jingchen chuckled and hugged Jun Fengling's shoulder. You should have told me earlier if you wanted me to feed you grapes. When have I not satisfied your request? Jun Fengling slapped Yi Jingchen's hand away and said coquettishly, do you need me to tell you this? Doing it yourself and needing me to remind you to do it are completely different. If you want me to give you advice, then this matter is meaningless. I think you should ask my son for advice. Yi Jingchen coughed awkwardly. He was already an old man, yet he still wanted to ask a junior for advice on how to please a woman. However, if he could make Jun Fengling smile, it was not impossible for him to ask for advice. However, if the old antiques of the Yi family knew about this, they would probably nag them for a long time. While Yi Jingchen was deep in thought, Yi Qi and Shui Rou had already walked in. At this moment, Shui Rou looked extremely weak. Her face was pale as if she had just suffered a huge blow and would collapse at any time. Chapter 8:19. Chi-Chi, Jun Fengling frowned and asked, you said that you wanted to verify something with us. I don't know what you want to verify. Yi Qi looked at the fire who was sitting at the table and eating an apple. Adoptive mother, just now, Roar's house was caught in a fire. According to witnesses, they saw the fire appear there, so I wanted to verify where the fire went half an hour ago. Fire took a bite of the apple, looked up at Yi Qi, and said in a childish voice, you mean, I set fire to her house? Yi Qi bit her lips, that's not what I meant. I'm just here to ask where you were at that time. Even if you don't mean that, you're still suspecting that I set the fire. Fire sneered and stood up. He threw half of the apple in his hand at Shui Rou. Shui Rou was caught off guard. With a bang, she was hit by the apple and her forehead turned red. Yi Qi was stunned. She didn't expect fire to make a move without saying a word. What's more, there wasn't even a word of explanation. Did you see it clearly? Fire glanced at Shui Rou, and proudly raised his chin. If I want to hit her, I will hit her. If I want to kill her, I will kill her. I will never deny what I have done. However, you want me to bear the crime of arson. I'm sorry, but I won't take the blame. Yi Qi fell silent. This girl dared to hit Shui Rou, in front of them. If she was really the one who set the fire, she wouldn't deny it. Since she didn't admit it, did that mean that she wasn't the one who set the fire? Chi-Chi, Shui Rou, came back to her senses. She rubbed her aching head and looked at Yi Qi with tears in her eyes. I told you at the time that she wasn't the one who set the fire. You should believe me and not ask about this. Yi Qi was obviously standing up for her, but in her mouth, it was a busybody. Jun Fengling's eyes darkened. She had lived for so many years and fought with so many people. How could she not understand the meaning behind Shui Rou's words? Since it has been proven that the fire was not set by fire, then there is nothing else. Jun Fengling turned to look at Shui Rou. I know that you have nowhere to go these few days, but unfortunately, I don't have any extra rooms for you in the Yi residence. You should go to the inn to stay. Shui Rou's expression changed. The Yi residence was so big, how could there not be extra rooms? Jun Fengling did not want her to stay at all. Madam. Shui Rou hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed, please take me in. I won't stay here for long, just a few more nights. I promise I won't cause trouble for Madam, nor will I spy on young Master Xiao. After she finished kowtowing, she hurriedly knelt in front of Yun Luofeng and said pitifully, Miss Yun, I know you have some misunderstandings about me, but I swear that I really have never had any thoughts about young Master Xiao. I beg you to let me stay for a few days. I am willing to be your maid and serve you. I'll let you be complacent for now. When I successfully obtain Yun Zhao's favor, I'll make you pay the price for today's matter. Shui Rou lowered her eyes and a ruthless glint flashed across them. Godmother. Yi Qi could not bear it and was about to speak up for Shui Rou when Jun Fengling stopped her coldly. Enough. It was my idea not to let you stay. Don't harass my daughter-in-law. If you insist on doing so, don't blame me for being rude. She slammed her palm on the table. In an instant, the table split into two and fell to the ground. Chapter 8:20. June Fengling's palm was too strong. Shui Roer was scared silly by her. Her misty eyes were filled with confusion as she stared blankly at June Fengling, who was dressed in red. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were natural enemies because they had the same man. Therefore, back then, her mother and grandmother had fought every night for the same man and were even chased out of her father's family. Now, if she didn't know that she had the confidence to become the daughter-in-law of the Yi family, her father's family wouldn't have agreed to let her re-enter the family tree. Therefore, this was the first time she had seen a mother-in-law who protected her daughter-in-law like June Fengling. What made her worried was that the person being protected was not her. Shui Roer subconsciously bit her lower lip, her long eyelashes covering the viciousness in her eyes. After a long while, she calmed herself down, raised her pitiful face and said softly, "I'm sorry to disturb you. It's hard for people like me to be accepted by others. Don't worry, I won't pester the Yi family anymore, and I won't appear in front of Chi-Chi either." After saying that, Shui Roer looked at Yi-Chi one last time, her eyes filled with struggle and reluctance. In the end, she turned around and walked out of the hall. "Roer!" Yi-Chi hurriedly shouted, her eyes filled with anxiety. However, she knew that her foster mother didn't like Shui Roer, so she didn't dare to plead for her. "Wait!" Suddenly, an evil voice rang out, causing Shui Roer to stop in her tracks. "Fenger." June Fengling looked at Yun Luofeng doubtfully. "Do you have something else to say?" "Mother, I am naturally protective. Since fire is already mine, I will not allow anyone to frame her." Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes slightly, an evil light flashing in her eyes. "So, since she has stepped into the Yi residence, she can forget about leaving." Shui Roer's body stiffened. She turned to look at Yun Luofeng with a pale face. "You. What do you mean by that?" "I was in the restaurant at that time, and Chi-Chi can testify. It was someone else who came to inform me that I found out about what happened to my family. Furthermore, someone who looked like fire appeared beside my house, and it was also seen by others. I have always believed in her." Yi-Chi nodded and echoed, "Roer is telling the truth. I can testify that she didn't know about it in advance." "Chi-Chi." June Fengling frowned and stopped Yi-Chi. She looked at Yun Luofeng. "Fenger, you did well. Fire could not be wronged for no reason. So, I support your actions." Yun Luofeng smirked. "Since that's the case, I'll let Shui Roer stay in the Yi residence. I'll fulfill her wish. Before that, I'll send someone to investigate the truth." In other words, Shui Roer was under house arrest in the Yi residence. She would only be released when Yun Luofeng found out who the arsonist was. However, only Shui Roer knew the truth. She slightly lowered her eyes. "I did not wrongly accuse fire, I only verified it through the witness's description. Maybe that person is a girl who looks similar to fire. However, since all of you are suspecting me, I will stay. I believe that Madam Yi will clear my name and not allow someone to frame me." June Fengling's face darkened. Even now, this girl was still so shameless. In his words, he actually said that Yun Luofeng was framing her. Chapter 8:21. Just as June Fengling was about to stand up for Yun Luofeng, a cold voice was heard. "My wife, even if she framed you, you have no choice but to accept it." The man raised his handsome face. His facial paralysis made him look indifferent as he stared at Shui Roer coldly. His gaze froze her body, as if countless knives were slicing her once again. His voice was as merciless as ever. "Besides, I don't think you have the right to be framed by her." Shui Roer's face turned paler and paler. Her body swayed a few times and she almost fell to the ground. What made her even angrier was that Yi-Chi did not speak up for her at such a time. She allowed these people to bully her. Yi-Chi felt Shui Roer's pleading gaze and lowered her head in shame. She would fight for Shui Roer when she faced Yi Shima. However, she did not have the courage to refute Yi Jingchen and his wife. That was because her adoptive father and mother were the people she respected the most. She had already rebelled against their wishes. How could she continue to support them now? She could only comfort Shuai after this matter was over. Brother Yi, Jun Fengling did not even look at Shuai and turned to Yi Jingchen. Send 2 people to watch over her. I don't want this woman to cause any trouble for the Yi family. Also, lock her up somewhere far away from Xiao. Don't let her disturb others here. Obviously, Jun Fengling did not want Shuai to have a chance to get close to Yun Xiao. Even if Yun Xiao did not like her, she would still feel disgusted. Yi Jingchen smiled gently before he barked, "Guards, take Shuai away and lock her up. She is not allowed to appear in the main courtyard." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 guards walked in and cupped their fists respectfully. "Yes, sir." Seeing that the 2 guards were holding Shuai Yi Qi hurriedly held her hand and comforted her. "Don't worry. If you really didn't frame Huahua on purpose, my adoptive mother will definitely clear your name. I'll let you suffer for a few days." Shuai smiled miserably. She didn't answer Yi Qi's question and followed the 2 guards out of the door. At this moment, Yi Qi did not notice the sinister glint that flashed across her eyes. Instead, she was still worried about what had happened to her. "Chi-Chi, go down and rest." Jun Fengling's voice was no longer as cold as before, but carried a hint of helplessness. "If Shuai really wronged Fire, I will not let her off so easily. You should be mentally prepared." Yi Qi shuddered and turned to face Jun Fengling. "Godmother, if she really did that, I can't forgive her. But I believe her. It's not just because she's my friend, but because her mother died in the Sea of Fire this time. She can't use her mother's life to frame others, can she?" Jun Fengling shook her head. She knew that this time, they must have misunderstood Fire. However, this misunderstanding was not Roar's original intention, and she was also someone who did not know. The mainland is so big. There will always be people who don't recognize their own family. Jun Fengling's tone gradually became indifferent. "Perhaps you will understand in the future. For now, you should go and reflect on your actions these few days." "Yes." Yi Qi bowed and left. After the 2 of them left, the atmosphere in the hall could no longer return to its previous cheerful and harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 822. Jun Fengling's lips curled into a smile as she turned to look at Yun Luofeng. "You 2 must be tired, right? Go back and rest. I'll get the servant girl to wake you up before dinner." As he spoke, Jun Fengling kept winking at Yun Xiao, not forgetting to instruct, "Make the baby well." Yun Luofeng's expression was a little awkward. Even though she had shared a bed with Yun Xiao for so many days, nothing had actually happened. Making a baby was obviously impossible. However, Yun Xiao coldly agreed to Jun Fengling's request. Okay. Yun Luofeng's expression darkened. Yun Xiao, who had always been obedient, didn't go along with Yun Luofeng this time. His cold eyes were filled with determination. "We'll make a baby very soon. Don't be too fast. It's better to take it slow." Jun Fengling smiled evilly. Yun Xiao was stunned. She looked at Yun Luofeng in confusion as if asking her what Jun Fengling meant. Yun Luofeng's expression darkened. She never thought that Jun Fengling would be so dirty. "I won't disturb you anymore." Haha. Jun Fengling looked at Yun Luofeng's darkened expression and couldn't help but be in a good mood. She said, "Yi Ji, let's go back to our room and rest." However, when she walked to Yun Zhao's side, she paused and the smile on her lips deepened. "Son, work hard. Mother is waiting to hold a grandson." After speaking, she walked out of the hall with Yi Jingchen, leaving the extra space for the 2 of them. Seeing that the hall had become empty, Yun Luofeng took a few steps closer to Yun Xiao and smiled evilly. "Do you want to know what your mother meant?" Yun Xiao nodded honestly. He really wanted to know. "Your mother means..." Yun Luofeng's lips moved to Yun Zhao's side, an evil glint flickered in his dark eyes. "When you're in bed, she wants you to last a little longer." Yun Xiao looked up at Yun Luofeng and said in a hoarse voice, "All these years, no matter how much my power has grown, I've never given up on training my body." What does this have to do with endurance? A strong body will also have a strong endurance. Yun Xiao paused and continued, "So, you can rest assured." Yun Luofeng smiled. She reached her hand into Yun Xiao's shirt, her fingers slowly brushing past the man's abdominal muscles. "Indeed, the first time I saw you, I was attracted by your abs." If Yun Xiao hadn't taken off his clothes, it was hard to imagine that he would have these 8-pack abs. After all, from the outside, one could not see the muscles on his body. In layman's terms, he looked thin when he wore clothes, but he was muscular when he took them off. He had a perfect figure. No. This fellow was a grade higher than the standard figure. Looks like I need to find a way to become a venerable spiritualist as soon as possible. Yun Luofeng withdrew his hand and rubbed his chin as he mumbled to himself. Night fell. Deep into the night. Inside the woodshed, Shui Roer stood up from the ground full of dried firewood. She patted the dust off her body and walked towards the door. However, the door was locked by a chain, making it impossible for her to open it from the inside. Her expression darkened, and a vicious light flashed in her eyes like a dagger dipped in poison. "Jun Fengling, I didn't think that you'd guard against me to this extent. Once I've bewitched your son, you'll have to accept me even if you don't want to." "Who asked your son to love me?" Chapter 8:23. Shui Roer sneered in her heart. All these years, Jun Fengling had been separated from her son for many years. Therefore, she felt very guilty towards him and wanted to make it up to him. Otherwise, why would he indulge Yun Luofeng so much? But if I become her daughter-in-law, she can only indulge me like this. Otherwise, how could her son so easily forgive her for abandoning him for so many years? The funny thing was that Shui Roer didn't know that Jun Fengling's indulgence towards Yun Luofeng wasn't because of his guilt towards Yun Xiao. She did feel guilty, but she didn't indulge Yun Luofeng because of this. She accepted Yun Luofeng because of Yun Luofeng himself. Otherwise, with Jun Fengling's character, even if he had reluctantly accepted her as a daughter-in-law for the sake of his son, he would not be so protective of her. Just from the fact that Jun Fengling had given the most precious thing to Yun Luofeng, it was clear that she liked this daughter-in-law from the bottom of her heart. Love me, love my dog. But more importantly, it depended on her own charm. Shui Roer raised her brows. The coldness in her eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by a pitiful look. "Big brother guards, I want to go out and relieve myself. Can you let me go for a while?" At the entrance of the woodshed, the two guards looked at each other in dismay. Shortly after, one of the guards coldly said, "Madam has already given the order that you are not allowed to leave the woodshed. If you want to urinate, do it on the spot." Shui Roer's eyes flickered and she continued, "But there is no chamber pot in this shed. If the two of you are unwilling to let me leave, why don't you give me a chamber pot?" The two guards hesitated for a while before saying, "All right, wait a moment." Shui Roer wasn't capable enough to escape from their hands, so they went to prepare a chamber pot for her. Shui Roer's lips curled into a sinister smile as she listened to the sound of footsteps getting further and further away. She then took out the aphrodisiac that Jinyu had given her and dripped a drop of it on herself. This aphrodisiac was colorless and odorless, so ordinary people would not be able to feel anything. Not long after, the sound of chains being unlocked came from outside. Soon after, the two guards walked in from outside and blocked the entrance like door gods. "The chamber pot is for you." The guard was expressionless. He placed the chamber pot on the ground and said coldly, "Thank you, big brothers." Shui Roer raised her brows and smiled delicately. Her voice was very gentle, like a claw scratching their hearts. The two guards were usually calm people, but when they saw Shui Roer's gaze, their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. This was the first time they realized how beautiful Shui Roer was. Cough cough. One of the guards let out 2 dry coughs, trying to calm his racing heart. However, he couldn't help but steal glances at Shui Roer from time to time with a bashful expression. Seeing that the aphrodisiac was effective, Schwerower was elated. However, she didn't show it on her face. Big brothers, I'm bored in this woodshed. I want to go out and get some fresh air. Is that okay? I promise I won't leave the Yi residence. The two guards looked at each other, and there was a struggle in their eyes. Madam has ordered that you are not allowed to leave. Schwerower immediately raised 2 fingers and swore, I swear that I won't go to the main courtyard and I won't leave the Yi residence. I just want to be alone. Big brothers, please help me. Chapter 8:24. Her fingers tugged on the sleeve of one of the guards. Her eyes were filled with pleading as she stared at him. At this moment, in the eyes of the 2 guards, Schwerower was a glowing object. Her entire body was filled with light that could move their emotions. How could she refuse their request? You must come back as soon as possible. We will still lock the door here and pretend that you are still in the woodshed. In addition, I will tell you some places that we must pass by during our patrol. You must remember to avoid those places. If the madam finds out, we will all die. Schwerower was ecstatic. She quickly said, Thank you, brothers. I will never forget your kindness. Then, she hurriedly walked out of the woodshed and looked around. After making sure that no one was around, she hurriedly walked towards the main courtyard. In the room, the fragrance of incense filled the air. Yun Luofeng, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes and saw Yun Xiao leaving the room. Yun Xiao, where are you going? Yun Xiao stopped in his tracks, the corners of his cold and stiff lips gradually curled into a shallow arc. You ate too little for dinner. Perhaps you don't like the chefs in the Yi residence. So, I am going to prepare supper for you. Years ago, after Yun Luofeng tasted Yun Zhao's cooking in the country of flowing gold, he returned to the country of Long Yuan and asked Yi Ling to transfer the chefs in his residence over. Who knew that Qing Yan would tell her that the person who sat at the table that day was Yun Xiao? It was then that she learned of Yun Zhao's culinary skills. Okay, I will wait for you to come back. Yun Luofeng smiled. Yun Xiao pushed open the door and walked out. The night was getting quieter and quieter. The night wind blew and only the sound of leaves rustling could be heard. At this moment, Yun Xiao was only thinking about Yun Luofeng's supper. Therefore, he didn't see the woman who was rushing towards him. The woman didn't know if it was intentional or not, but when she saw Yun Xiao walking towards her, she did not dodge. Instead, she ran towards him. Therefore, by the time Yun Xiao realized that the woman was rushing towards him, the woman was already in front of him. It was too late to dodge. Therefore, he made his move without hesitation. Fuck off. The man's voice was cold and emotionless. His aura exploded and the woman's delicate body was sent flying. She fell to the ground in a sorry state. Schwerower never expected Yun Xiao to be so violent despite his good looks. Under normal circumstances, if a beauty like her was about to fall in front of him, shouldn't he be supporting her? But not only did he not help him up, he even attacked him. It was as if she was some kind of germ that would taint her the moment she came into contact with it. At the thought of this, Schwerower crawled up from the ground. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Yun Xiao pitifully. Young Master Xiao, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. I just didn't see you appear. She had a beautiful face, a gentle expression, and tears in her eyes, which made people involuntarily want to protect her. Such a woman should be loved by many men. However, Yun Xiao was not one of those men. Young Master Xiao, actually, I fell in love with you from the first time I saw you, Schwerower said affectionately. I am different from Yun Luofeng. She must have known your identity, that's why she got close to you. As for me, my love for you has no ulterior motives. Even if you are not a member of the Yi family, I will still love you deeply. Chapter 8:25. Yun Xiao, who was about to leave, heard Schwerower mention Yun Luofeng's name. He immediately stopped in his tracks and turned his cold gaze towards Schwerower. When Schwerower saw him walking towards her, she thought that he had been bewitched by the aphrodisiac. Her heart was filled with joy and her expression became even more gentle. Young Master Xiao, if you are willing to marry me, you will know that I am not inferior to Yun Luofeng. In fact, I am even more outstanding than her. She smiled gently and slowly walked towards Yun Xiao. Every time she took a step closer to Yun Xiao, her heartbeat would increase by a notch. She stared foolishly at that grim face, and the feeling of amazement rose involuntarily once again, causing her to fiercely swallow her saliva. If she became Yun Zhao's wife, how blissful would her life be? Young Master Xiao, my legs are a little weak. Can you help me? Shui Roer smiled gently and stretched her arm towards Yun Xiao. Her body tilted and fell into the man's embrace. Just as her hand was about to land on Yun Zhao's wrist, a swift and fierce sword light suddenly flashed past. In an instant, before she could even touch Yun Zhao's hand, her hand was severed by the blade light. Ah! A shrill cry rang through the sky, causing the entire Yi residence to tremble. At the same time, Shui Roer's body fell heavily to the ground without any support. Fresh blood gushed out from her severed arm and dyed the entire courtyard red. You weren't poisoned by the aphrodisiac? Shui Roer's eyes widened and her pale lips trembled slightly. How could this be? She had tried the aphrodisiac that woman had given her several times. She had succeeded every time. Why didn't this man fall into her aphrodisiac? Why? Why did this happen? What's going on? Just as Shui Roer was about to faint, an astonished voice rang out from behind. Then, Yi Jingchen and his wife led a group of people into the courtyard. A group of guards had also surrounded the entire courtyard. Yun Luofeng quickly walked over to Yun Zhao's side. She glanced at Shui Roer, who was lying in a pool of blood, and immediately understood what had happened. Roer. Yi Qi also saw Shui Roer and cried out in alarm. She hurried over to her side. Roer, your hand. Why is it like this? Due to excessive blood loss, Shui Roer's face was pale and her lips trembled as she looked at Yun Xiao. Shui Roer. Jun Fengling had already regained her senses and walked towards Shui Roer with a sneer. Didn't I tell you not to take a step out of the woodshed? You are not allowed to appear in the main courtyard. Looks like someone disobeyed my orders and let you out. Yi Jingchen understood what Jun Fengling meant and immediately sent 2 men to bring the 2 guards who were guarding Shui Roer over. After all, Shui Roer's appearance here was definitely related to them. Godmother, Ro has already become like this. Shouldn't we treat her first? Yi Qi nervously rubbed the corner of her clothes, and tears almost fell from her eyes. Qi, this has nothing to do. Jun Fengling glanced at Yi Qi. If you want to stay here and see how the world progresses, then shut up. Otherwise, I'll have someone send you away immediately. Yi Qi was stunned and shut up. She had never dared to disobey Jun Fengling's orders. Jun Fengling could not bear to look at them anymore. She turned to Yun Xiao and said, Xiaoer, tell me what happened. I will definitely seek justice for you and Fenger. Chapter 826. Yun Zhao's expression was as cold as ever. He wanted to seduce me. He even claimed that Fenger was not as good as her. Jun Fengling's face darkened completely. She sneered and her lips curled into a sarcastic smile. Fenger is not as good as you? Shui Roer, aren't you overestimating yourself? Do you think that I, Jun Fengling, will accept anyone? You're wrong. I accept Fenger because she's Yun Luofeng. I won't accept anyone else. When those people reported Yun Zhao's news to Yi Jingchen, they also brought Yun Luofeng along. Hence, Jun Fengling already knew about Yun Luofeng's behavior all these years and admired her even more. Yet, Shui Roer claimed that Yun Luofeng was not as good as her. What a joke! How could the daughter-in-law that Jun Fengling fancied be inferior to such a pretentious woman? No, it's not like that. Shui Roer's severed arm throbbed in pain and her body started to twitch. However, in order to defend herself, she forcefully held on. I didn't want to seduce young Master Xiao, it was young Master Xiao. He wanted to molest me. I merely rejected him and he cut off my arm. Jun Fengling was furious. My son wanted to molest you? Who do you think you are? You can't even compare to my daughter-in-law's toes. Would my son give up a beautiful daughter-in-law to molest a disgusting woman like you? Madam Yi. You can't be unreasonable. Shui Roer's face turned pale and she continued to defend herself. You didn't see anything. How can you prove that I seduced young Master Xiao? She could not admit it no matter what. Otherwise, Jun Fengling would not let her off. You said that you didn't want to seduce my son? Then what are you doing here? Jun Fengling sneered. If you really have no intentions, you should stay in the woodshed. Why are you in the main courtyard? Yi Qi, who was initially anxious, was stunned after hearing Jun Fengling's words. Yes, if Shui Roer really had no intentions, why didn't she stay in the room and wait for the injustice to be cleared? Why did she come to Yun Xiao? Yi Qi was confused. All these years, she had trusted Shui Roer deeply. Naturally, she did not dare to believe that it was all a lie. Master, madam, this subordinate has brought him here. At this moment, the people who went to arrest them had already brought the two guards over. When the two of them saw Shui Roer lying in a pool of blood, their legs went soft and they fell to the ground in despair. The thing they were most worried about still happened. Speak. Jun Fengling frowned and said coldly, Who allowed you to let Shui Roer leave without permission? The two guards immediately came back to their senses and kowtowed fiercely. Madam, this subordinate knows his mistake and is willing to die as an apology. I only ask that madam spare Miss Shui. Until now, these two guards were still protecting Shui Roer. He was even willing to die in exchange for her life. Jun Fengling vaguely sensed an unusual aura. She was sure that her two guards didn't know Shui Roer at all. Why were they willing to die for her in such a short span of a day? Something's not right. Yun Luofeng seemed to sense something and raised his eyebrows. I want to examine their bodies. Jun Fengling looked at Yun Luofeng in confusion. Did you discover something? What's wrong with their bodies? Chapter 827. Yun Luofeng silently walked to the side of the two guards. He frowned slightly when he sensed the smell coming from their bodies. The aphrodisiac was colorless and tasteless to others, but she could still sense it in front of Yun Luofeng. The two of them had been poisoned by the aphrodisiac. Yun Luofeng lifted his head slightly and said indifferently. Boom! When Yun Luofeng mentioned the aphrodisiac, Shui Roer's mind exploded. She knew. How could she know? Shui Roer bit her lips. She thought about how Yun Xiao was unaffected by the aphrodisiac and how Yun Luofeng sensed the aphrodisiac so quickly. She suddenly felt that she had been tricked. Aphrodisiac? Jun Fengling was stunned. She did not know medicine, but she knew about aphrodisiac. She did not expect Shui Roer to bring the aphrodisiac to harm her son. Instantly, Jun Fengling was enraged. She looked at Yi Qi angrily and said, Look, this is your friend. She can forget about leaving the Yi residence today. Yi Qi's face was pale. She hurriedly looked at Shui Roer, hoping for an explanation. However, there was nothing. Shui Roer widened her eyes in panic and stared at Yun Luofeng. At that moment, her heart turned cold. Could it be that Shui Roer's motive for coming to the Yi residence was for Yun Xiao? Feng, can you cure the two of them? Jun Fengling looked at Yun Luofeng again and asked. Yun Luofeng smiled and said, The aphrodisiac is not a serious illness. The two of them were just bewitched. I only need one needle to make them go back to normal. Then, Yun Luofeng took out a needle pouch from his clothes and carefully took out a silver needle. He then inserted it into the guard's Shinting acupuncture point. In no time, the two guards regained their clarity. They looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what had happened. After a long time, the two of them remembered what they had just done and their expressions changed drastically. Sir, madam, please have mercy. I don't know what happened, but when Shui Roer begged me, I couldn't reject her. Please give me another chance. The guard kowtowed fiercely and begged. Although this wasn't your intention, if you hadn't given her a chance, she wouldn't have been able to harm you with her charm. So, you still have to pay the price for your mistakes. June Fengling looked heroic. Men, take the two of them down. Lock them up for 3 months and deduct half a year's salary. The guards understood that June Fengling was being merciful by giving them such a punishment. They hurriedly kowtowed to express their gratitude and followed the other 2 guards down. Since the aphrodisiac had been removed, they didn't even glance at Shuero. Suddenly, a man in black walked up to June Fengling's ear and whispered a few words to her. The smile on June Fengling's lips deepened when she heard the man in black's words. Bring him here. Yes, madam. The man in black accepted the order and retreated. After the man in black left, June Fengling looked at the ashen-faced Shuero, and said, Shuero, I've brought someone to see you. You will definitely be very interested in this person. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-clothed man walked over with a burly man in his hand. He threw the burly man to the ground. Chapter 828. It's you? Yi Qi was stunned, her face full of astonishment. It seems like you know him. June Fengling glanced at Yi Qi, his tone indifferent. Yi Qi nodded slightly. When Ro and I were in the restaurant, this was the man who informed her that her house was on fire. The man in front of her was the one who had gone to inform Shuero of the fire. Yi Qi naturally had an impression of him. At this moment, Yi Qi did not notice that when Shuero saw the man who had been caught, her pale face became even more desperate. You only know that he's the one who went to inform Shuero but you don't know that he's Shuero's uncle. June Fengling laughed coldly. Yi Qi's mind went blank as if she had been struck by lightning. She turned to Shuero blankly. Can you tell me what's going on? What's your relationship with this man? Since this man was Shuero's uncle, why did he have time to inform Shuero but not to save her? Moreover, she did not forget that it was because of this man's words that she had misunderstood fire. Save me. The burly man saw Shuero lying in a pool of blood and said hurriedly, I'm your uncle, you can't just watch me die. Admit that you did everything and it has nothing to do with me. Shuero's body trembled. She bit her lips and did not say a word. Her slightly lowered eyes were filled with despair and a layer of hatred that could not be erased. Madam Yi, please let me go. Seeing that Shuero did not respond, the burly man hurriedly knelt in front of June Fengling. It's Shuero. She returned to the Shui family that day and claimed that she could become Madame Ye's daughter-in-law, but she needed our help. That's why I listened to her and reported the fire. I even deliberately said that the one who set the fire was a little girl in red. June Fengling raised his eyebrows. Then do you know who set the fire? I know. The burly man did not dare to hide anything. It's Shuero. She set the fire herself and burned her mother to death. The Shui family said that they could accept her, but not her bedridden mother. In order to get rid of this burden, she decided to burn her mother as well. At that time, I could still hear her mother's mournful cries. She screamed Shuero's name, but she didn't know that the one who set the fire was the daughter she was so proud of. After the burly man finished speaking, Yi Qi's body stiffened. She looked at Shuero in disbelief and asked in a hoarse voice, Did you set the fire? It wasn't me. Shuero screamed, It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Shuero said. It's Shuero. You. Shue, the man said. She is. She. Shue, the man said. You told the Shui family that as long as you set the house on fire, Miss Yi Qi would take pity on you and let you live in the Yi residence. As long as you enter the Yi residence, you will be able to seduce young Master Shao. Yi Qi smiled, but there was a hint of bitterness in her smile. Yi Qi smiled bitterly and said, I was curious why you were so late today. You told me that you were late because you had something to attend to at the last minute. It turns out that you had something to attend to. Chapter 829. Yi Qi was already walking towards Shui Rower as she spoke. Qi Qi, Shui Rower looked a little flustered. Don't you trust me? Yi Qi sneered. How could I not trust you? It's because I trust you that my big brother is bitterly disappointed. It's also because I trust you that I've always been used by you. Big brother is right. Even if I'm sold, I'll still count the money for her. At this moment, Yi Qi's tone was filled with despair. She was obviously hurt by her most trusted friend. Shui Rower, you don't have to explain anymore. If it was my big brother, second brother, or second sister-in-law who went to investigate the truth, I would definitely believe you. However, this time, my adoptive mother has personally sent people there. How could I possibly trust you? Yi Qi said with a cold smile. Besides, I still remember that when I saw you today, you were hanging on a straw. Now that I think about it, that straw is the evidence of your murder. Shui Rower became dispirited. She knew that no matter how much she tried to explain, it would be useless against her. Suddenly, she started roaring with laughter. Her laughter was desolate, and it was like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves as it reverberated in the wind. Yes. So what if I did it? My fate is so tragic. My father doesn't want me, and I need to rely on my sick mother. Do you know how much effort I've put in to return to the Shui family all these years? As long as I become Yun Zhao's wife, I will be protected by Madame Yi. By then, the Shui family will carry me back in a sedan chair. If it wasn't for fate, how could I have done such a thing? So, Yi Qi, I really envy you. You have no parents, but you were lucky enough to be adopted by the Yi family. Why don't I have the same luck? Up until now, Shui Rower had pushed all her mistakes to fate. However, she had never reflected on her own actions. Yi Qi closed her eyes slightly. After a long while, she opened her eyes. Foster mother, I've said it before. If Shui Rower really wronged Fire, no matter if I kill or cut her, I won't say a word for her. Moer, take her back. Jun Fengling sighed. I'll handle the rest. All right. Yi Shima glanced at Yi Qi. Let's go. After what happened today, he understood that Yi Qi would definitely change. She would not be as gullible as she used to be, Qi Qi. Shui Rower panicked and reached out to grab Yi Qi. Don't go. I know I was wrong. I really was wrong. I don't want to die yet. Please don't leave me behind. In the past, Yi Qi would have stayed behind to plead for Shui Rower. But now, she followed Yi Shima without hesitation. Feng, Jun Fengling smiled. How do you want to deal with her? Yun Luofeng gently stroked his chin. She wants to seduce my man, that means she really likes men. Maybe the brothel will be interested in her. All right. Jun Fengling immediately slapped the table and made a decision. This woman has lost an arm, but her looks are passable. We should be able to sell her for a few dozen taels of silver. Upon hearing that she was going to be sent to the brothel, Shui Rower hurriedly struggled. Unfortunately, before she could struggle, Yi Jingchen had already exhausted her strength. Someone, sell her to the Drunken Flower brothel. Also, tell the owner of the Drunken Flower brothel to take good care of her. Chapter 830. Yes. Hearing this, a guard immediately stepped forward and carried Shui Rower over the wall. Shui Rower had recovered from her initial despair. As long as Jun Fengling didn't kill her on the spot, she would have a chance to escape. She might even have a chance to take revenge. Unfortunately, dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. Shui Rower ignored the word, take care, in Jun Fengling's words. When she arrived at the Drunken Flower brothel, she finally understood what a real nightmare was. Those men were like wolves and tigers, each of them trying their best to torture her. In addition, her abilities had been destroyed, so how could she withstand the torment? Not long after, she passed away regretfully under the torment of those men. Since then, Shui Rower no longer existed in this world. When the news of Shui Rower's death reached Yi Qi, she was already crying tears of joy over Jun Fengling's pregnancy. How could she have the time to care about her? That's right. Over the past few months, June Fengling had completely recovered under Yun Luofeng's treatment. She was already pregnant. With this good news, Yi Jingchen and his wife naturally doted on Yun Luofeng to the core. They were afraid that he would melt in their mouths and fall in their hands. Yi Qi wasn't as hostile towards Yun Luofeng as she had been in the beginning. Instead, she was grateful that Yun Luofeng had helped June Fengling. Moreover, her behavior towards Yun Luofeng was instigated by Shui Roer. Now that she knew Shui Roer's true colors, how could she continue to be hostile towards her? But she had made so many mistakes that she didn't dare to face Yun Luofeng even now. At that moment, in the courtyard of the Yi residence, Yi Qi was about to instruct the kitchen to prepare June Fengling's meal when she heard a young girl's voice. Yi Qi, where is mother now? Yi Qi was stunned. She raised her head and looked at the young girl's beautiful and charming face. She asked blankly, "Are you talking to me?" Yun Luofeng frowned. "I'm looking for her." Yi Qi suddenly snapped out of her trance. She had mixed feelings. She's in the living room. The Yi family is here, and she's receiving them. I understand. Yun Luofeng turned and walked towards the living room. Suddenly, a delicate voice sounded out from behind her, causing her to stop in her tracks. Sorry. Yi Qi lowered her head and said apologetically, I know you won't forgive me, but I still want to apologize to you. If I hadn't been so stupid back then, I wouldn't have listened to Shui Roer's provocation and done something that you hate. Yun Luofeng's back was facing Yi Qi, and his voice was calm. Yi Qi, for the sake of my mother, I'll give you a piece of advice. Everyone in this world will harm you, but your family will never. Everyone in this world will harm you, only your family will never. Yi Qi was stunned. She stared blankly at Yun Luofeng's back as he left. She could not come back to her senses for a long time. In the lobby, Yi Jingchen and June Fengling sat on the main seats and looked at the middle-aged man coldly. The middle-aged man put down the teacup in his hand and smiled. Eldest young master, young madam, second young master has convinced the other elders in the clan to allow you to return to the Ye family. As for Kargalik, I will be in charge of it for the time being. Yi Jingchen's face darkened. He snorted coldly. Would that guy be so kind? He had his eyes on the Yi family firm's current strength. Does he want you to replace me? Let me tell you, I will never leave Kargalik. The Yi family firm now possessed items such as the spirit-gathering elixir and had brought great benefits to the firm. How could his greedy brother let go of such a good thing? That was why he had sent someone to replace him. Chapter 831. Eldest young master, second young master is the future head of the Yi family after all. Since he wants you to leave Kargalik, how can you defy him? Actually, this is all your fault. If you hadn't married a hen that can't lay eggs, second young master wouldn't have become the future head of the Yi family. The middle-aged man relied on his power as the Yi family's second young master to look down on Yi Jingchen. In terms of talent and ability, Yi Jingchen was undoubtedly the best. Unfortunately, he had lost because he had married a hen that could not lay eggs. How could the future head of the Yi family not have an heir? Yi Jingchen laughed icily. I'm being chased out of Kargalik so that you can take over the Yi family business. Do you dare say that it wasn't because my younger brother coveted the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid? The middle-aged man smiled. He was not angry. Eldest young master, only you would be so stupid as to sell something like the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid. If I were in charge of the Yi family business, would use all the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid to increase the Yi family's power. Furthermore, I will recruit the person who supplied the spirit-gathering elixir and make him work for me. Haha. Yi Jingchen burst into laughter. His laughter was laced with anger. Do you think that a mysterious and powerful person who could produce something like the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid would willingly work for the Yi family? Eldest young master, the fact that you can't recruit him means that you don't have the ability. The middle-aged man slowly rose and smiled. After all, you've already been chased out of the Yi family. If second young master hadn't been kind enough to allow you to return, you would never have been able to step into the Yi family. However, second young master is different from you. He is the future head of the Yi family. When others hear his name, they can't wait to curry favor with him. Why would they reject him? Yi Jingxun's expression changed abruptly. His gentle eyes burned with anger and his tightly clenched fists trembled uncontrollably. However, at this moment, a languid laughter suddenly rang out from outside the hall. Don't you know that the person who sold the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid was only willing to trade with him because he heard of father and mother's reputation? If it had been someone else, I'm afraid that they wouldn't have been able to obtain the medicinal liquid. Outside the hall, sunlight poured down. The young girl was dressed in white and leaned lazily against the door frame. The corners of her lips curled into a devilish smile as she glanced at the middle-aged man sitting in the hall. A cold light flashed in the depths of her eyes. She had obviously been here for some time. Seeing that Jun Fengling had a guest, she didn't come out to disturb him. But in the end, she couldn't help but speak out. These people made it sound like they were being merciful by summoning Yi Jingxun back to the Yi family, but in reality, they coveted the spirit-gathering liquid in the Yi family's business. But now, he was still acting so pompously. Did he really think that everyone in the world was a fool? Who are you? How dare you? The middle-aged man's face darkened. Who allowed you to appear here? You really have no manners at all. Since the appearance of the middle-aged man, Jun Fengling had been silent. Now that he had seen him teach Yun Luofeng a lesson, his expression immediately darkened. She's my daughter-in-law. You'd better be polite. Daughter-in-law? The middle-aged man frowned slightly and a look of disgust flashed across his eyes. So this is your bastard's wife. At the end of the day, she's just a bastard. Eldest young master, even if you want to marry, you should find a better woman. This kind of woman even gave birth to a bastard. What right does she have to be the young madam of the Yi family? Chapter 832. Jun Fengling was enraged and broke the table into two with a bang. Then, he leaped towards the middle-aged man, his eyes filled with murderous intent. However, a figure was one step ahead of her. In just 2 steps, the figure arrived in front of the middle-aged man and kicked him in the crotch. Under the intense pain, the middle-aged man let out a mournful howl. Bastard? Then I'll make sure you can't even have a bastard now. The young lady's eyes were wild and her lips curled up slightly. Didn't you insult Yun Shao as a bastard? If that's the case, then I'll make sure he can't even have a bastard. Damned girl, just you wait. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and glared at Yun Luofeng, then turned towards Yi Jingxun and his wife. Eldest young master, young madam, don't you owe me an explanation? I'm someone sent by second young master after all. Yi Jingxun coughed dryly and said, what happened just now? Why didn't I see anything? Wife, did you see anything? Jun Fengling had already retracted his killing intent and was trying to hold back his laughter. I saw that Yi Ran didn't manage to steady himself and fell. Who knew that he would just happen to straddle a pillar, making his balls hurt? The middle-aged man who was addressed as Yi Ran almost went mad from anger. This was really a shameless family. They were simply lying with their eyes closed. Good, very good. I'll report this to eldest young master. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth fiercely. His hand was still on his crotch, and his face was covered in cold sweat from the pain. Wait. Seeing that the middle-aged man was about to turn and leave, the young lady's lazy shout suddenly rang out, causing him to stop in his tracks. What else do you want? The middle-aged man turned around and glared at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng smiled devilishly. Is the Yi family's rule that a servant is allowed to shout at his master? The middle-aged man was stunned. All these years, he had been used to acting like a tyrant with second young master. How could he still remember Yi Jingxun's identity? My master is the second young master. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he tried to argue his way out of this. Your surname is Yi. The young lady raised her arrogant brows. Since your surname is Yi, then you're a dog of the Yi family. But you don't place master in your eyes at all. Then what do you want? Kneel down and apologize. The young lady's words were merciless, causing Yi Ran's body to tremble. Apologize? Impossible. I only recognize second young master, I don't recognize anyone else. Bang! After Yi Ran said this, the young lady's leg kicked out fiercely, sending his body flying out and crashing fiercely into the wall. He felt pain all over his body, and even a few of his bones were broken. Apologize. The young lady closed in on Yi Ran, looking down at him coldly with an insolent gaze. I don't. Before Yi Ran could finish his words, the young lady raised her leg once again and slid down fiercely from the air. She stomped on his chest, causing him to throw up 3 liters of blood, and his countenance turned pale. This time around, Yun Luofeng did not waste his breath on him. He grabbed Yi Ran's shirt and forcefully pressed him onto the ground, making him kneel before Yi Jingchen and his wife. Yi Ran knew that if he did not apologize this time around, he would not be able to leave so easily. He hurriedly kowtowed and said in a terrified voice, Eldest young master, young madam, it's my fault. I shouldn't have taken advantage of my position to bully you. Please let me off. I'll scram back to the Yi family right away and never dare to offend eldest young master and young madam again. Chapter 833. His kowtow was very loud. In just a short while, his forehead turned red, and blood seeped out from the corner of his forehead. Remember, you're just a servant. A servant can never be disrespectful to their master. Scram immediately. Yun Luofeng let go of his hand, and his eyes were filled with malice. Since she had accepted Yi Jingchen and his wife, she would never allow anyone to be disrespectful to them. Not even the Yi family. Yi Ran hurriedly stumbled out of the door. Perhaps he was afraid that Yun Luofeng would make him stay if he stayed for even a moment longer. Sigh. Yi Jingchen smiled bitterly as he watched Yi Ran leave. If my younger brother hears about this, he'll probably hate me even more. Yun Luofeng smiled and asked, will he not hate you if you don't do this? Yi Jingchen suddenly returned to his senses. That's right. Even if he didn't beat Yi Ran up, his younger brother would still hate him. Since that was the case, what did it matter if he attacked Yi Ran or not? At most, it would only deepen his hatred. Brother Yi, Jun Fengling frowned slightly. In the past, when I was with you in the Yi family, I could bear with it no matter how much I suffered. But now, I've found my son and daughter-in-law. If the Yi family bullies them, don't blame me for turning against you. Yi Jingchen smiled warmly and raised his arms to protect Jun Fengling. Jun, you've misunderstood. The reason why I was worried before wasn't because I still cared about the Yi family. I was only afraid that my younger brother would hurt you. However, Feng is right. Even if this hadn't happened, he wouldn't have let our family off. If Jun Fengling had not appeared, the position of the head of the Yi family would definitely have belonged to Yi Jingchen. It would not have been his turn. If Jun Fengling had gotten pregnant, the position of the head of the family might have shifted again. How could he not hate Yi Jingchen when there was such a danger? Why would he not want to harm Yi Jingchen's life? Therefore, even if Yun Luofeng had not done such a thing, he would not have let Yi Jingchen off. Jun, don't worry. You're my only family. If the Yi family really wants to hurt you, I'll risk my life to ensure your safety. Yi Jingchen's eyes were filled with determination. Ever since the Yi family chased them out of the clan a few years ago, he had been bitterly disappointed. In this life, the only person he cared about was Jun Fengling. Towards Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng, it was only out of love for them. Father, mother, Yun Luofeng raised the corners of his lips. Next time, if young Master Yi wants the Yi family firm again, you can ruthlessly extort a sum of money from him and then give the Yi family firm to him. Yi Jingchen was stunned for a moment. He frowned slightly. I'm afraid that's not appropriate. No matter how precious the items I extort are, they can't compare to the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid in the shop. Yun Luofeng raised his brows and smiled. Don't worry. The Yi Clan Trading Company is just an empty shell to him. Moreover, what I said to Yi Ran earlier was not a threat. Once the Yi Clan Trading Company changes hands, there will no longer be any spirit-gathering medicinal liquid. Why? Yi Jingchen was even more surprised. Yi Shima had always been managing the Yi family's business, so he did not know the exact situation. While Yi Jingchen was still confused, Yi Shima's hearty voice came from outside the hall. Godfather, godmother, this matter is very simple. Sister-in-law was the one who provided the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid. Yi Jingchen's heart skipped a beat. The initial shock in his eyes had already turned into shock. His breathing also quickened slightly. Is what your brother said true? You were the one who provided the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid?
Chapter 1853. The 7th level was a success, and he gained another devour point. Next up was the 8th level. However, the 8th level was not that easy to pass. There was a gap of 8 levels, and it was several times more difficult than the 7th level. Yi Xian was knocked down. The challenge was a failure. Forget it. I won't challenge the 8th and 9th levels for now. Yi Xian decided to give up on these 2 levels. After all, he could not always use the devour points on himself. He had to rely on the monsters to survive. He thought for a moment and decided to use the devour points to upgrade his Imperial Beast Messenger bloodline. The Imperial Beast Messenger bloodline was an evolution path, so it could be upgraded with just 1 devour point. This time, Yi Xian upgraded it 3 times. After 3 evolutions, the Imperial Beast Messenger bloodline increased the monster's combat power from 1 time to 1.6 times, and its growth speed was also 1.6 times. In addition, every monster that appeared would increase the combat power of the master and the monster by 80%, which was 60% more than the previous 20% increase. 5 monsters, that was 4 times the increase. If I could summon monsters in the Tower of Trials, I could at least get to the 15th level. Yi Xian felt helpless in his heart. The 15th level was 15 devour points, which could increase his combat power by several times. After so many evolutions, Yi Xian decided to save some devour points for later use. However, at this time, Yi Xian suddenly remembered something. Oh right, that Li Jun had so many monsters. With the Imperial Beast Messenger bloodline's effect, his combat power has increased by a lot. I still have 5 minions, so I might as well keep 5 minions on me. This way, I can maintain a 4x increase in combat strength at any time. If Old Shu and the others come out, I can directly increase my combat strength by 8x. Yi Xian's eyes lit up at the thought. This Li Jun gave him experience points after his death. What a good guy. Yi Xian did not need to look for these decorative monsters. They could be found in the planting space. Coincidentally, there was a mini immortal beast called the golden silver striped snake. It was thinner than a finger and could be wrapped around his arm. Even if there were 5 of them, it would not affect anything. Ding! Master-servant contract successfully formed. Ding! The master-servant contract has been successfully formed. A series of notifications rang out in Yi Xian's mind. With every contract, Yi Xian felt his strength increase by 80%. He wasn't going to store these 5 silver-striped golden snakes in his space, so he could hang them on his wrist at any time. Then, Yi Xian summoned the old tree and the others. If 10 beasts attacked at the same time, one would increase his combat power by 80%, and 10 beasts would increase his combat power by 8 times. Yi Xian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. If he had this boost, then he definitely wouldn't have any problems passing the 8th floor of the Tower of Trials. Round it up, again. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and upgraded the bloodline of the Divine Beast Envoy again. There were only 3 points left. Now, the amplification effect of a single behemoth was doubled, and 10 behemoths meant 10 times. Furthermore, Yi Xian was not the only one to enjoy this buff. Old Tree and the others also enjoyed this buff. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly had a feeling that with the behemoths in hand, he could rule the world. In fact, he had forgotten that he could still tame 5 more behemoths. Otherwise, he would have already tamed them. At that time, he wouldn't have been chased by Li Jun so many times and let Li Jun escape so many times. Now that his behemoths were full, if he mobilized all of them, each of them would receive a tenfold boost. If other factors were included, his combat power would be explosively strong. Previously, I was afraid that if I went to the Blood Flame Hall, my strength would be a bit lacking. Now that I can use time reversal, it's enough to save my life. Yi Xian thought to himself, then turned his head and looked into the distance. Previously, he had already used the death warrant to mark the Blood Flame Hall's envoy. Now that he had completed his mission, he might as well follow the envoy to the Blood Flame Hall. At that time, with the aptitude of the World Destroyer Ghost Dragon, obtaining a large number of World Destroyer Dragon scales shouldn't be a problem. This way, Yi Xian would save a lot of trouble. The Blood Flame Hall's envoy was a third-stage true monarch. In addition, he was carrying Qi Ming and the other 100-scale geniuses, so his speed wasn't very fast. Yi Xian estimated that he would be able to catch up to him in about 3 days. Don't forget, now that the Immortal Ascension steps had been upgraded to the 2nd level, and Wei Zhentian's strength had greatly increased as well. Catching up to the Blood Flame Hall's envoy wouldn't be a problem. Immediately, he started to hurry on his way. After his strength skyrocketed, the black dragons he encountered along the way didn't pose a threat to Yi Xian at all, and they were easily annihilated. Unfortunately, the number of World Destroyer Ghost Dragon scales was too large. From 300 to 400, it actually required 5,000. It seemed that in the future, not only would he have to kill dragons, but he would also have to snatch some. 3 days later. I've finally caught up to you. Yi Xian thought to himself as he looked at the death warrant's target in front of him. However, just as he was about to catch up, he suddenly heard a series of loud sounds coming from the horizon in front of him. Rumble. Someone was fighting. This movement isn't small. It's at least a battle between true monarchs. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, suddenly feeling that something was wrong. Wasn't the Blood Flame Hall's envoy in front of him? Could it be that he was the one fighting? Thinking of this, Yi Xian quickened his pace. When he got closer, he found that there were 3 people surrounding the target of his death warrant. 3 third-stage true monarchs. As for the others, Yi Xian didn't see them, including the genius with 200 scales from the Qi family. Forget it, kill. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly summoned the old tree, the World Destroyer Ghost Dragon, and the other 2. They merged. Death warrant. Eye of assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian flashed behind a third-stage true monarch. If it was before, even if Yi Xian merged with the World Destroyer Ghost Dragon, he probably wouldn't be able to fight against a third-stage true monarch. But now, Yi Xian's immortal slaying bloodline had advanced a few times, and the Divine Beast Envoy's bloodline had also advanced a few times. The strength of the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon had greatly increased, and after fusing with it, its strength had increased explosively. World Destroyer Dragon Claw. Yi Xian flashed behind a person, grabbed with his claws, and directly crushed a person's body to the point of exploding. Puchi. When the other 2 heard this voice, they turned around one after another and saw an inconceivable scene. Their companion was killed in an instant. Before they could react, the World Destroyer Ghost Dragon opened its mouth wide. Black Dragon Flame Blast. Boom. Another person was killed by Yi Xian. As for the 3rd person, he was targeted by the old tree, who was wearing a level 2 Mystic Divine armor. Bam! Although old tree's punch couldn't kill the other party, it was enough to injure him severely. Then, it was time for Yi Xian to end it. Boom! Chapter 1854. 3 rank 3 true monarchs had been killed by Yi Xian in such a short time. This kind of strength was enough to intimidate the Blood Flame Hall emissary. However, the Blood Flame Hall emissary was currently heavily injured, and blood was continuously flowing out of his chest. Yi Xian hurriedly rushed over and asked, "Senior, are you all right?" "So it's you." The middle-aged man recognized the world-destroying ghost dragon and also recognized Yi Xian's voice. He said weakly, "Thank you for this time. However, my demon heart was stabbed by the other party, and the damage is serious. I don't think I will live for long." "What?" Yi Xian hurriedly sensed and found that the middle-aged man was right. The latter's demon heart had been pierced, and he estimated that he would live for a few more minutes at most. If Yi Xian hadn't arrived in time, the middle-aged man would have lasted at most 10 seconds. Although he was very strong, the other three were all rank 3 true monarchs, and their battle strength wasn't weak. That was why he was heavily injured. The middle-aged man sighed and shook his head. "It's useless. These three are desperados. When they heard that I was a member of the Blood Flame Hall, they still attacked. Qi Ming and the others are already dead." Hearing this, Yi Xian quickly swept a glance and found that there were indeed the corpses of Qi Ming and the others. It seemed that they had been killed in the first place. At this time, what Yi Xian wanted to do the most was to reverse time so that he could hurry over. Although he had been rushing over at full speed, he still rested on the way. As long as he didn't stop, he would definitely be able to rush over. However, at this time, ding! Host has triggered a chain random mission. Head to the Blood Flame Hall. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The system's mission actually appeared at this time. This meant that if Yi Xian used the time reversal skill, the mission would disappear. In fact, Yi Xian felt that when he transmigrated to this world, he had entered an online game. Those characters were actually NPCs. At this time, the middle-aged man in front of him was actually also an NPC. In that case, the system tacitly agreed to this matter. Although turning back time could save this middle-aged man, it was difficult for Yi Xian to give up on a chain of random quests. Yi Xian couldn't do that. After all, he had only met this middle-aged man once. Although the latter had given him the blood flame armor, it was useless. Moreover, he had allowed the middle-aged man to live a little longer. Wei Zhentian's previous chain of random missions had improved the form of his magic treasure. This had greatly improved Yi Xian's strength. Yi Xian was not that noble, so after weighing the pros and cons in his heart, he decided not to use time reversal. Of course, if the person who died was his family, he would definitely give up on the chain random mission. "Brat, did you come to find me because you've thought things through and want to enter the Blood Flame Hall first?" asked the middle-aged man. "Yes, senior." Yi Xian nodded solemnly. "Good, very good." The middle-aged man revealed a satisfied smile and said, "The geniuses I brought here have all died. Moreover, if I were to compare them to you, they wouldn't even amount to 1/10 of your strength. If you were to go to the Blood Flame Hall, you would definitely be able to grow into a super expert." After saying this, he took out a flame token from his Cosmos ring and handed it to Yi Xian. He said, "This is the Blood Flame token of the Blood Flame Hall. Take it and enter the Blood Flame Hall." Originally, he had to personally bring these geniuses to the Blood Flame Hall, but now that he was not far from death, he could only let Yi Xian go by himself. In order to prove the authenticity of the Blood Flame token, the middle-aged man took out a floating image crystal and recorded the current situation. He also left behind his last words. "Brat, I'll leave this thing to you. With your strength, as long as nothing unexpected happens, you should be able to reach the Blood Flame Hall." After saying this, the middle-aged man handed the Cosmos ring to Yi Xian. "Senior, I will definitely do it." Yi Xian nodded solemnly. When he said he would do it, he meant to bring back the middle-aged man's body because the middle-aged man's family was in the Blood Flame Hall. After that, the middle-aged man died because his immortal heart shattered, leaving only Yi Xian alive. As for the corpses of Qi Ming and the others, Yi Xian decided to return them to their families when he had time in the future. After the middle-aged man's death, Yi Xian checked his Cosmos ring and found that there were actually 2,000 World Annihilation Dragon Scales inside. 2,000 World Annihilation Dragon Scales were enough to increase the battle strength of the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon by 40%, which was very good. This time, the chain of random missions did not mention the reward in advance. It seems that the final reward will depend on how well I complete it. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately set off for the Blood Flame Hall. He estimated that with his current speed, it would take about 3 to 4 days to reach the Blood Flame Hall, and this was after he had broken through during this period. Several days later. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are a 7th grade true sage. Ding! Inferno Ghostly Lord, World Annihilation Ghost Dragon, Wei Zhentian, and Sky-Breaking Ape God broke through and are now 2nd stage half-step true lords. 2 system notifications sounded. After breaking through, Yi Xian's strength skyrocketed, and his speed also increased by a lot. Ever since the middle-aged man's death, Yi Xian had not met anyone else, only the Black Dragon tribe and those dilapidated ruins. Soon, he arrived at the boundary of the Blood Flame Hall. The Blood Flame Hall was considered the overlord of this area. They had sent a large number of envoys to the surrounding areas to find geniuses who had fused with the World Annihilation Dragon scales. However, at this time, for some reason, the Blood Flame Hall was not allowed to enter or leave. Those who were brought back by the envoys could only gather outside the Blood Flame Hall and wait for it to open. What's going on? What happened in the hall? Why is it closed? Something big must have happened. Otherwise, it would not be closed. Just now, I saw someone in white enter the Blood Flame Hall. Could it be that person from the White Dragon Palace? What, the White Dragon Palace? The White Dragon Palace seems to hate people who have fused with the World Annihilation Dragon scales the most. Could it be that they are here to destroy the Blood Flame Hall? What kind of joke is this? Now that the method to fuse with the World Annihilation Dragon scales is almost public, even those who are not from the Black Dragon sect can fuse with it. If they want to kill, how many people would they have to kill? The surrounding people were discussing in low voices. After Yi Xian heard it, he felt that it made sense. Now that the method to fuse with the World Annihilation Dragon scales was widely spread, even those who were not from the Black Dragon sect could fuse with it. This way, the White Dragon Palace would not be able to distinguish who was from the Black Dragon sect. The Black Dragon sect was really powerful. Yi Xian was among this group of people, waiting quietly. Although he had not fused with the World Annihilation Dragon scales, he had the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon, and many people could tell that he was a beast tamer. However, at this time, a woman in red suddenly walked toward Yi Xian. Chapter 1855. Yi Xian sensed the aura and immediately turned around. He saw that the lady in red was staring at him. No, to be more precise, she was staring at the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon. After the Azura Ghost Venerable evolved into the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon, the Ghostly Dragon transformation had no time limit. Therefore, the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon could switch between its dragon and human forms at will. At this moment, the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon was in its Ghostly Dragon transformation form. The lady in red's eyes were fixed on the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon. The look in her eyes was very unusual. "Brat, I've taken a fancy to your dragon. How much do you want?" the lady in red said to Yi Xian directly. "No." Yi Xian said coldly. The lady in red paused for a moment and then said, "What kind of contract did you make with it?" "A master and servant blood contract." Yi Xian replied again. A master and servant blood contract meant that if the servant died, the master would not be affected. However, if the master died, the servant would have to die with him. In the Bloodfire Hall, Yi Xian did not want to cause trouble for the time being. Therefore, it was a master and servant blood contract. The lady in red also understood that a master and servant blood contract meant that this dragon could not be obtained. Therefore, she said, "Since that's the case, I'll borrow it for a while." Borrow? Yi Xian did not understand what this meant. However, when he saw the lady in red's eyes, he immediately understood. At this moment, the lady in red was actually staring at the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon's dragon root. What the F***ck? Could this lady in red be thinking of reproducing with the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon? What kind of joke was this? No way. Yi Xian's tone was as unyielding as ever. You're courting death. The lady in red widened her eyes. If not for the fact that Yi Xian and the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon had signed a master and servant blood contract, she would have killed Yi Xian and taken the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon away. A mere first-stage true monarch dares to show off in front of me? Yi Xian snorted in his heart. He had even killed 3/3 stage true monarchs, let alone a mere first-stage true monarch. At this moment, another person walked over. It was a young man. Little sister, what's going on? The young man couldn't help but ask when he saw the red-clothed woman and Yi Xian. Brother, I want that black dragon. The woman in red said directly. Hearing those words, the young man narrowed his eyes as he tried to sense his surroundings. Indeed, the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon was different from other black dragons. It probably possessed some kind of noble bloodline. Which envoy brought you here? The young man asked. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. However, he felt that this youth was a little strong. He was actually a third-stage true monarch. Haha, now that the Blood Flame Hall is recruiting people, they must be personally brought in by the emissary. You don't have anyone to lead you. Could it be that you want to fish in troubled waters and join the Blood Flame Hall? The young man laughed coldly, and then he withdrew a command token from his Cosmos ring and said, Unfortunately, I'm an emissary of the Blood Flame Hall as well. If you don't have an emissary to lead you, then I advise you to surrender. Who said I didn't? I was brought here by Master Jia Buiyuan. Yi Xian said. Jia Buiyuan was the middle-aged man's name. Jia Buiyuan. Hearing those words, the young man paused for a moment. He knew that person too well. They had many conflicts. Where is he? The young man asked. He left because he had something to do. He'll be back soon. Yi Xian replied. After hearing that, the young man didn't say anything else. He said, Sister, let's go. Brother, you. The red-clothed woman didn't expect that the young man wouldn't help her. What was going on? Don't worry. That Jia Buiyuan has a powerful background. After he enters the Blood Flame Hall, I'll find an opportunity to help you get your dragon. The young man transmitted his voice to the red-clothed woman. Just now, the red-clothed woman had also heard some things from the conversation between Yi Xian and her brother. Yi Xian was brought here by someone, so this wasn't a good time to make a move. Humph. The red-clothed woman coldly snorted, and after glancing at the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon, she turned around and left. Looking at the backs of the two people, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He knew those two people. After Jia Buiyuan died, the soul-sucking bell had searched his memories. The young man was also an envoy of the Blood Flame Hall. His name was Jiang Xingjuan. As for the red-clothed woman, she was Jiang Xingjuan's younger sister, Jiang Xingwen. These two people were the grandson and granddaughter of Elder Jiang of the Blood Flame Hall. As for Jia Buiyuan, he was the grandson of Elder Jiang of the Blood Flame Hall. Although Jiang Xingjuan was a third-stage true monarch, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of him. After all, Yi Xian had killed 3/3 stage true monarchs. However, he didn't want to cause trouble at the entrance of the Blood Flame Hall. After Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen left, several people suddenly walked out of the Blood Flame Hall. All of them were wearing white clothes, and their auras were extremely powerful. They were most likely high-level true monarchs. White Dragon Hall. As expected, they're from the White Dragon Hall. Our Blood Flame Hall is only recruiting people who have fused with the World Annihilation Dragon Scale. We're not a branch of the Black Dragon sect. The White Dragon Hall can't do anything to us. That's right. Now that the people from the White Dragon Hall have left, doesn't that mean that we can enter? The group of people started to get excited. They were all geniuses from their respective sections. The Blood Flame Hall had reformed its recruitment process. They only accepted elites and didn't want trash. Therefore, the current requirement was to fuse with at least 200 World Annihilation Dragon Scales before they could join. Alright, everyone, come in. After the people from the White Dragon Hall left, an expert from the Blood Flame Hall immediately invited the near 1,000 people outside to enter the Blood Flame Hall. Yi Xian also mixed in with the crowd and walked in. Among these people, there were many envoys from the Blood Flame Hall. Their strength was between 3rd stage True Monarch and 5th stage True Monarch. With them here, the geniuses they found could join the Blood Flame Hall without needing to be tested. Apart from these people, there were also some people who came because of its reputation. They needed to be tested. What about you? Who's your guide? At this time, the gaze of an old man wearing blood flame armor fell on Yi Xian. So powerful. He's most likely a high-level true monarch. Yi Xian sensed the other party's aura and said, I was brought here by Lord Jia Buyuan. However, Lord Jia Buyuan died midway. What? Jia Buyuan died? When the old man heard this, he was shocked. The others were the same. They didn't understand. If the guide was dead, how could he still be alive? Not far away, when Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen heard this, they couldn't help but be startled. Yi Xian actually dared to lie to them. Yi Xian subconsciously glanced at the two of them and said, this is Lord Jia Buyuan's corpse and the floating image crystal he recorded before he died. When the old man took the floating image crystal and looked at it, he was shocked again. Jia Buyuan was actually really dead. Chapter 1856. The old man sighed and said, stand aside for now. The floating image crystal could prove that Yi Xian was telling the truth. After all, even the old man himself couldn't forge a floating image crystal. On the other side, Jiang Xingjuan was slightly regretful after learning about Jia Buyuan's death. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken action outside. At that time, no one would know that Jia Buyuan was dead and Yi Xian, who had no background, would have been taken down by him. Then, the others continued to verify while the old man used his messaging crystal to send a message to Elder Jia. Boy, even though Jia Buyuan chose you, don't you think your strength is a bit too low? The old man asked casually. Boy, you're a beast tamer. My pet has already fused with 200 World Annihilation Dragon Scales, said Yi Xian directly. What? A second stage half-step True Monarch has already fused with 200 World Annihilation Dragon Scales? The old man stared at the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon in astonishment. Even a black dragon Zeoist who grew up in the Bloodfire Hall wouldn't be able to fuse with 300 World Annihilation Dragon Scales so easily when he was still a second stage half-step True Monarch. However, Yi Xian's black dragon unexpectedly did it. Good. Jia Buyuan has brought back a good seedling for us this time. The old man was very satisfied. Soon, a person arrived at the entrance of the Blood Flame Hall. He looked like an old man. Where's Buyuan's body? The old man asked directly. Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately handed over the interspatial ring with Jia Buyuan's body. Alas, what a bad fate. The old man sighed and shook his head. Yi Xian knew this man. He was Jia Buyuan's father, Jia Yuanzheng. After all, Yi Xian had searched Jia Buyuan's body before. Secondly, Jia Buyuan had already sent a message to his father, grandfather, and other relatives before his death. Therefore, they had already known about it. Then, Jia Yuanzheng turned to Yi Xian and said, you should be Yi Xian. Come with me. Yes. Yi Xian nodded slightly and left with Jia Yuanzheng. As Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen watched Yi Xian leave, they couldn't help but communicate via voice transmission. Brother, that black dragon definitely has a noble bloodline. It's only a second stage half-step True Monarch, yet it has fused with 200 world-destroying dragon scales. I must get it. Don't worry, little sister. How many geniuses die prematurely? As long as he enters the Blood Flame Hall, killing him will be as easy as killing an ant. Yi Xian followed Jia Yuanzheng and left. On the way, the latter couldn't help but ask, Yi Xian, I heard from Buyuan that this toy of yours can fight against a third-stage true monarch? Yes, senior. Yi Xian replied telepathically. A second-stage half-step true monarch can fight against a third-stage true monarch. That's a gap of 10 realms. This is simply, Jia Yuanjing didn't know what words to use to describe the world-destroying ghost dragon. This matter was left behind by Jia Buyuan before his death. Therefore, Jia Yuanjing didn't say it out loud and only used voice transmission. Such a good seedling naturally had to be hidden. Who knew what would happen if others found out about it? Although Jia Yuanjing didn't believe it, he believed it when he thought about how Jia Buyuan had confirmed it with his death. After a while, Jia Yuanjing brought Yi Xian to see his father, one of the Blood Flame Hall's guardian elders, Jia Xingtian. There were only 5 hall protector elders in the Blood Flame Hall. They were a rank higher than ordinary elders. Father, they're here. Jia Yuanjing brought Yi Xian to a room and said to the old man who had his back facing the two. The old man turned around after hearing this. Did you bring back Buyuan's corpse? Jia Xingtian asked. I brought it back. I'll bury it in a moment. Jia Yuanjing nodded. Good. Jia Xingtian sighed and said, Young man, before Buyuan died, he said that you saved his life. At that time, you fought 1 against 3. Moreover, the 3 of them were third-stage true monarchs. How did you do it? At that time, Jia Buyuan didn't mention Yi Xian's realm. In fact, the world-destroying ghost dragon was only a first-stage half-step true monarch at that time. Now that he had broken through to the second-stage half-step true monarch, Jia Xingtian and Jia Yuanjing thought that he had only fought 10 realms above him. However, this was already shocking enough. It's very simple. My black dragon has already fused with 500 world-destroying dragon scales. Yi Xian replied directly. What? Jia Xingtian and Jia Yuanjing were both shocked. 500 world-destroying dragon scales. How was this possible? That's impossible. Even I have only passed the threshold of 500 world-destroying dragon scales. Jia Xingtian didn't dare to believe it. Who was he? He was an 8th-stage true monarch expert, but he had only fused with 500 world-destroying dragon scales. How could a second-stage half-step true monarch world-destroying ghost dragon have fused with so many world-destroying dragon scales? Jia Yuanjing immediately took out a crystal. This was a tool to verify the number of world-destroying dragon scales that had been fused with the world-destroying dragon scales. Yi Xian gave the world-destroying ghost dragon a test. The crystal shone for a long time. It's really over 500 world-destroying dragon scales. This is incredible. Buyuan has made a great contribution this time. Jia Xingtian's eyes widened. In fact, if they took out the crystal to test 1,000 world-destroying dragon scales, they would also succeed. This was because the world-destroying ghost dragon had already fused with far more world-destroying dragon scales. Even in the Bloodfire Hall, it was impossible to have a half-step true monarch with 500 world-destroying dragon scales. If the world-destroying ghost dragon grew up, it would be a monster. I'm afraid our branch won't be able to accommodate such a talent. Yuanjing, take him to rest first. Remember not to let anyone know about this. Jia Xingtian said. Yes. Jia Yuanjing nodded. Before he left, Jia Xingtian said again, here are 1,000 world-destroying dragon scales. It's your reward for bringing back Buyuan's body. As for the other 4,000 world-destroying dragon scales, you can take them. Thank you, senior. Yi Xian was overjoyed to receive 5,000 world-destroying dragon scales. This was great. In fact, the world-destroying dragon scales were too many. After all, Jia Xingtian only thought that the world-destroying ghost dragon had fused with 500 world-destroying dragon scales. 5,000 world-destroying dragon scales was enough to last the world-destroying ghost dragon for a lifetime. Coincidentally, these 5,000 world-destroying dragon scales could increase the world-destroying ghost dragon's strength to the 5th level. At the same time, Yi Xian also knew that Jia Xingtian was sucking up to him now. When he arrived at the Bloodfire Hall, he would definitely be heavily groomed. At that time, he would definitely not forget about Jia Xingtian. Following that, Jia Yuanjing brought Yi Xian to live near his residence. Due to Yi Xian's special situation, it wasn't good for him to send someone to protect him. Otherwise, it would arouse the suspicion of others. Chapter 1857. At that moment, Yi Xian ordered the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon to start fusing with the World Destroyer Dragon Scales. The World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon fusing with the World Destroyer Dragon Scales was a little slow in the beginning. However, after a few thousand of them were fused, the speed increased. In just a few moments, all 5,000 World Destroyer Dragon Scales had been fused. At this point, he had already obtained a fourfold increase in strength and had entered the 5th stage. The 5th stage required 100 World Destroyer Dragon Scales to increase his strength by 1 point. In other words, he needed 10,000 World Destroyer Dragon Scales. Yi Xian was unable to obtain so many for the time being. That night. Brother, after that guy was taken away, they didn't bother with him. He must have lied about his strength. Why don't we do it tonight? Jiang Xingwen said to Jiang Xingjuan. I think so, Jiang Xingjuan nodded and decided to do it. With his status in the Bloodfire Hall, it was easy for him to take someone away. Moreover, he wasn't going to kill Yi Xian. He was just going to take him away. Thinking of this, Jiang Xingjuan arrived outside Yi Xian's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound, Yi Xian paused. In fact, he had already sensed Jiang Xingjuan's aura. This guy is here again. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he still went to open the door. Kid, we're just borrowing your black dragon. It's not like we want to kill you. I only need 1 day and I'll give you 10 World Destroyer Dragon Scales. What do you think? Jiang Xingjuan asked. If Yi Xian hadn't brought back Jia Buiyuan's corpse, he would have used force. Sorry, I don't need these 10 World Destroyer Dragon Scales. Yi Xian rejected directly. 10 World Destroyer Dragon Scales. Did he think he was a beggar? If he wanted to use the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon, he would need at least 10,000. You're courting death. Jiang Xingjuan's eyes flashed with killing intent. A mere half-step true lord dared to reject him time and time again. This was a challenge to his authority. Since that was the case, he was going to do it for real. Slap. Jiang Xingjuan slapped Yi Xian's shoulder. That strong hand made Yi Xian unable to move. Fine, then I'll go with you. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Actually, he wasn't afraid of Jiang Xingjuan. He just found him annoying. Why don't we settle this once and for all? At that moment, Yi Xian left with Jiang Xingjuan. Jiang Xingjuan secretly took Yi Xian out of the Bloodfire Hall and found Jiang Xingwen. Jiang Xingwen's eyes lit up when she saw Yi Xian. Where's that black dragon of yours? Do what? Yi Xian asked. I'm going to *CK it, not you. Why are you in such a hurry? Jiang Xingwen's expression turned cold. She was thinking that if she was forced into a corner, she would directly chop up Yi Xian's penis. At this moment, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth suddenly curled up as he said, Ha, do you know why I'm here this time? Didn't they compromise? Jiang Xingwen narrowed her eyes. Of course not. Yi Xian shook his head. Then, the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon appeared beside him. Jiang Xingwen's expression changed when she saw this. Yi Xian said no, but he summoned the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon. What was he trying to do? Even Jiang Xingjuan didn't know. But in the next moment, they knew. World Devastator Ghostly Dragon, merge. Instantly, Yi Xian merged with the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon's body like a spirit. Then, his aura skyrocketed. What? Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen were shocked. Their cultivation levels were much higher than Yi Xian's, but they couldn't see how Yi Xian did it. I've come with you today to get rid of you. Die. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He reached out his claws and grabbed Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen. The 5 slaughter seals had already been activated. One seal could increase one's strength by 8 times. 5 seals would increase one's strength by 9 times. In addition to the undying fighting souls 3 times, it would increase one's strength by 12 times. Poof! Crack! Following 2 sounds, Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen's bodies exploded, and they died on the spot. Jiang Xingwen, 1st stage true monarch. Jiang Xingjuan, 3rd stage true monarch. However, they were killed by Yi Xian, a 7th stage true monarch. One had to know that they had crossed more than a dozen realms. You overestimate yourselves. Yi Xian snorted and put away the 2 corpses and the interspatial rings. There were still 1,000 world devastator dragon scales in the interspatial rings of the 2 siblings. It was not bad. Then, Yi Xian quickly disintegrated and broke through the void to return to the Bloodfire Hall. The problem was solved. However, Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen were the grandson and granddaughter of the Bloodfire Hall's guardian elder. Moreover, the guards had seen him and Jiang Xingjuan leaving the Bloodfire Hall together. When the time came, they would definitely ask. As expected, not long after Yi Xian returned, someone immediately arrived at his residence. No, it should be said that they trespassed and directly came to Yi Xian. You are Yi Xian? A middle-aged man asked Yi Xian. Yi Xian sensed and found that the other party was at least a high-level true monarch. He hurriedly nodded and said, Yi Xian greets senior. Did you and my son, Jiang Xingjuan, leave the Bloodfire Hall together? The middle-aged man asked. This middle-aged man was Jiang Xingjuan's father, an ordinary elder of the Bloodfire Hall, Jiang Yang. Senior, I did not. Yi Xian directly shook his head. Nonsense. Jiang Yang said with a cold expression. I just asked around. The guard said that you and Jiang Xingjuan left the Bloodfire Hall together. You still want to quibble? In fact, when the other party came, Yi Xian already knew that the Jiang family should have known about Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen's deaths. After all, there was something called the Life Tablet. If Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen died, then the Life Tablet would shatter. That was why the Jiang family knew about it. After asking around, they would quickly find out. Then, senior, can you find that person and confront him? Yi Xian asked. Confront what? How did Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen die? Speak. Jiang Yang opened his eyes wide. He looked as though he wanted to skin Yi Xian alive and drink his blood. At this time, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the room. Yi Xian looked carefully and found that it was Jia Yuanzheng who had hurried over. Elder Jiang, why have you come to the room of a junior so late at night? Jia Yuanzheng narrowed his eyes and said. Humph. This brat left the Bloodfire Hall together with Jiang Xingjuan. Then, Jiang Xingjuan's life tablet shattered. I suspect that he set a trap and killed my son. Jiang Yang said. Yi Xian was only a rank 7 true monarch. His strength was extremely low. Thus, it was impossible for him to have killed Jiang Xingjuan. The reason why Jia Yuanzheng came over was that he had heard about Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen's deaths. Moreover, he knew that Yi Xian had the strength to kill a rank 3 true monarch. Thus, after hearing this, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Chapter 1858. I heard that this brat had a conflict with my son and daughter before he entered the Bloodfire Hall. Jiang Yang said sternly. It was just a small conflict. I heard about it too, but it wasn't to the extent of killing. Besides, how did he know a perfected lord expert? Jia Yuanzheng continued to defend Yi Xian. Jiang Yang couldn't help but look at Jia Yuanzheng. Yi Xian didn't know him, but what about Jia Yuanzheng? Could this be a scheme by Jia Xingtian and Jia Yuanzheng? Jia Buiyuan was dead, so Jia Xingtian and Jia Yuanjing were targeting Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen? Jiang Yang felt that something was amiss. Yi Xian was just a lowly disciple of the Bloodfire Hall. Was there a need for Jia Yuanjing to personally defend Yi Xian? Something was wrong. However, he didn't think that the world destroyer Ghostly Dragon was too talented. Instead, he thought that this was a scheme by Jia Yuanzheng or Jia Xingtian. I won't waste time. I'm going to search his soul. Then, the truth will be revealed. Jiang Yang stepped forward and prepared to search Yi Xian's soul. Seeing this, Jia Yuanzheng naturally stood in front of Yi Xian. Elder Jia, could this be your doing? Jiang Yang's eyes widened as he asked sternly. Elder Jiang, don't slander me. You can't blame your son's death on me. Jia Yuanzheng glanced at Yi Xian and said, why don't we ask the Hall Master for justice? Hall Master? Jiang Yang nodded immediately. Okay. The Hall Master would definitely investigate thoroughly once he found out that his son and daughter had died. Then, the truth would be revealed. However, what he didn't know was that Jia Yuanzheng and Yi Xian had already communicated privately. Yi Xian was blunt about killing Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen. Moreover, Jia Xingtian had already reported Yi Xian's matter to the Hall Master. The Hall Master would definitely suppress this matter for Yi Xian's sake. Jiang Yang, Jia Yuanzheng, and Yi Xian immediately went to look for the Hall Master of the Blood Flame Hall. The Hall Master of the Blood Flame Hall, Huaming, was a rank 9 true monarch. Furthermore, he had fused with nearly 600 world destruction dragon scales. At that moment, there were two figures beside Huaming. They were Jia Xingtian and Jiang Yang's father, Jiang Tai. What the hell is going on? Huaming asked as soon as he saw everyone. Hall Master, it's like this. Tonight, my son and this brat left the Blood Flame Hall together. After that, my son and daughter's life tablets shattered. I suspect that they set a trap to harm my son and daughter. Jiang Yang immediately reported. Them? Huaming narrowed his eyes and glanced at Jia Yuanzheng and Jia Xingtian. Jia Xingtian immediately said, Elder Jiang, if you don't have evidence, don't talk nonsense. Oh. Jiang Yang is only talking about them. Could it be that Elder Jia has a guilty conscience? Jiang Tai narrowed his eyes and said. Guilty? Why would I be guilty? Jia Xingtian grinned and said, I also have some understanding of the situation. Why don't we call those guarding disciples over and see if they saw Yi Xian and Jiang Xingjuan leave the Blood Flame Hall together? Alright, I've already called them over. Jiang Tai waved his hand. Not long after, 4 guarding disciples walked in. These 4 people were all true monarchs. One of them was even a rank 2 true monarch. Greetings Hall Master, elders. The 4 people timidly walked in and respectfully said. Huaming didn't beat around the bush and directly said, just now, did you really see Jiang Xingjuan and this youngster leave the Blood Flame Hall together? This, the 4 people glanced at each other. Soon after, a narrow-eyed disciple said, we didn't see anything. We only saw senior brother Jiang leave alone. What? The moment these words came out, Jiang Yang and Jiang Tai were both stunned. Just now, what they heard wasn't this. These 4 people clearly said that they saw Jiang Xingjuan and Yi Xian leave together with their own eyes. Ha, now the truth is out, right? Jia Xingtian laughed and said, Elder Jiang, could it be that you're looking for trouble? You. Jiang Tai pointed at Jia Xingtian in astonishment. He immediately understood that these 4 people should have been bribed by Jia Xingtian. Thus, he immediately cupped his fists and said, Hall Master, I want to search the souls of these 4 disciples. Search the souls. Once these words came out, the 4 disciples trembled. If they were to search the souls of these 4 people, wouldn't this matter be exposed? Searching the souls of these 4 disciples can't be done so casually. If there's a mistake, these 4 disciples will be destroyed. How about this, let me do it personally. Blood Flame Hall Master said. With Hall Master taking action, there won't be a problem. Jiang Tai didn't have any doubts and directly nodded in agreement. Then, Huaming began to search the souls of these 4 disciples one by one. In less than half a minute, the soul search was completed. Then, he shook his head and said, "What they said is true. They really only saw Jiang Xingwen and Jiang Xingjuan leave the Blood Flame Hall alone." "What? That's impossible." Jiang Tai and Jiang Yang were shocked. This wasn't what they had heard before. "Elder Jiang, why don't you do it yourself? Of course, if there's an accident, you'll have to compensate the 4 of them," Huaming said. "All right." Jiang Tai immediately agreed. With his ability, compensating 4 disciples of first and second stage true monarchs was extremely easy for him. Then, he quickly flashed in front of the 4 and began to search their souls one by one. However, as time passed, his expression gradually became unsightly. This was because he saw that these 4 disciples didn't see Yi Xian leave. They only saw Jiang Xingwen and Jiang Xingjuan leave the Blood Flame Hall alone. Then, why did these 4 disciples lie to Jiang Yang just now? "Elder Jiang, I'm afraid the matter of your grandson and granddaughter's death isn't that simple. These 4 disciples actually dared to lie to you. Someone must have ordered them to do so. Why don't we detain these 4 first and then investigate?" Jia Xingtian suggested. Jiang Tai's expression was gloomy, but he didn't say anything. Just now, when he had searched the souls of these 4 disciples, he didn't know why they chose to lie to him and say that Yi Xian and Jiang Xingjuan left the Blood Flame Hall together. This was indeed something that needed to be questioned properly. "Hall Master, I hope that you can let me deal with these 4 disciples," Jiang Tai said to Huaming. Deceiving an elder and framing others should be punished indeed. "Elder Jiang Tai, do as you wish." Huaming nodded. Then, Jiang Tai and Jiang Yang left with the 4 disciples, leaving Huaming, Jia Xingtian, Jia Yuanzheng, and Yi Xian behind. "Hall Master, thank you very much." After Jiang Tai and Jiang Yang left, Jia Xingtian hurriedly said, "It's no harm. It's the Blood Flame Hall's great fortune that Jia Buiyuan was able to find such a genius. It's worth it to lose a few people." Chapter 1859. In fact, during the soul search, Huaming had already controlled the 4 disciples and tampered with their memories. That was why Jiang Tai did not see Yi Xian during the soul search. Elder Jiang Tai did not suspect Hall Leader Huaming because he thought Hall Leader Huaming was fair and just. However, he did not expect Hall Leader Huaming to collude with Jia Xingtian and Jia Yuanzheng because of Yi Xian. "Thank you, Hall Leader." After thanking Hall Leader Huaming, Yi Xian took out Jiang Xingwen and Jiang Xingjuan's corpses. "Amazing." Hall Leader Huaming nodded in satisfaction and said, "However, you were too careless. If I did not cover for you, you would have been caught by Elder Jiang Tai." "You're right, Hall Leader," Yi Xian hurriedly said. In fact, he was not afraid. After all, he had the time reversal skill. At most, he would return to the time before he arrived at the Blood Flame Hall. "You should go back first. Don't wander around. I have reported your matter to the main hall." The main hall was very happy when they heard about it. "After I plan carefully, I will send you to the main hall," Huaming said. "Thank you, Hall Leader." Yi Xian thanked Huaming again. After that, he left and returned to his residence. Originally, he wanted to use the time reversal skill to find a good opportunity to kill Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen. At least, he could not let the 4 disciples see him. He could still do it. After all, he had the eyes of the void. However, he felt that Elder Jiang Tai and Elder Jiang Yang would not let him off so easily. "Father, this is too strange." On the way back, Jiang Yang could not help but send a voice transmission to Jiang Tai. "Did you personally ask him just now?" Jiang Tai asked through voice transmission. "Yes." The 4 of them said that they saw Xingjuan and Yi Xian leave the Blood Flame Hall together. Jiang Yang nodded solemnly. "That's strange." Jiang Tai narrowed his eyes and decided to bring the 4 of them back for questioning first. However, no matter what method he used, the confessions of these 4 people were still the same as before. There was no change at all. A thought suddenly occurred to Jiang Yang, and he asked tentatively, "Father, could it be that the sect master, you're saying that the hall master deliberately searched his own soul first, and then tampered with the memories of the 4 of them? He's intentionally shielding them." Jiang Tai immediately understood. "It's possible." Jiang Yang nodded. However, the hall master has been in office for so long and has always separated public from private matters. He has never interfered in the conflict between Jia Xingtian and me. Why is it that this time? Jiang Tai could not understand. Perhaps they have already colluded together and are preparing to drive father out of the Blood Flame Hall. Jiang Yang said. No matter what, let's investigate first. If it's really the hall master behind this, then don't blame me for being heartless. Killing intent flashed in Jiang Tai's eyes. In the next 2 days, Yi Xian stayed in the Bloody Fire Hall. During this time, he had also broken through from rank 7 True Sage to rank 8 True Sage. Yan Ming Ghostly Lord, World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon, Wei Zhentian, Heaven-Breaking Ape God, and the others had also reached rank 3 Half-Step True Lords. Then, he heard Jia Xingtian's voice transmission. Yi Xian, I will escort you to the main hall tomorrow. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Was he finally going to move? He had already made a plan. As long as he reached the main hall, he would let the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon examine 1,000 scales. At that time, he would definitely amaze the world. Then, he would ask for a large amount of World Destroyer Dragon Scales or World Destroyer Dragon Bones to increase his strength. Soon, the next day arrived. When the second day arrived, Jia Xingtian had already arrived at Yi Xian's residence and brought Yi Xian out of the Blood Flame Hall. It was said that the main hall of the Blood Flame Hall had also sent a rank 9 True Lord expert to receive them. Jia Xingtian's mission was to send Yi Xian to this expert. Jia Xingtian left in a rather secretive manner. However, Jiang Tai could still sense an rank 8 True Lord leaving the Blood Flame Hall. Huaming, Jia Xingtian, you killed my grandson and granddaughter. This grudge must be avenged. Jiang Tai thought to himself as he looked at Jia Xingtian's departing figure. Although he did not understand why Jia Xingtian brought Yi Xian away, he had already attributed the deaths of Jiang Xingjuan and Jiang Xingwen to Jia Xingtian. As for the Blood Flame Hall branch leader, Huaming, he was covering up for Jia Xingtian. Therefore, this was a good opportunity for Jia Xingtian to leave the Blood Flame Hall. However, Jia Xingtian did not know that he had already been included in the list of people who must be killed. Yi Xian, when you reach the main hall, don't forget about our branch hall if you succeed in the future. On the way, Jia Xingtian could not help but say to Yi Xian. Senior, don't worry. This junior will definitely not forget, Yi Xian said solemnly. Previously, Jia Xingtian had given him 5,000 World Destroyer Dragon Scales. In the future, when he grew stronger, it would not be a problem for him to give Jia Xingtian 50,000 World Destroyer Dragon Scales. That's good. Jia Xingtian nodded in satisfaction. However, less than half a day after they left the Blood Flame Hall, several figures rushed over from the horizon. Their auras are not weak. They are at least 7th stage True Monarchs, and there are even 2 8th stage True Monarchs. Jia Xingtian narrowed his eyes. After sensing these auras, he deliberately brought Yi Xian to a different direction. However, he did not expect that these people would also change direction. It seemed that these people were coming for them. Be careful. I'm afraid they don't have good intentions. Jia Xingtian hurriedly reminded. Yi Xian also raised his guard. After all, with his current strength, he was unable to help Jia Xingtian. Everyone, what's the matter? When the other party approached, Jia Xingtian could not help but ask. We've been asked to kill you. The 8th stage True Monarch in the lead did not say anything and directly attacked. The 4 7th stage True Monarchs behind him did the same. They were determined to kill Jia Xingtian. Shameless boasting. This old man has not fought for many years. Don't think that I'm a sick cat. Jia Xingtian shouted angrily and directly transformed into a majestic black dragon. Moreover, he was a black wind demonic dragon of the black dragon race. His bloodline was more noble than that of ordinary black dragons. Among these 5 people, the 4 7th stage true monarchs were humans. Only the 8th stage true monarch in the lead was a black dragon. However, they had the advantage in numbers. Because Yi Xian's cultivation was too low, they could not arouse any interest in him, so they left him to the side. I can't participate in a battle of this level, but I can help, Yi Xian thought in his heart and transmitted a message to Jia Xingtian. If he wanted to fight this battle easily, he had to use the myriad beasts diagram. There's actually such a treasure. Fine, I'll give it a try. After hearing Yi Xian's transmission, Jia Xingtian immediately pulled away from the other party and transformed into his human form. Chapter 1860. Myriad Beasts Diagram, Suppress him. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. In the next moment, the strength of the black dragon in the form of the leader decreased by 60%. If the Myriad Beasts diagram was only at level 1, it might not be able to suppress him. But now that Wei Zhentian's treasure had evolved, the Myriad Beasts diagram was a level 2 treasure. It was enough to suppress the opponent. What? The black dragon was frightened. Why did his speed decrease all of a sudden? Ha, good chance. Jia Xingtian grinned and quickly rushed over to kill. Originally, the opponent's strength was already 30% weaker than his. Now, it was reduced by 60%. In his eyes, the opponent was no different from a 7th stage true monarch. Kill. Jia Xingtian instantly accelerated and flashed in front of the opponent. Then, he punched and directly penetrated the opponent's chest, exploding his dragon heart. Instant kill. The Myriad Beasts diagram reduced all attributes. Apart from speed, it also reduced defense, attack, and so on. Therefore, Jia Xingtian was able to instantly kill the opponent. When the other 4 saw this, they were shocked and immediately turned around to leave. Want to leave? Stay here. Jia Xingtian opened his eyes wide and attacked again. Only 4 7th stage true monarchs, and they were still humans. Naturally, they were unable to fight against him, even if they joined hands. However, Jia Xingtian was now in his human form. His strength was too weak compared to his main body. Only 2 7th stage true monarchs were left behind. Yi Xian, this treasure of yours is too heaven-defying. If I had this treasure, I would be able to fight against a 9th stage true monarch. Jia Xingtian couldn't help but say. Yi Xian just smiled indifferently and didn't say anything. Then, Jia Xingtian didn't waste time and directly threw the spatial rings of the 2 7th stage true monarchs to Yi Xian. Then, he took the spatial rings of the 8th stage true monarch. I wonder who sent these 5 people to kill me. It seems that I have to search their souls. Jia Xingtian stared at the corpses and slowly said. Senior, let me do it. I have a treasure that can search their souls. After saying that, Yi Xian put the corpses of the 2 7th stage true monarchs into the planting space. Then, he used the soul-sucking bell transformed by Wei Zhentian to search their souls. The flow of time in the planting space was very slow. In less than a second, Yi Xian was done. So it's him. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and took out a floating image crystal. When Jia Xingtian saw the picture on the floating image crystal, his killing intent suddenly erupted. That bastard Jiang Tai, he actually entrusted others to kill me. Jia Xingtian was furious. This scene was something that Yi Xian had extracted from the souls of the 2 corpses of the 7th stage true monarchs using the soul-absorbing bell. This was the new effect of the soul-absorbing bell after it had advanced in rank. With this, Jiang Tai was dead for sure. Senior, why don't we go back first and kill that Jiang Tai? Yi Xian suggested. Alright. In any case, the main hall's envoy will come to the branch hall. We can't let Jiang Tai escape. Jia Xingtian nodded. Soon after, he brought Yi Xian back to the Blood Flame Hall branch hall. After half a day, Jia Xingtian and Yi Xian returned to the Blood Flame Hall branch. After sensing their auras, Jia Yuanzheng couldn't help but ask, "Father, why did you come back? That bastard Jiang Tai actually entrusted someone to ambush and kill me midway, and he almost succeeded." Jia Xingtian couldn't help but say. On the way back, he had already sent a message to the Blood Flame Hall branch's hall master Huaming. However, Huaming said that Jiang Tai and Jiang Yang weren't in the Blood Flame Hall. The majority of the Jiang family members are, Jia Xingtian sensed for a moment. Since that was the case, Jiang Tai shouldn't have run away. However, Yi Xian felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, after he had this thought, Jia Xingtian's expression changed. "Father, what's wrong?" Jia Yuanzheng asked. "A large number of experts are approaching our Blood Flame Hall." Jia Xingtian opened his eyes wide and hurriedly left. Presumably, the Blood Flame Hall's hall master, a 9th stage true monarch, had also sensed it. "Who are they?" At this time, in the sky above the Blood Flame Hall, Huaming looked ahead and asked loudly. However, this time, it was a group of black-clothed people. Among them, there were 2 9th stage true monarchs, 10 8th stage true monarchs, and dozens of 7th stage true monarchs. Chapter 1861. System notifications rang out one after another. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's single slaughter seal directly soared to 9. If all 9 slaughter seals were to be unleashed, Yi Xian's strength would increase by 16 times. Unleash. In an instant, Yi Xian's strength skyrocketed again. He originally thought that he wouldn't be able to control this battle, but now, it seemed that he might be able to. Black Dragon Flame Wave. World-destroying Dragon Claw. Very soon, Yi Xian condensed 9 more slaughter seals. However, this time, he didn't need to use the slaughter state because the duration was still up. This time, he directly unleashed 8 slaughter seals and used the immortal extinguishing arrows. A total of 10 immortal extinguishing arrows pierced through the air, targeting a 7th stage true monarch. One had to know that with Yi Xian's current 8th stage true master realm, he could casually kill a high-level true monarch and condense enough slaughter seals. Killing one person would allow him to condense 10 immortal extinguishing arrows. Coupled with Yi Xian's current strength increase, how could 10 immortal extinguishing arrows not kill a 7th stage true monarch? What a joke! Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Next, every time Yi Xian killed a person, he would condense 10 immortal extinguishing arrows and aim them at the opponent's chest. In this kind of chaotic battle, the effect of the immortal extinguishing arrows was very good. At most, one person could only dodge 5 of them before their heart was pierced. The number of people on the human side started to decrease rapidly. "Bastard, you're courting death." An 8th stage true monarch noticed Yi Xian and immediately dove down. "You want to go over? Did you ask for my permission?" Suddenly, a black dragon appeared between him and Yi Xian. It turned out to be Jia Xingtian's son, Jia Yuanzheng, an 8th stage true monarch. "You want to kill me? You're not qualified." Yi Xian immediately used the Death Hunt command to mark his opponent and condensed 10 more immortal extinguishing arrows. This 8th stage true monarch had to defend against Jia Yuanzheng and 10 immortal extinguishing arrows at the same time. That was not the main point. The main point was that the immortal extinguishing arrows were endless. 10, 20, 30. He was about to face 30 immortal extinguishing arrows. The exterminating immortal arrow had the ability to attack automatically. Moreover, Yi Xian would always aim at the enemy's heart. Unless the exterminating immortal arrow pierced the enemy's body, the enemy would not stop even if they ran for 100 years. Of course, the other party could scatter the extinguishing immortal arrow or quickly dodge it so that the extinguishing immortal arrow would hit something else. Damn it! The rank 8 middle-aged man realized that something was wrong and quickly retreated. Originally, this battle was in a stalemate. However, following the death of those rank 7 true monarchs, the situation became slightly bad. "Sir, are we going to retreat?" A true monarch of the 8th stage sent a voice transmission to a true monarch of the 9th stage. Don't be anxious. As long as we kill this Blood Flame Hall branch leader, we won't need to fear the others. A rank 9 true monarch shook his head. At this moment, the two of them are besieging the Blood Flame Hall's branch leader Huaming. However, Huaming has fused with nearly 600 world-destroying dragon scales and is also a Zooist, so his power is very extraordinary. However, they had other plans. The situation is not bad. As long as I have a little more time, I can get rid of the two of them by myself. Huaming, who has transformed into his true form, thinks to himself. However, right at this moment, a white light suddenly flashes. Suddenly, a white light flashed. He glanced around and found that one of the two opponents had transformed into a white dragon. What? Huaming is extremely shocked. If the other party is a Zooist, he should have been able to sense it. He reckons that the other party is using some kind of treasure to conceal his Zooist aura. Without waiting for Huaming to react, the white dragon opens its big mouth and spits out a white dragon breath, which accurately explodes on Huaming's body. Not only that, but the other person also transformed into a white dragon and rapidly attacked. Roar! Huaming looks up to the sky and roars. Only now does he realize that the one who is attacking the Blood Flame Hall is not some other power but the White Dragon Hall. He did not expect that the Grand White Dragon Hall would actually do such a shady thing. Without any evidence to prove that he is a member of the Black Dragon Hall, they use such a method to destroy the Blood Flame Hall. I am unwilling to accept this. Huaming's heart is bleeding. He is indeed a branch leader of the Black Dragon Hall, but he does not know how he has been exposed. At this moment, he suddenly sees a familiar figure from the corner of his eyes. Jiang Tai. At this moment, he understands that he was exposed by Jiang Tai and Jiang Yang. At this moment, he even has the thought of perishing together with Jiang Tai and Jiang Yang. Unfortunately, he was seriously injured by these two experts of the White Dragon Hall. Even if he were to risk his life, he would not be able to hold on for long. At the same time, ding! Host has triggered a random mission, kill Jiang Yang. Completion reward, slaughter mark will advance once. Kill Jiang Yang and Jiang Tai. Double reward. Ding! Mission is in progress. Time reversal cannot be used. Two system notifications resound in Yi Xian's mind. Jiang Yang, Jiang Tai. Hearing this, Yi Xian quickly turns his head and sees the late Jiang Yang and Jiang Tai. Since the system gave him this mission, it means that this matter was definitely caused by Jiang Tai and Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang is only a rank 7 true monarch. Killing him is not difficult. But Jiang Tai is a rank 8 true monarch. If there is no one to help me, it will not be so easy to kill him in my current situation, Yi Xian thinks to himself. It must be said that the double reward is very tempting to him. But at this moment, he still needs to plan for the long term. In any case, Jiang Yang must be killed. Death-chasing command. Immediately, Yi Xian uses the death-chasing command to mark the rank 7 true monarch Jiang Yang. It just so happens that he has reached the 9th mark. Thus, he quickly condenses 10 immortal ending arrows and aims them at Jiang Yang's heart. Whoosh! 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 10 immortal ending arrows pierced through the air and shot toward Jiang Yang. At this time, Jiang Yang and Jiang Tai had just joined the battle. Because the others did not know that they were traitors, they were directly ambushed by the two. A rank 7 true monarch and an rank 8 true monarch elders of the Blood Flame Hall were ambushed and killed. Elder Jiang Yang, you. Elder Jiang Tai, why are you attacking your own people? Could it be? The surrounding experts of the Blood Flame Hall all revealed astonished expressions. Those two are traitors. Kill them. At this time, Jia Xingtian suddenly yells. Now, anyone with a discerning eye can see that there is no need for him to remind them. Remnants of the Black Dragon cult, this old man has already forsaken the darkness for the light and submitted to the White Dragon Palace. If you know what's good for you, obediently surrender. Jiang Tai coldly says. What? We are from the Black Dragon cult. When the people below heard this, they were somewhat confused. Chapter 1862. Immediately, some of the ordinary elders were shaken. However, the experts of the White Dragon Palace took advantage of the situation and pursued them, heavily injuring or killing them as soon as they revealed an opening. Just a single sentence from Jiang Tai was enough to cause the Blood Flame Hall to lose several members. The other elders were so angry that they gnashed their teeth and directly pounced toward Jiang Yang and Jiang Tai. My chance has finally come. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The reason why he was able to act so smoothly was because there was someone helping him. If he had to face a rank 7 true monarch alone, it would definitely be impossible. But now, Jiang Tai's actions had aroused the anger of the crowd. Several people were already rushing toward him. In addition, Jiang Tai's son, Jiang Yang, naturally wouldn't let him off. You want to catch me? Not so easy. Jiang Yang's lips slightly curled up. But right at this time, a powerful aura suddenly appeared behind him. What? Jiang Yang suddenly turned around and discovered an extremely powerful dragon aura. Before he could react, the dragon aura had already engulfed him. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Jiang Yang, dead. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. Will you immediately receive the reward? This time, Yi Xian hesitated. Right now, he needed someone to attract his opponent's attention in order to succeed. Moreover, Jiang Yang was only a rank 7 true monarch, while Jiang Tai was in rank 8 true monarch, infinitely close to rank 9 true monarch. Most importantly, Jiang Yang had died in Yi Xian's hands. Jiang Tai would definitely be enraged. It was simply impossible to kill him. Yes. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian made his decision. Sometimes, it was better to be a little more conservative. After the random mission, there was another explanation, and that was that the time reversal skill couldn't be used while the mission was in progress. What if an accident happened in the middle? At that time, wouldn't Yi Xian have to destroy 3 of his clones? It wasn't worth it. Ding! Slaughter seal has leveled up once. The system notification rang out. Yi Xian quickly glanced at it and discovered that the amplification of a single seal had increased from 1.8 times to 2 times. Moreover, the maximum number of slaughter seals had increased from 9 to 10. If all 10 slaughter seals were to be unleashed at the same time, it would be able to increase his battle prowess by 20 times. In addition to the 10 times increase in sex and other things, that was a total of 30 times. It was a pity that the Carnage seal required 2 devour points for the next level up. You bastard! How dare you kill my son? I'll take your life. When Jiang Tai saw that his son had been blasted to death by Yi Xian, he immediately raised his head and roared. He transformed into his true form and rushed towards Yi Xian. At this time, Jia Xingtian suddenly flashed over and held Jiang Tai back. Now, I will show you my true strength. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He immediately used up the 10 slaughter seals that he had just condensed and activated the slaughter status. Previously, it was only 16 times, but now, it was 20 times. Although it couldn't be stacked, it still increased Yi Xian's strength by nearly 4 times. Kill! Murderous intent flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he instantly disappeared from Jiang Tai's field of vision. The next moment, he appeared behind Jiang Tai. Annihilation Dragon Claw. Black Dragon Flame Wave. Yi Xian attacked with both hands and mouth, catching Jiang Tai unprepared. Although the latter dodged the Black Dragon Flame Wave, a large chunk of flesh was torn off his chest by the Annihilation Dragon Claw. Then, Jia Xingtian attacked. Bang! Jiang Tai's body was sent flying by Jia Xingtian's dragon tail. However, at the same time, there was a change in the battle on the other side. Blood Flame Hall's branch leader, Huaming, was finally killed by those two white dragons and thus fell. Actually, it wasn't that Yi Xian didn't want to save Huaming, but that he had no other choice. Although he had the 10,000 Beasts diagram, most of the Blood Flame Hall's members were Zooists while the White Dragon Hall's members were mostly humans. Once the 10,000 Beasts diagram appeared, a large number of Blood Flame Hall experts would be suppressed. Moreover, Huaming and those two White Dragon Hall 9th stage true monarchs wouldn't be able to escape either. Yi Xian, it's bad. The hall leader is dead. Jia Xingtian couldn't help but say while attacking Jiang Tai. Let's kill Jiang Tai and then leave. Yi Xian replied through sound transmission. He was still unable to turn the situation around in this battle, but he could only avenge Huaming. Jiang Tai must die. Immediately, Yi Xian, along with Jia Xingtian, attacked Jiang Tai. Because of Jiang Yang's death, Jiang Tai also wanted to smash Yi Xian's body. Therefore, he quickly rushed over. However, when Yi Xian was halfway there, he suddenly sensed two other powerful auras. 9th stage true monarchs. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. He was unexpectedly targeted by two 9th stage true monarchs. It seemed that he couldn't kill Jiang Tai for the time being. Senior, let's go. At once, Yi Xian directly used the planting space to put Jia Xingtian and Jia Yuanzheng inside. Then, he quickly used the death hunting command to mark a person and used the Eye of Assassination. World-destroying Dragon Claw. Yi Xian crushed the body of a 7th stage true monarch with a single strike. Then, he broke through the void and entered the planting space. He had already used his full strength. If he continued to stay here, it would be of no use. Who knew if something unexpected would happen? Therefore, he could only choose to leave. As for the others, he had already sent a sound transmission. However, many of them resisted the planting space's absorption and were not taken away. As a result, they were all killed by the experts of the White Dragon Palace. As for the disciples and relatives of the Blood Flame Hall, none of them managed to escape. They were all surrounded by the experts of the White Dragon Palace. The White Dragon Palace's plan was to eliminate the upper echelons of the Blood Flame Hall and then find the upper echelons of the Blood Flame Hall. Although Yi Xian and Jia Xingtian had escaped, Huaming was already dead. Moreover, his body had been stored. As long as they searched his soul, the upper echelons of the Blood Flame Hall would have nowhere to hide. Of course, there would also be some accidents. For example, the Black Dragon Palace's branch leader would erase this memory. Or, this branch leader might not know the location of the upper echelons. Every once in a while, the Black Dragon Envoy would come to collect the world-destroying dragon scale. At this moment, Yi Xian had already passed through the Void Gate and arrived at a safe place. What a tragedy! A random mission actually appeared along the way, making the time reversal skill unusable. Yi Xian sighed repeatedly. In the random mission just now, he was unable to use the time reversal skill. Now that the random mission had been completed, although he could use the skill, he could only go back to the time after the random mission was triggered. In short, he could not go back to the time of yesterday. He could only go back to the time after Jiang Tai appeared. Otherwise, he would definitely go back to the time before and inform the Blood Flame Hall's Hall Master, Huaming. Chapter 1863. Yi Xian did not expect that he would trigger a random quest along the way, causing his time reversal skill to temporarily lose its effect. He gazed into the distance. Jiang Tai, who had been marked with a death warrant, should be venting his anger by killing the elders of the Blood Flame Hall. Although my random mission has been completed, if I don't kill this Jiang Tai, I will feel uneasy. Yi Xian made up his mind. In a few more days, he would be able to make a breakthrough in his realm. At that time, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to kill this Jiang Tai who was an 8th stage true monarch. After all, Jia Xingtian, Jia Yuanzheng, and several elders of the 7th stage true monarch rank were still waiting for orders in his planting space. That bastard Jiang Tai actually betrayed the Blood Flame Hall. In the planting space, Jia Xingtian and the others were cursing. Although they had escaped, they still had family and friends in the Blood Flame Hall. Moreover, many people from the Blood Flame Hall had died in this battle. They also wanted to kill Jiang Tai very much. Senior, don't worry. I will definitely kill Jiang Tai and avenge the Hall Master and everyone else. I will also save the others. Yi Xian said. Saving people was a must, but not now. If he were to rush back now, it would be useless, so Yi Xian could only watch. Since only 6 people in the Blood Flame Hall knew the secret, as long as the others surrendered, they would not be killed by the White Dragon Palace's experts. Soon, the Blood Flame Hall was controlled. Then, the 2 rank 9 true monarchs immediately began to search Huaming's soul. The branch hall master of the Blood Flame Hall, Huaming, was a rank 9 true monarch. The 2 of them were also rank 9 true monarchs. Thus, it would not be that easy to perform a soul search on 2 people of the same level. At the very least, it was not something that could be done overnight because they did not have a treasure like the soul-absorbing bell. Several days later. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 9th stage true master. Ding! Infernal Ghostly Lord, World-Annihilating Ghostly Dragon, Wei Zhentian, and Heaven-Breaking Divine Ape have all broken through. They are now 4th stage half-step true monarchs. Yi Xian's realm had undergone a qualitative improvement. However, with his current cultivation level, it would be difficult for him to deal with so many White Dragon Palace experts. However, Jia Xingtian, Jia Yuanzheng and the other elders gave Yi Xian 10,000 pieces of World Annihilation Dragon scales. As a result, the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon's strength had doubled. Let's give it a try first. If it doesn't work, then I'll use time reversal. Yi Xian thought to himself. The time reversal skill was like a record. At most, it would return to the time when the White Dragon Palace experts attacked the Blood Flame Hall. However, this was enough. After all, nothing had happened after Yi Xian left. At this time, Yi Xian was already rushing towards the Bloodfire Hall. With his current strength, as long as he launched a sneak attack, it would be enough to cause quite a bit of trouble for the experts of the White Dragon Palace. Soon, he arrived near the Blood Flame Hall. With his cultivation level, no one would notice him. Jiang Tai is still inside. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the scarlet word, kill, in the distance. Just in case, he wanted to take the White Dragon Palace's rank 7 true monarch first. That way, he would be able to use the slaughter seal. After the last battle, the White Dragon Palace only had a few rank 7 true monarchs left. Fortunately, there just so happened to be 2 rank 7 true monarchs patrolling outside the Blood Flame Hall. Let's start with you. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and directly used the Death Hunt seal to mark one of the rank 7 true monarchs. In the next moment, he summoned the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon and the others and fused with them. There were 10 beasts, 10 times. Immediately after, Yi Xian unleashed 4 more slaughter seals, increasing his strength by 8 times. In addition, there was also the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon's triple undying battle soul. If the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon's 6th stage amplification was added, it would be a total of 26 times. Eye of Assassination. When the White Dragon Palace's rank 7 true monarch discovered the aura of the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon, Yi Xian had already used the Eye of Assassination and directly appeared behind him. Black Dragon Flame Wave. After fusing with the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon, Yi Xian opened his mouth and spat out a black dragon breath. Boom! This rank 7 true monarch was directly killed. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host has condensed a slaughter seal. Ding! Host has condensed a slaughter seal. After several system notifications rang out, Yi Xian directly used 10 slaughter seals. Now, the slaughter seal's amplification was no longer 8 times, but 20 times. Yi Xian, whose strength had greatly increased, quickly rushed into the Bloodfire Hall. At the same time, his powerful aura was also detected by the experts of the White Dragon Palace in the Bloodfire Hall. It's that black dragon again. Immediately, many experts of the White Dragon Palace leaped into the sky. Among them, there was even a rank 9 true monarch expert. As for the other one, he was searching Huaming's soul. You can't stop me. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide and once again used the Death Hunt seal to mark one of them. Eye of Assassination. Yi Xian once again appeared behind the opponent and spat out his dragon breath. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host has condensed a slaughter seal. Another series of system notifications rang out. Yi Xian, who had just used the slaughter seal, condensed another 9 slaughter seals. Adding the one that Yi Xian used himself, he now had 10 slaughter seals. Release. 9 carving seals, immortal slaying sword formation. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. In the next instant, a beautiful formation rapidly spread out with him as the center. Back then, because there were many experts of the Bloodfire Hall, Yi Xian didn't dare to use this move. But today, the experts of the Bloodfire Hall were all under control, and the ones who jumped into the sky were all people of the White Dragon Palace. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't have any misgivings this time. After the immortal slaying sword formation leveled up, it could be used regardless of whether it was 9 carving seals or 10 carving seals. Moreover, after using it, an immortal slaying puppet with 8 carving seals would appear in the formation. Perhaps not many people could block this move. Most importantly, even that 9th stage true monarch wouldn't be able to break this immortal slaying sword formation unless he killed Yi Xian. Immediately, those experts of the White Dragon Palace were enveloped by the immortal slaying sword formation. In the next instant, a frenzy of swords was set off within the immortal slaying sword formation. Then, people gradually started to die. Not only that, but Yi Xian also continuously used up the slaughter seal after each person died. 8 carving immortal slaying puppet. Immortal slashing arrow. Immortal slaying breath slash. Yi Xian could be considered to have used all his trump cards. When the immortal slaying sword formation was finished, everyone present except that 9th stage true monarch had died. This move instantly killed more than 10 people, including several 8th stage true monarchs. Behind the immortal slaying sword formation, that 9th stage true monarch and the disciples of the Bloodfire Hall all revealed shocked expressions. What is the background of this brat? That 9th stage true monarch couldn't understand. Fortunately, he dodged quickly and didn't enter the immortal slaying sword formation. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. Immediately, he quickly transformed into his original form. Chapter 1864. You finally returned to your true form. Good. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled, and he immediately charged toward the white dragon. You're courting death. The white dragon's eyes flashed, and it aimed at Yi Xian, immediately releasing a white dragon's breath. Unfortunately, when this dragon's breath was released, Yi Xian had already flashed behind it. Myriad Beasts Diagram. Suppress. In an instant, the white dragon's strength dropped by 60%. Immediately after. Black Dragon Flame Wave. After using the Eye of Assassination, the Black Dragon Flame Wave's power increased by 50%. Adding that it was a sneak attack, this attack actually annihilated half of the White Dragon's body in an instant. Coincidentally, half of the White Dragon's heart was also destroyed. Die. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. When this system notification rang out, Yi Xian's slaughter seals had recovered to 10. Now, one of the 2 White Dragon Palace's 9th stage true monarchs had already died, so the remaining one probably wouldn't be a threat. Coincidentally, that Jiang Tai also rushed over from the mountain behind the Blood Flame Hall. When he saw Yi Xian kill that 9th stage true monarch, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. In just a few days, Yi Xian actually dared to kill his way in. What kind of monster was this? Jiang Tai, face death. After coldly saying that, Yi Xian flashed behind Jiang Tai, and then extended his dragon claw. Puchi. A piece of flesh was torn off Jiang Tai's back by the world-destroying dragon claw, and there was even a beating dragon's heart. No. Don't, Jiang Tai extended his hand, looking at Yi Xian. His eyes seemed to be begging Yi Xian not to crush his dragon's heart. For experts of this level, even if their hearts were ripped out, they would still be alive, unless their hearts were damaged. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's desire to kill Jiang Tai would not weaken. Puchi. With a crisp sound, Jiang Tai's dragon heart was crushed by Yi Xian. In an instant, Jiang Tai's body fell from the sky and was caught by Yi Xian. Half of the vengeance had been avenged. In the end, only that rank 9 true monarch of the White Dragon Palace was left. Yi Xian quickly rushed over. However, halfway there, that rank 9 true monarch of the White Dragon Palace rushed out on his own. Bastard! The White Dragon Palace expert flew into a rage and charged towards Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian started to fight against him. After going through many enhancements, Yi Xian was now able to fight against this 9th stage true monarch. If this rank 9 true monarch were to transform into his true form, Yi Xian would be able to use the 10,000 beasts diagram to suppress him and then kill him. The only thing he didn't know was whether this 9th stage true monarch would transform into his true form or not. Your individual combat power is about the same as mine now. I don't believe that you won't change. Yi Xian's eyes flickered and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Sure enough, when this rank 9 true monarch saw that his human form was unable to do anything to Yi Xian, he roared at the sky and transformed into his true form. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian made Wei Zhentian transform into the 10,000 beasts diagram again and suppressed him in an instant. Although his true form was stronger, after being suppressed by the 10,000 beasts diagram, he was much weaker than before. What? This rank 9 true monarch was scared out of his wits. However, Yi Xian's attack had already arrived. Black Dragon Flame Wave. If he was at his peak, he would definitely be able to dodge this attack. However, with 60% of his strength suppressed by the 10,000 beasts diagram, he couldn't dodge at all. Boom! With just one attack, half of this white dragon's body was annihilated and he directly died. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang out. Immediately, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and put away the corpse. He didn't expect to be able to kill these people without breaking through again. It seemed that he didn't need to use time reversal either. Now that all the White Dragon Palace experts were dead, Yi Xian quickly collected the others into the planting space, including Jia Xingtian's descendants and so on. As for the Jiang family members, Yi Xian also collected all of them, but he definitely wouldn't give them any convenience in the future. TSK, TSK, TSK. The entire Bloodfire Hall actually gathered 30,000 pieces of World Annihilation Dragon scales. After this, Yi Xian couldn't stop smiling. However, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon now needed 100,000 pieces of World Annihilation Dragon scales. 30,000 pieces of World Annihilation Ghost Dragon scales could only increase its strength by 30%. However, at this moment, suddenly, a powerful aura descended upon the Bloodfire Hall. Yi Xian was so frightened that he hurriedly turned around and saw a white-robed elder standing in the air, looking down at him. An expert from the White Dragon Palace? Seeing this, Yi Xian's body trembled violently. He didn't expect another White Dragon Palace expert to appear. Moreover, this person's aura seemed to be even stronger than the 2 rank 9 true monarchs. A half-step true monarch. A half-step true monarch expert had actually appeared. This was a tragedy. One had to know that Yi Xian's buff had already worn off. Right now, he probably couldn't even defeat a rank 8 true monarch, let alone a half-step true monarch expert. However, he wasn't afraid. This time, he had only come to test things out. If anything unexpected happened, he could directly use the time reversal skill to go back. In the face of such an expert, Yi Xian didn't act rashly. He only quietly watched, pretending to be an ordinary Bloodfire Hall disciple. Of course, his strength was too low to pretend to be a Bloodfire Hall disciple. This half-step true monarch White Dragon Palace expert looked around but didn't find a single person. Thus, his gaze landed on Yi Xian. However, at this moment, another powerful aura appeared. This half-step true monarch White Dragon Palace expert turned his head and discovered a black figure rapidly rushing towards him. This aura was actually also a half-step true monarch. Who is it? This White Dragon Palace expert narrowed his eyes and watched cautiously. Soon, this black figure arrived in front of him. It was a black-clothed middle-aged man. Who are you? The White Dragon Palace expert couldn't help but ask. Someone from the White Dragon Palace? The black-clothed middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. Then, he directly transformed into a black dragon and charged at the White Dragon Palace expert. After knowing that the other party was from the White Dragon Palace, only someone from the Black Dragon sect would dare to directly attack. The White Dragon Palace expert immediately understood. Thus, he also charged at the black-clothed middle-aged man. Unfortunately, this White Dragon Palace expert was also a rank 1 half-step true monarch like the black-clothed middle-aged man. However, the black-clothed middle-aged man was a Xiuyao while the black-clothed middle-aged man was a human. Furthermore, the black-clothed middle-aged man had fused with quite a few world destruction dragon scales. Thus, this White Dragon Palace expert was utterly defeated and turned to flee. You want to leave? Not so easy. The black-clothed middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and unleashed his full power, beating this White Dragon Palace expert until he screamed miserably. Chapter 1865. The main hall of the Blood Flame Hall should be a branch of the Black Dragon cult. However, didn't they send a 9th stage true monarch to pick me up? Why is he a half-step true monarch? Yi Xian had some doubts in his heart, but he didn't think too much about it. He decided to observe the situation first. Soon, the battle in the sky between the half-step true monarchs ended with the death of the White Dragon Palace's expert. Then, the black-clothed man kept the corpse. This time, his luck was pretty good. He actually managed to kill a White Dragon Palace expert. You are Yi Xian? The black-clothed middle-aged man asked as he turned to look at Yi Xian. Junior Yi Xian greets Senior. Yi Xian hurriedly cupped his fists. The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded slightly. Then, he took out a floating image crystal to confirm Yi Xian's appearance. At his level, he would be able to see through Yi Xian's disguise. Where's your dragon? Summon it for me to see, the black-clothed middle-aged man said. Hearing this, Yi Xian quickly summoned the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. The black-clothed middle-aged man took out another testing crystal and tested it. Sure enough, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon had fused with more than 500 World Annihilation Dragon scales. A 4th stage half-step true monarch Black Dragon had actually fused with 500 World Annihilation Dragon scales. It was simply inconceivable. Even the main hall of the Blood Flame Hall couldn't find such a black dragon. Therefore, the main hall of the Blood Flame Hall treated Yi Xian's black dragon as a treasure. If it was nurtured, it would become a super battle force. Let's go. I'll bring you to the main hall. After the black-clothed middle-aged man finished speaking, he led Yi Xian on his way. Along the way, he inquired about the matter of the branch hall. After that, he was very surprised. The White Dragon Palace had actually done such a thing. Therefore, he quickly reported to the main hall of the Blood Flame Hall. However, the reply from the main hall was that he shouldn't return for now. Something had happened in the main hall. However, the main hall didn't say what exactly had happened. Even the main hall is in trouble. Could it be related to the White Dragon Palace? Yi Xian thought to himself. During the journey, Yi Xian finally broke through to the half-step true monarch realm, while the old tree and the others reached the 5th stage half-step true monarch realm. A few days later, he followed the black-clothed middle-aged man and finally arrived at the headquarters of the Blood Flame Hall. However, when they looked from afar, they discovered a large number of white-clothed experts surrounding the Blood Flame Hall's main hall. These white-clothed people should be the experts of the White Dragon Palace. However, why were they surrounding the Blood Flame Hall's main hall and not taking any action? Could it be that he was still in the suspicious stage? Senior, what should we do? Yi Xian could not help but ask. The black-clothed middle-aged man paused for a moment, then said, "Just now, I received a sound transmission from my fellow disciples. The White Dragon Palace suspects that our Blood Flame Hall is a branch of the Black Dragon sect, so they have begun to investigate. Could it be that another traitor has appeared?" Yi Xian secretly said in his heart. His luck was really too bad. There was a traitor in the branch hall, and now there was another traitor in the main hall. Can't you cultivate properly? Senior, many thanks for escorting me here. Yi Xian suddenly cupped his fists toward the black-clothed middle-aged man. The black-clothed middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and asked in shock, "What do you want to do?" "This brat wants to go and stir up trouble," Yi Xian said. "Stir up trouble? What kind of joke is this? What realm are you at?" The black-clothed middle-aged man felt that Yi Xian was a bit too arrogant. After all, Yi Xian had just broken through to the half-step true monarch realm. One had to know that the White Dragon Palace experts patrolling outside the Blood Flame Hall were all high-level true monarchs at the very least, and there were also quite a few half-step true monarchs. With Yi Xian's strength, going there was simply courting death. "Senior, to tell you the truth, before you found me, I had just killed 2 9th-stage true monarchs of the White Dragon Palace. These are their corpses." As Yi Xian spoke, he took out the 2 white dragon corpses. "You killed 2 9th-stage true monarchs of the White Dragon Palace? What kind of joke is this?" As the black-clothed middle-aged man spoke, he carefully examined the 2 corpses. They were indeed 9th-stage true monarchs. However, he still did not believe Yi Xian's words. In his eyes, Yi Xian was a good seedling. Therefore, he did not want Yi Xian to meet with a setback and die prematurely. However, before he could react, Yi Xian had already summoned the old tree and the others. World Devastator Ghostly Dragon, merge. Yi Xian did not say anything and merged with the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon. Then, he consumed the slaughter seal and exploded. Kill. In an instant, Yi Xian charged out. Previously, he could easily kill high-level true monarchs. Now that he had broken through, it was even less of a problem. Even so, he still wanted to gradually improve. This time, he was looking for a 7th-stage true monarch. Bam! With a muffled sound, a 7th-stage true monarch of the White Dragon Palace was crushed by Yi Xian and died. Due to the huge difference in cultivation level, Yi Xian's slaughter seal instantly condensed to 10. Slaughter seal, 20 times. Yi Xian's eyes widened, and his aura instantly skyrocketed. After the 20 times increase, his strength was infinitely close to that of a half-step true monarch. If he could use it with the myriad beasts diagram, he would probably be able to kill even a half-step true monarch. Very soon, the White Dragon Palace experts died one by one, and their corpses were collected by Yi Xian. 7th-stage true monarchs, 8th-stage true monarchs, and even 9th-stage true monarchs all died at Yi Xian's hands. However, Yi Xian's rampant actions also attracted the attention of a half-step true monarch expert. Where did this brat come from? How dare he kill my White Dragon Palace's people? A shout rang out. Immediately after, a powerful aura rushed toward Yi Xian. A half-step true monarch. A mere first-stage half-step true monarch isn't qualified. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and directly used the Death Hunt token to mark the other party. Eye of Assassination. In the next instant, Yi Xian flashed behind the other party. The Eye of Assassination would increase the power of the next attack by 50%. And for the next attack, Yi Xian was going to use the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. Moreover, he was going to use the 10 seal. In an instant, the immortal slaying sword formation expanded with Yi Xian as the center, enveloping that half-step true monarch of the White Dragon Palace. The 10-seal immortal slaying sword formation and the Eye of Assassination were more than 10 times stronger than the 9-seal immortal slaying sword formation that day. After all, Yi Xian's cultivation level had also increased. Immediately, a gust of wind blew within the immortal slaying sword formation. Countless flying swords swept out. At the same time, a figure attacked that half-step true monarch of the White Dragon Palace. The 9-seal immortal slaying sword formation would summon an 8-seal immortal slaying puppet, while the 10-seal immortal slaying sword formation would summon a 10-seal immortal slaying puppet. What a powerful aura! The White Dragon Palace expert narrowed his eyes. After sensing this extraordinary aura, he immediately transformed into his true form. Another white dragon appeared. Chapter 1866. Just in time. Yi Xian laughed loudly and immediately had Megatron transform into the myriad beasts diagram. Suppress. The white dragon's strength instantly dropped by 60%. But that wasn't the point. The point was that he was currently in the middle of the immortal slaying sword formation. Not good, the half-step monarch's expression changed greatly, but it was already too late. Even at his peak, he might not have had a 100% chance of surviving the immortal slaying sword formation. Now that his chances had dropped by 60%, it wasn't a 90% chance of survival, but a 100% chance of survival. Immortal slaying sword technique. Within the immortal slaying sword formation, the immortal slaying puppet executed the immortal slaying sword technique. Together with the sword formation's countless chaotic swords, the half-step monarch was quickly killed. A half-step monarch, dead. Before this, Yi Xian had already used the slaughter seal. Then, because of his enormous killing intent, he formed 9 more slaughter seals. Another 10 slaughter seals. One immortal slaying sword formation can kill a half-step monarch. If I use it a few more times, at this thought, Yi Xian quickly put away the half-step monarch's corpse in front of him, then quickly searched for his next target. The Blood Flame Hall's headquarters was very large. Even if one flew around it, it would still take some time. This time, there were many White Dragon Palace experts surrounding the Blood Flame Hall's headquarters. Excluding the monarchs, there were more than 20 half-step monarchs. Among these 20 half-step monarchs, there were 15 rank 1 half-step monarchs, 5 rank 2 half-step monarchs, and 1 rank 3 half-step monarchs. This strength was actually about the same as the Blood Flame Hall's headquarters. However, these people didn't do anything for some reason. Soon, after killing more than 10 monarchs, Yi Xian finally found a second half-step monarch. Death Hunt Command. Eye of Assassination. 10 carving seals, immortal slaying sword formation. Yi Xian didn't say anything else and directly used his ultimate move. However, this half-step monarch wasn't a Xiuyao, but a human. This meant that the myriad beasts diagram was useless against him. Who are you, scoundrel? The White Dragon Palace expert shouted at the sky. At this moment, he was already enveloped by the immortal slaying sword formation. The immortal slaying puppets had also been formed and were charging towards him. Besides that, there were also other attacks from Yi Xian. Before finding this half-step true monarch, Yi Xian had used his dragon claws to capture a few White Dragon Palace true monarchs. After using the immortal slaying sword formation, Yi Xian had crushed these White Dragon Palace true monarchs to death one by one. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host has condensed a slaughter seal. The slaughter seal once again surged upwards. Immortal slaying puppet, go! Yi Xian's eyes widened as he formed several immortal puppets with 8 inscriptions. Under the siege of so many people, this half-step monarch finally fell and his corpse was taken away by Yi Xian. However, before he died, Yi Xian felt an aura even stronger than that of a first-stage half-step true king. It seemed that his actions had already been noticed by those second-stage half-step true kings. It's about time. Let's go. Immediately, Yi Xian tore through the void and left. That rank 2 half-step true monarch missed. Last time, Yi Xian had killed 2 half-step true kings from White Dragon Palace. If he came again tomorrow, he might kill 2 more. Tisk, tsk, tsk. There are more than 10,000 world destruction dragon scales in total. Not bad, not bad. After counting the spoils of war, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Because these people were from White Dragon Palace, they did not have many world destruction dragon scales, but it was enough. On the other side, the black-robed middle-aged man hiding in the distance could not believe that Yi Xian had successfully killed 2 half-step true kings. As for where Yi Xian had gone, even he did not know. After a day. After all the skills were off cooldown, Yi Xian attacked again and killed a few more high-level true monarchs and 2 half-step true kings. If this continued, the world destruction ghostly dragon's amplification would increase by a lot and even reach the 7th stage. How I hope a fortuitous encounter will allow me to obtain 10 million world destruction dragon scales. This way, the world destruction ghostly dragon's strength will definitely skyrocket, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, on the 3rd day, the people from White Dragon Palace learned their lesson and started to move in groups of 2 or 3 half-step true kings. However, this was of no use to Yi Xian. Those who deserved to be killed would still be killed. After Yi Xian killed a few of them, he finally collected 100,000 world destruction dragon scales, allowing the world destruction ghostly dragon's amplification to reach the 7th stage. This time, he actually needed 500,000 world destruction dragon scales. In other words, he needed 5,000 world destruction dragon scales to increase the amplification by 1 point. This was truly heaven-defying. However, as long as there were enough world destruction dragon scales, the world destruction ghostly dragon could continue to grow without limit. One had to know that the world destruction black dragon's body was astonishingly large. Its dragon scales were endless and could probably be measured in hundreds of millions, billions, or even tens of billions. For example, the half-step true king level white dragon that Yi Xian had killed previously was so large that it covered the sky. Its dragon scales had long exceeded hundreds of millions. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 2nd stage half-step true monarch. Ding! Inferno Ghostly Lord, World Destruction Ghostly Dragon, Wei Zhentian, and Sky-Breaking Ape God have broken through. Host is now a 6th stage half-step true monarch. While Yi Xian was camping, they had broken through again and their strength had increased by several times. Now, Yi Xian was qualified to attack a 3rd stage half-step true monarch. Therefore, he was prepared to go all out. Since you're ready, let's go. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This time, he directly charged to the entrance of the Bloodfire Hall. The 3rd stage half-step true monarch was there. It was the same old plan. He would start from the weakest. World Destruction Ghostly Dragon, fuse. Without hesitation, Yi Xian fused with the World Destruction Ghostly Dragon. Then, he used the Death Hunt token to mark a person and used the Eye of Assassination to head over. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Immediately after, a series of system notifications rang out. Before this, Yi Xian had already appeared several times. Therefore, he had already been targeted by the experts of the White Dragon Palace. Therefore, he needed some puppets to avoid being surrounded. 8 immortal murdering puppets. Yi Xian summoned 5 puppets at once. Of course, these were the immortal murdering seals that he had formed after killing 5 people in a row. Brat, it's you again. Who are you? The 3rd stage half-step true monarch asked Yi Xian. I'm your ancestor. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide and started fighting. At this moment, there were 3 2nd-stage half-step true monarchs and 1 3rd-stage half-step true monarch at the entrance of the Bloodfire Hall. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, he was surrounded by them. Countless attacks swept toward Yi Xian. Eye of Assassination. 10 Immortal Slaying Sword Formation. Chapter 1867. Child's Play. The 3 second stage half-step true kings suddenly formed a white formation that blocked the chaotic sword attacks of the immortal slaying sword formation. As for the 3rd stage half-step true king, he shuttled through the immortal slaying sword formation alone and rushed toward Yi Xian. You have some skills. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly retreated. These 4 were all in human form. Yi Xian didn't know which one of them was a Zooist. Therefore, he was waiting. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Within the immortal slaying sword formation, the 4 rapidly approached Yi Xian. When they were close enough, they all transformed. Ha, so all 3 of them are Zooists. This is great. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide and directly ordered Megatron to transform. Myriad Beasts Diagram. Suppress. What? The 3 were extremely shocked. All 3 of them lost 60% of their battle prowess. As a result, their defense within the immortal slaying sword formation was instantly destroyed. Puff 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 puff. Streaks of sword light pierced through their bodies, and streams of white blood spurted out from their bodies. Roar. The 3 white dragons were instantly heavily injured by the immortal slaying sword formation and then killed by the immortal slaying puppets. As a result, only the 3rd stage half-step true king was left. Fortunately, there was a time difference when the 3 second grade half-step true kings died. Yi Xian obtained more than 20 slaughter seals one after another. These slaughter seals were then used by Yi Xian to summon 3 immortal slaying puppets. There were 8 of them in total. Good boy, you must be a genius of the Black Dragon cult. Killing you can be considered as eliminating a good seedling of the Black Dragon cult. As the 3rd stage half-step true king spoke, he attacked Yi Xian with all his strength, trying to kill him. What a joke. You want to kill me? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. The immortal slaying sword formation was still active, and there were also 8 immortal slaying puppets. It was impossible for this 3rd stage half-step true king to kill him. Moreover, there was also the old tree and the sky-breaking ape god assisting. Netherworld soul-shattering strike. Startling 72 strikes. Immortal slaying sword art. Black flame black dragon wave. Under the joint attack of Yi Xian's group, this 3rd stage half-step true king could only retreat and quickly escape the immortal slaying sword formation. However, if Yi Xian couldn't kill him during the duration of the immortal slaying sword formation, then he probably wouldn't have a chance. Looks, als blood-slaying king. Then aren't the Blood Flame Hall's experts a bit too afraid of death? I've been helping them these past few days, but they're completely indifferent. At this moment, Yi Xian was extremely unhappy in his heart. He didn't expect the people from the main hall to be so cowardly. However, this was understandable because the White Dragon Hall was countless times more powerful than the Blood Flame Hall. Once they resisted, they would suffer a calamity. Therefore, they did not dare to move and could only watch from afar. Then, who is that person? Could he be a super genius nurtured by our Black Dragon sect? The upper echelons of the Blood Flame Hall all had the same thought. Yi Xian had already separated from the 3rd stage half-step true king and was no longer fighting. The immortal slaying sword formation's duration was over, so Yi Xian was preparing to leave. However, just as Yi Xian was about to leave, a large number of powerful auras suddenly appeared in the distance. They were all at least half-step true kings. There were over 100 of them. Who's there? Yi Xian was startled. Over 100 half-step true kings. Where did they come from? Was it the White Dragon sect or the Black Dragon sect? After Xiaochen took a closer look, he realized that the people who came this time were not friends but enemies. They were all from the White Dragon Palace. Not good. Retreat. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly as he prepared to leave. If so many people surrounded him, he would be in trouble. But at this moment... Ding! Host has triggered a random mission, defeat Bai Longzi, Yang Yun, and ensure that the Blood Flame Hall's casualties do not exceed 20%. A system notification suddenly sounded. Hearing this, Yi Xian trembled. What the hell was Bai Longzi, Yang Yun? However, he was certain that Bai Longzi, Yang Yun, should be among this group of White Dragon sect experts. Phew, I can actually use the time reversal skill this time. In that case, I don't need to leave immediately, Yi Xian sighed in relief. Last time, the random mission did not allow him to use the time reversal skill. However, this time, he could, so he was not in a hurry. The third stage half-step True King seemed to have received a transmission from someone. He kept staring at Yi Xian and did not do anything. He and Yi Xian quietly waited for the group to arrive. Yi Xian saw that the leader was a white-haired youth in white clothes. He was a third-stage half-step True King. Behind him were several third-stage half-step True Kings, as well as a large number of first-stage and second-stage half-step True Kings. This guy's background was not small. You killed so many of my people with your own strength. What is your name? The white-haired youth asked as he looked at Yi Xian. And who are you? Yi Xian asked. As soon as he said this, a third-stage half-step True King stepped forward and shouted, "How dare you! You don't even know Bai Longzi." Bai Longzi? What the hell? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Seeing his expression, an expert of the Blood Flame Hall immediately transmitted a message to him. Bai Longzi are the holy sons selected by White Dragon sect. They are geniuses who have the potential to become White Dragon emissaries in the future. White Dragon emissaries, although Yi Xian did not know who told him this, it was not important. What was important was that he heard a familiar term. The white-haired middle-aged man who had chased after him that day was a White Dragon emissary. Later on, he was chased by the Black Dragon emissary. It was unknown whether he was still alive or not. After all, the target of the death pursuit order was too large, so the White Dragon emissary's death pursuit order disappeared. Speaking of which, it would not be easy for Yi Xian to defeat this Bai Longzi on a random mission. Yi Xian calmly looked at the other party. After a short pause, the latter said, "I've already told you my identity. What is your name?" "Yi Liangchen." Yi Xian casually replied. After all, it was just a name. It was not much. Yi Liangchen, Bai Longzi narrowed his eyes. He had never heard of this name before. However, he was sure that Yi Xian's talent was much better than his. If Yi Xian was a member of the Black Dragon sect, why would the Black Dragon sect allow such a genius to roam freely? Thus, he felt that Yi Xian should not be a member of the Black Dragon sect. "Why did you kill my people?" Bai Longzi asked. "Then why did you surround the Blood Flame Hall?" Yi Xian continued asking. Chapter 1868. What arrogance! Yi Xian coldly snorted. Yang Yun didn't plan on wasting words with Yi Xian and directly said, "No matter what, you killed so many of my people. I'm afraid you won't be able to leave today. If I want to leave, you can't stop me." Yi Xian replied. These words were true. After all, he had the Eye of the Void and the time reversal skill. At worst, he wouldn't accept this random mission. As long as he was a bit faster the next time, he wouldn't encounter this Bai Longzi. "I don't know if you can leave or not, but I know that none of the people in the Blood Flame Hall will leave." After saying this, Yang Yun glanced at the experts of the Blood Flame Hall. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. In this random mission, besides defeating Yang Yun, he also had to ensure the safety of the experts of the Blood Flame Hall. If more than 20% of them died, it would be useless even if he defeated Yang Yun. "Then what do you want?" Yi Xian asked. "It's very simple. Fight with the White Dragon Guard I just selected," Yang Yun said. "What if I win?" Yi Xian asked. "If you win, you can challenge me. As long as you defeat me, they will be safe. If you lose, you have to become my White Dragon Guard." Yang Yun said. "Challenge your guard first, then challenge you," Yi Zichen said. Yi Xian's lips slightly curled. This was exactly what he wanted. Since that was the case, then come. Seeing Yi Xian remain silent, Yang Yun glanced over and a second stage half-step true king immediately walked out. This person was carefully selected by him. His aptitude was also very high. After cultivating for less than 5,000 years, he was already a first-stage half-step true king. As for himself, his aptitude was even more monstrous. After cultivating for less than 2,000 years, he was already a third-stage half-step true king. It was precisely because of this that he was chosen by the White Dragon Palace as a White Dragon Prince. In the future, he would be able to compete with the other White Dragons. If he succeeded, he would become the new White Dragon emissary of the White Dragon Palace. I still have some time left. If I hurry, I should be able to win, Yi Xian thought to himself as he gazed at this rank 1 half-step true king. Huff huff. At this time, the low-rank half-step true monarch suddenly attacked. Although Yi Xian had just killed a few second-stage half-step true kings, the strength of the person in front of him was not to be underestimated. He was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Even if the other party was only a stage 1 half-step true king, he still couldn't underestimate him. Kill. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly widened as he used the Death Hunt command to mark his opponent. Eye of Assassination. In the next moment, Yi Xian flashed behind his opponent. Unexpectedly, the other side reacted very quickly and turned around to fight back. Bang! In the air, waves of air billowed. Yi Xian's Black Dragon Flame Wave, which could instantly kill a stage 2 half-step true monarch, was actually dispersed by a single punch from a stage 1 half-step true monarch. So strong. As expected of the White Dragon Prince. The White Dragon guards that he picked out are not to be trifled with, Yi Xian thought to himself. Luckily, his immortal slaying puppets had come to lend him a hand. Bai Longzi could see that these immortal slaughtering puppets were not alive, so he didn't bother. Although this stage 1 half-step true monarch was strong, Yi Xian was not weak. Under their combined attacks, this stage 1 half-step true monarch fell in the end. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. When this system notification sounded, Yi Xian also let out a sigh of relief. Although he had condensed another 10 slaughter seals, his fusion time was about to end. He probably wouldn't be able to fight Bai Longzi. It seemed that he still had to use the time reversal skill. My lord, the White Dragon Guard is dead. After the stage 1 half-step true monarch died, a stage 3 half-step true monarch behind Bai Longzi said. I know. Bai Longzi narrowed his eyes. The White Dragon guards that he had chosen had pretty good aptitudes. However, Yi Xian was only a stage 6 half-step true monarch. Yet, he was able to kill a half-step true monarch more than 10 realms above him. Interesting. I must find a chance to sign a master-servant blood contract with him. Bai Longzi thought to himself. He saw that Yi Xian's aptitude was too monstrous. Even he felt inferior. Therefore, he wanted to take Yi Xian as his servant. At that time, if he introduced Yi Xian to Bai Longzi, he would naturally rise in status. After all, what he signed was a master-servant blood contract. At this time, Yi Xian had already put away the corpse of the White Dragon Guard. Then, he turned to look at Bai Longzi. You just fought a battle and now another one. I'm afraid you've used up a lot of energy. I'll give you some time to recover. Bai Longzi suddenly said something that made Yi Xian's eyes light up. Give him time to recover. That was great. Yi Xian's fusion time was about to end. At that time, he wouldn't even be able to defeat a stage 1 half-step true monarch, let alone Bai Longzi. However, since he was being given time, it was the best thing that could happen. I want 7 days. Yi Xian said directly. 7 days? When Bai Longzi heard this, he was a little confused. However, he didn't ask further. This amount of time was nothing to him. Alright, then I'll give you 7 days. Bai Longzi immediately agreed. Ha! Yi Xian grinned. He had already calculated that he could break through from stage 2 half-step true monarch to stage 4 half-step true monarch in 7 days. At that time, his strength would increase tenfold. Let's see who could stop him. Even Bai Longzi, who was chosen by the White Dragon Palace, wouldn't be able to stop him. However, just in case, Yi Xian decided to change his strength configuration. Unicorn's Descent. This skill doesn't seem to be of much use to me now. Why don't I just let the system retrieve it, Yi Xian thought to himself. Ding! Unicorn's Descent has been successfully retrieved. Ding! Immortal Eye Unicorn's bloodline has evolved once. Ding! Host has obtained 5 Devour points. This caused Yi Xian to be somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that after the Unicorn's Descent skill was retrieved, the Immortal Eye Unicorn's bloodline would evolve once again. Why was the Black Dragon Flame Blast so powerful? It was because it was a fire-based attack. The Immortal Eye Qilin bloodline and the Immortal Divine Phoenix bloodline both had the ability to increase the power of fire attacks. Moreover, the Immortal Eye Qilin bloodline also had the Qilin True Qi, which had the effect of burning everything under the heavens. This meant that Yi Xian's attacks would be even more terrifying in the future. After all, other than the Unicorn's bloodline, Unicorn's physique and Unicorn's deterrence had also evolved. Not bad, not bad. Yi Xian nodded satisfactorily. He originally had 3 Devour points in reserve. Now that he had 5 Devour points, he had 8 Devour points left. However, the Slaughter Seal needed 2 Devour points to evolve once. With 8 Devour points, he could only evolve 4 times. If I use all my Devour points to strengthen the Slaughter Seal, although it can increase my strength by a lot, it might not be enough to deal with so many people. Chapter 1869. Wei Zhentian's magic treasure form is currently at level 2. If I use devouring points, I'll need 5 devouring points to upgrade it to level 3, Yi Xian squinted his eyes. Wei Zhentian's magic treasure form was too useful. Every time it leveled up, the power of all magic treasures would increase. It was too practical. If the soul-sucking bell is upgraded to level 3, I'll definitely be able to cause internal strife. Moreover, Yang Yun is a Bai Longzi. It'll be best if I can control him. I'll be able to gain a lot of benefits in the future. After thinking about it, Yi Xian made up his mind. Ding! Wei Zhentian's magic treasure form has leveled up to level 3. Yi Xian used 5 devouring points to upgrade Wei Zhentian's magic treasure form to level 3. With level 3 magic treasure form, the number of magic treasures had increased. Many new magic treasures had appeared, and their effects were greatly improved. Everything is ready. We're just waiting for the final push. Yi Xian glanced at Bai Longzi from afar, and then separated from his body. He's a beast tamer. Bai Longzi and the others were surprised when they saw this. They had always thought that the world destroyer ghostly dragon was a Zooist. Not only that, but they also felt Yi Xian's cultivation level. Level 2 half-true monarch. It turned out that the level 6 half-true monarch was just the world destroyer ghostly dragon. This guy must be taken in as a white dragon guard. If he's nurtured properly, he'll definitely be able to crush the other Bai Longzi. Yang Yun's eyes widened. The reason why he didn't make a move now was because he was afraid that Yi Xian would really be able to leave. If that happened, all his efforts would be in vain. Therefore, he wanted to make a move personally. When the time came, he would directly force Yi Xian to form a master-servant blood contract. As long as he succeeded, Yi Xian would be his servant. His servant's body would also listen to his orders. However, would things really go so smoothly? 2 days later. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a level 3 half-true monarch. Ding! Inferno Ghostly Lord, World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon, Wei Zhentian, Sky-Breaking Ape God have made a breakthrough. You are now a level 7 half-true monarch. When the surrounding people felt the change in Yi Xian's aura, they couldn't help but feel a little surprised. No wonder you need a few days. It turns out that you are already on the verge of a breakthrough. However, do you think that you can fight me just because you have a breakthrough? Bai Longzi, Yang Yun, coldly snorted. There's no point in talking too much. We'll talk about it in 5 days. Yi Xian replied directly. 5 days later, he would be able to make another breakthrough and become a 4th stage half-step true monarch. At that time, with Wei Zhentian's level 3 Dharma treasure, he would definitely be able to beat the crap out of Bai Longzi. Wei Zhentian's Dharma treasures had evolved twice. The number of Dharma treasures he could choose every day had increased to 6. Over the past few days, Yi Xian had been observing Wei Zhentian for any new Dharma treasures. However, the probability of those commonly used treasures appearing was too high. After a few days, he only saw a new treasure called the demonic flute of lust. This magic treasure could stimulate a person's desires, which was much easier to control than the soul-sucking bell. Stimulating a person's desires and controlling them was naturally easier than the first one. Most importantly, this Dharma treasure appeared on the 7th day. At this time, Yi Xian's realm had already broken through from a 3rd stage half-step true monarch to a 4th stage half-step true monarch. The old tree and the others had even reached 8th stage half-step true monarch. Their strength had increased by dozens of times compared to 7 days ago. Little guy, do you think this won't kill you? After hearing these system notifications, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. This Bai Longzi could be said to have trapped himself in a cocoon of his own making. After sensing that Yi Xian's realm had changed again, everyone present was shocked again. It had only been a few days, and he had already made consecutive breakthroughs. Even for them, when they were at Yi Xian's realm, it took years for them to make breakthroughs. However, Yi Xian's unit of measurement was days, and it was even a few days. How terrifying! This fact made the desire in Bai Longzi's heart even stronger. Good fellow, you are quite capable. Bai Longzi opened his eyes wide and said, 7 days have passed. Are we going to start now? All right. Yi Xian stood up. He was already prepared. What I said before will not change. As long as you win against me, I will let go of the Blood Flame Hall. However, if you lose, you will become my White Dragon Guard. White Dragon Sun Yang Yun emphasized again. If you win, I can even become your slave. Yi Xian said casually with a smile. Win? What kind of joke was this? 7 days ago, Yi Xian was still worried about whether he could defeat Bai Longzi. However, 7 days later, his plan had changed. Challenge Bai Longzi? No. Now, he was going to challenge Bai Longzi and the 100 half-step true kings behind him. Merge. Yi Xian did not say anything and directly merged with the world destroyer ghostly dragon. Bai Longzi's expression also darkened as he stepped forward. However, in the next moment, Wei Zhentian directly turned into a red flute, and a faint flute sound began to spread. Everyone was confused. Bai Longzi only felt his head become restless. Even with his strength as a 3rd stage half-step true king, he was actually affected. Not to mention the group of people behind him. The 103rd stage half-step true kings suddenly seemed to go crazy and began to attack the people around them. The 1st and 2nd stage half-step true kings were all affected by the demonic fiery flute of desire and began to kill each other. As for the 3rd stage half-step true kings, they were bitterly holding on. Death Hunt Command. Eye of Assassination. In the next moment, Yi Xian directly flashed behind a 3rd stage half-step true king and opened his mouth to release a black dragon flame wave. Boom! This 3rd stage half-step true king directly died. Coincidentally, he was the 3rd stage half-step true king that Yi Xian had not killed 7 days ago. Yi Xian's slaughter seals instantly filled up. 20 times slaughter status. 10 slaughter seals, all of them erupting. In the next moment, Yi Xian appeared behind Bai Longzi, Yang Yun. Black Dragon Flame Wave. Boom! In any case, Bai Longzi was chosen by the White Dragon Palace. His strength was naturally extraordinary, and he would not be so easily affected. he dodged this attack. However, he was about to suffer the attacks of countless people. Soul-absorbing bell, control. Ding-ling. After Wei Xintian activated these people's desires, he turned into the soul-absorbing bell. After the soul-absorbing bell was upgraded to the second level, it had the ability to control people. Therefore, Yi Xian had pawned off the Eye of Soul. Now that the soul-absorbing bell was at the third level, the success rate of control would be greatly increased. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. System notifications rang out one after another. In an instant, more than 60 half-step true kings were controlled by Yi Xian. Ding Ling. Chapter 1870. Clink. When the third clink was heard, all the experts of the White Dragon Palace, except for Bai Longzi and Yang Yun, were controlled by Yi Xian. Among them, there were even a few third-stage half-step true kings. At this moment, Bai Longzi was surrounded by this group of people and Yi Xian. "You, how did you do that?" Yang Yun was extremely shocked. Even he would not be able to do this. "You don't need to know." As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind Yang Yun. World-destroying Dragon Claw. A dragon claw suddenly appeared in the air and restrained Yang Yun. Too naive. Yang Yun opened his eyes wide and his body rapidly enlarged. It turned out that he was also a Xiaoyao and a white dragon. Moreover, he was a rare rainbow white dragon in the White Dragon clan and had rainbow scales on his body. Unfortunately, his transformation into his true form was equivalent to walking right into a trap or forcing himself into a dead end. Myriad Beasts Diagram. In an instant, Yang Yun's combat strength decreased by 70%. The Myriad Beasts diagram, in its third stage form, could reduce the combat strength of beasts by 70%. Yang Yun's current strength was probably even weaker than that third stage half-step true king killed by Yi Xian. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly cut Yang Yun's body in half and severely injured him. Then, Wei Xintian transformed into the Ardent Desire demonic flute and finally the soul-absorbing bell. Clink. Roar. Yang Yun roared at the sky. At this moment, he was completely controlled by Yi Xian. After all, there were so many half-step true kings around. They gathered their immortal energy and trapped Yang Yun. Yang Yun could not move and could only let the soul-absorbing bell attack his soul continuously. Clink. Control successful. After being shaken several times by the soul-absorbing bell, Yang Yun finally could not resist and was controlled by Yi Xian. What by Longzi of the White Dragon Palace? Didn't he still become Yi Xian's slave? Greetings, Master. Yang Yun transformed into his human form and respectfully greeted Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. The soul-absorbing bell, a level 3 transcendent artifact, was indeed extremely powerful. If Yi Xian had used the 5 devouring points to strengthen his immortal slaying bloodline, he would have killed Yang Yun at most, but he would not have been able to obtain so many subordinates. All of you, bring me the items, then go out and collect the dragon scales of annihilation and the dragon bones of annihilation. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to the 100 half-step monarchs. The reason he had subdued so many people was naturally to make use of them. With so many half-step true kings going out to collect the world annihilation dragon scales, the efficiency would definitely be very high. Of course, what Yi Xian was most concerned about was Yang Yun's interspatial ring. No matter what, Yang Yun was the White Dragon's son chosen by the White Dragon Palace. Naturally, he had received many benefits, right? When Yi Xian finished looking through Yang Yun's interspatial ring, he was a little disappointed and said, "Why is there no dragon scale of annihilation? And why are there so few natural treasures? There is one condition for being chosen as a white dragon, and that is to not accept favors from others. All cultivation resources must be obtained by oneself. However, the White Dragon Palace gave me a bottle of white dragon blood," Yang Yun said. White dragon blood? Is this it? Yi Xian took out a bottle of white liquid from his interspatial ring. This is the blood of the White Dragon Palace's ancestral master. After refining it, one's physique will greatly improve, and one will have the ability to fight above one's level. Yang Yun nodded. The dragon scales of annihilation and the dragon bones of annihilation were useless to him, so he did not have them in his interspatial ring. Oh. Yi Xian nodded slightly. At this moment, he focused his attention on the group of experts from the Bloodfire Hall. The soul-sucking bell earlier had not only controlled these 100 half-step true kings, but also the people from the Bloodfire Hall. The entire Bloodfire Hall, including tens of thousands of elites, had been controlled. At this moment, Yi Xian put this group of people into his interspatial ring and searched through their interspatial rings. The total wealth of these people was a huge number. Unfortunately, what Yi Xian lacked now was not natural treasures, but time. However, if all the dragon scales of annihilation were added together, there were actually more than 200,000 pieces. With another 300,000 pieces, the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon could enter the next stage. Of course, these 200,000 dragon scales of annihilation Ghostly Dragon had also increased the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon's strength by 40%. In short, this battle had been very fruitful. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. Reward, Spacetime Bloodline Evolution 1 time. After some delay, the reward of the random mission finally arrived. Not bad, the Spacetime Bloodline has evolved again. Yi Xian nodded satisfactorily. Now, 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 280 years in the interspatial ring. Speaking of which, the half-step true kings had been sent out by Yi Xian to collect the dragon scales of annihilation. Even the experts from the Bloodfire Hall had done the same. Yi Xian used the soul-sucking bell to search the souls of the Bloodfire Hall's hall masters and of course, Bai Longzi, Yang Yun. After searching their souls, Yi Xian had a better understanding of the Bloodfire Hall and Yang Yun's background. The strongest person in the Bloodfire Hall was only a stage 3 half-step true king. Now that Yi Xian had collected all of their dragon scales of annihilation Ghostly Dragon, there was no use for them anymore. As for the higher-ups of the Bloodfire Hall, Yi Xian already knew about them. However, what Yi Xian was concerned about now was Yang Yun's identity. This guy was the son of the Baiyang City's city lord. His father was a stage 6 half-step true king expert. I can pretend to be Yang Yun's new white dragon guard and sneak into Baiyang City. Then, I can ask Yang Yun to ask his father for a dragon scale of annihilation, Yi Xian planned in his heart. Although Yang Yun did not have a single dragon scale of annihilation, his father did. The Baiyang City's city lord was in charge of the White Dragon Palace's acquisition point in Baiyang City. This meant that the other party definitely had a large number of dragon scales of annihilation Ghostly Dragon scales or dragon bones of annihilation Ghostly Dragon. This plan was very good. Yi Xian immediately called back all the half-step true kings and told them to follow him to Baiyang City. Although Yang Yun was only a stage 3 half-step true king, his true battle strength had already surpassed that of a stage 4 half-step true king, or even a stage 5 half-step true king. It was also because of this that the city lord of Baiyang City, Yang Tian, was not afraid that Yang Yun would encounter any danger. After all, he knew the situation of the nearby factions. There were not many stage 4 half-step true kings, let alone stage 5 half-step true kings. How could Yang Yun be in danger when he had so many experts with him? What a joke! Yi Xian immediately ordered one of them to transform into his true form and fly towards Baiyang City. As the young city lord of Baiyang City and the Bai Longzi of the White Dragon Hall, Yang Yun's journey was naturally smooth. He quickly teleported back to Baiyang City. The young city lord is back. I heard that the young city lord went to deal with the Bloodfire Hall. Judging from their expressions, the Bloodfire Hall should have been executed. Chapter 1871. The White Dragon Hall doesn't seem to have any use for the World Destruction Dragon Scale. Are they hoarding it to prevent the Black Dragon sect from obtaining it? Isn't that obvious? The reason why the Black Dragon sect is so powerful is because they have fused with the World Destruction Dragon Scale. However, We can also fuse with the World Destruction Dragon scale now. What advantage does the Black Dragon sect have? Do you think it's just the World Destruction Dragon scale and World Destruction Dragon bone? I heard that there's also the World Destruction Dragon blood. Only the combination of Dragon scale, Dragon bone, and Dragon blood can unleash greater power. World Destruction Dragon blood? Why haven't I heard of it before? Only the geniuses of the Black Dragon sect can obtain the World Destruction Dragon blood. I've only heard of it before. The people in Baiyang City began to discuss. These were all heard by Yi Xian. There's also a type of World Destruction Dragon blood in the Black Dragon sect. If the World Destruction Ghost Dragon were to refine it, I wonder what effect it would have. Yi Xian was a little curious. Dragon scale and dragon bone were scattered everywhere, but he had never obtained the dragon blood. Soon, they arrived at the city lord mansion. Master, I'll report to my father. After entering the city lord mansion, Yang Yun sent a message to Yi Xian. Alright, do as I said before. Yi Xian nodded and left with a rank 3 half-step true king. The plan he was talking about was to have Yang Yun Xian report the matter of the Blood Flame Hall and say that they had already destroyed them. At the same time, Yi Xian did not plan to reveal the higher-ups of the Blood Flame Hall. He would let Yang Yun say that they were in contact with the Black Dragon Envoy. Then, Yi Xian would ask for the World Destruction Dragon scale from the City Lord of Baiyang City. He would say that he met a super genius on the way and signed a master and servant blood contract. This would dispel the City Lord's doubts. Yang Yun left and went to find his father. However, his father, Yang Tian, was currently receiving an important guest. Father, I'm back. Yang Yun said to Yang Tian. Good, how did it go this time? Yang Tian asked with a smile. Yang Yun nodded and said, the Blood Flame Hall is indeed a branch of the Black Dragon cult. However, the Hall Master of the Blood Flame Hall doesn't know where the superior branch is. He is in contact with the Black Dragon Envoy. Oh, if that's the case, then forget it. It's better to destroy them. Yang Tian did not have the slightest doubt. After he finished speaking, he turned his head to look at an old man beside him. This is Deputy City Lord Zhuokang of Flowing Light City. He heard that you have become Bai Longzi, so he came to congratulate you. Greetings, Senior Zhua. Yang Yun cupped his fists respectfully. Young City Lord, you are indeed a man of striking appearance. Here is a top-grade dragon bone. Please accept it. As Zhuokang spoke, he took out a palm-sized dragon bone from his interspatial ring. Such a large piece of dragon bone, and it was of the highest quality. A conservative estimate was equivalent to 100,000 Armageddon dragon scales. For those who could integrate with the World Annihilation Dragon scale, it was nothing. However, for those who could not integrate with the World Annihilation Dragon scale, it was a priceless treasure. Because they did not fuse with the World Annihilation Dragon scale, they could only comprehend the World Annihilation attack from it. With such a large piece of top-grade dragon bone, the comprehension speed would definitely far surpass 100,000 Armageddon dragon scales. Yang Tian and Yang Yun were both white dragons, so they could not integrate with the World Annihilation Dragon scale and could only comprehend the World Annihilation attack. This piece of top-grade dragon bone was just right for them. Thank you, Qian. Yang Yun's eyes lit up and was about to take it. But at this moment... Zhuokang's hands suddenly trembled. He looked at Yang Yun in surprise and felt that something was wrong. Deputy City Lord Zhua, what's wrong? Yang Tian looked at Zhuokang strangely. Could it be that the other party went back on his word? I don't know if I sensed wrongly. City Lord Yang, the young City Lord's soul is a little strange. It seems to be controlled by someone. Zhuokang raised his eyebrows. He was a 7th grade half-step true king, one realm higher than Yang Tian, a 6th grade half-step true king. Moreover, it was so close, so he was discovered. When Yang Tian heard this, his body could not help but tremble. Yang Yun, controlled by someone? How could it be? How could it be, Yang Yun's strength? Yang Tian was in disbelief. He went forward to check, and sure enough, there was a problem. Not good. Yang Yun's expression changed drastically. He did not expect to expose his secret in a moment of excitement. Before he could react, Yang Tian and Zhuo Kang restrained him, one on the left and one on the right. Yang Yun, who was controlled by the soul-sucking bell, quickly sent a voice transmission to Yi Xian, informing Yi Xian of this situation. At this moment, in a corner of the city lord mansion. What? Yi Xian was shocked. He did not expect someone to be proficient in the soul and discover something wrong with Yang Yun. The next moment. Ding! Yang Yun escaped from control. A system notification sounded in his mind. Yang Yun actually escaped from control. A similar thing had happened before. At that time, when they were still in the mortal world, the Crimson Blood Corpse King's strength skyrocketed after being glared at by the Eye of Death. At that time, the Crimson Blood Corpse King also escaped from Yi Xian's control. Of course, the current problem was that Yi Xian and Wei Zhentian's cultivation were too low. Wei Zhentian was only an 8th stage half-step true monarch, 14 stages away from a 3rd stage half-step true monarch. Moreover, his cultivation was higher than Yang Yun's. Therefore, Yi Xian did not feel anything. However, he did not expect to be discovered so quickly. Since he was exposed, Yang Yun should immediately bring people over. Since that was the case, then let's have a great battle. As expected, when Yi Xian jumped into the sky, he discovered 3 figures flying towards him. One of them was Yang Yun, who had just escaped the control of the soul-sucking bell. As for the other 2, their auras were much stronger than Yang Yun's. Father, it's him. Yang Yun's figure paused as he pointed at Yi Xian. Brat, it was you who controlled my son. Yang Tian looked at Yi Xian and slowly asked. He did not understand how Yi Xian, a 4th stage half-step true monarch, was able to control Yang Yun, a 3rd stage half-step true monarch. One must know that the difference between them was close to 2 major stages. So what? Yi Xian coldly snorted. Yang Tian narrowed his eyes. When Yang Yun woke up earlier, he had sent him a voice transmission. Yi Xian's aptitude was higher than Yang Yun's, and he had left him in the dust. If he could be controlled, the Yang family would soar. Brat, you really have guts. You actually dared to attack my son. You're courting death. Yang Tian's eyes flashed as he directly attacked. He was a 6th stage half-step true monarch, much stronger than Yang Yun. The moment he attacked, he had the momentum to topple mountains and overturn seas. However, Yi Xian was already prepared and quickly flashed away. In the next moment, a change occurred in the city lord manor. Boom! 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 Those half-step true monarchs controlled by Yi Xian started to attack. Not good, father. He's also controlling the 100 half-step true monarchs that I took away. Chapter 1872. Yang Yun had just regained consciousness and forgot that the others were also being controlled by Yi Xian in his anger. Fortunately, the people controlled by Yi Xian were not of high realms. They were at most stage 3 half-step true monarchs and would not be able to cause much trouble. Yi Xian did not expect these people to cause any trouble. He just could not let them stay here. At this moment, Yang Tian was already charging towards Yi Xian. Soul-absorbing bell. Yi Xian suddenly used blink and dodged to the side. Then, he quickly turned Wei Zhentian into the soul-absorbing bell. Ding! In an instant, the low-level people in the city lord manor were controlled by Yi Xian and jumped into the air. What kind of treasure is that? It can control so many people. Yang Tian and the other 2 were shocked. It seemed that they had encountered a troublesome person this time. City Lord Yang, I will help you. Zhuo Kang shouted coldly and also charged towards Yi Xian. A stage 6 half-step true monarch and a stage 7 half-step true monarch were already a threat to Yi Xian. This guy has never appeared in Yang Yun's memory. He is probably from somewhere else. His aura is even stronger than the city lord of Baiyang City. He is probably a stage 7 half-step true monarch. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he directly used the time reversal skill. Time reversal was half a day before they returned to Baiyang City. This way, after half a day of travel, time reversal would be restored. However, this time, Yi Xian was not going to let Yang Yun go just like that. He wanted to wait for a while. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a stage 5 half-step true monarch. Ding! Inferno Ghostly Lord, World-Destroying Ghostly Dragon, Wei Zhentian, and Sky-Breaking Ape God have broken through. Host is now a stage 9 half-step true monarch. Now, Yi Xian had the strength to kill his way into the City Lord Manor. Wei Zhentian's realm increased and so did the soul-absorbing bells effect. However, while Yi Xian was waiting for his breakthrough, he discovered a new treasure. This treasure was called the Gemini Heart-Linking Pendant. It could allow Yi Xian to connect with someone. After the connection was made, both sides would experience a corresponding increase or decrease in level according to the difference in level. Currently, Yi Xian was a stage 5 half-step true monarch. If he were to connect with someone of a higher level, his strength would increase. On the other side, the person he was connecting to had a higher realm than him, so after the connection, his realm would drop. This Gemini Heart-Linking Pendant didn't specify how much of an improvement it can provide. Whatever, let's try it out first. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and made Wei Zhentian transform into the Gemini Heart-Bind Pendant. Its target was the third stage half-step true monarch, Yang Yun. Swish! 2 thin red lines shot out from Wei Zhentian's Gemini Heart-Linking Pendant and shone on Yi Xian and evil cold Yang Yun. To be precise, they shone on their hearts. In the next moment, Yi Xian felt his strength skyrocket. In the blink of an eye, he actually broke through to the 6th stage half-step true monarch realm. On the other hand, Yang Yun had dropped from rank 3 half-step true monarch to rank 2 half-step true monarch. Yi Xian had risen a level. Yang Yun had dropped a level. F***CK. What an awesome treasure. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. With this treasure, he could quickly reduce the gap between him and his enemy. However, this Gemini Heart-Linking Pendant had a distance restriction. If the opponent was too far away from Wei Zhentian, the heart-linking effect would disappear. At that time, the two's realms would return to normal. Not only that, the heart-linking effect also had a success rate. Increasing one's luck value would increase the success rate. This was the first time Yi Xian used it, and he succeeded on the first try because his luck was pretty good. I succeeded on this Yang Yun, but I don't know if it will work on the 6th stage half-step true monarch realm lord of Baiyang City. Moreover, there was also that 7th stage half-step true monarch. I wonder if he's still in Baiyang City, Yi Xian thought to himself. No matter what, he had to give it a try. However, this time, he decided not to bring Yang Yun with him. Instead, he would head to Baiyang City alone. If I don't bring Yang Yun with me, I won't be exposed. At that time, I'll definitely teach those two a lesson. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he headed to Baiyang City alone. Soon, he arrived at his destination. At this time, his cultivation level was higher than when he was in Baiyang City. Moreover, he had Wei Zhentian maintain the form of the Gemini Heart-Linking Pendant. This way, as long as he did not transform into another form, he would be able to maintain it. At this time, Yi Xian had already entered Baiyang City once again. After entering, he went straight to the city lord's mansion. This time, because he came alone, no one entered the city lord's mansion. Therefore, no one knew what was going on inside. I'll pretend that the 7th stage half-step true monarch is still here. When the time comes, I'll use the Gemini Heart-Linking Pendant. As long as it succeeds, I'll be able to kill them. Thinking of this, Yi Xian directly summoned the old tree, the world-annihilating ghost dragon, and the others. Then, he merged with them. An eerie aura instantly spread out. When the experts in the city lord's mansion felt this aura, their bodies trembled. Immediately, a few half-step true monarchs leaped into the air. However, as soon as they appeared, they were directly killed by Yi Xian's black dragon flame wave. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host has condensed one slaughter seal. System notifications rang out one after another. Yi Xian had condensed 10 slaughter seals in an instant. Then, the slaughter seal increased by 20 times. Who is it? Following the death of the half-step true monarch, the experts in the city lord's mansion appeared one after another. Those who were not 5th stage half-step true monarchs were directly killed by Yi Xian. In an instant, a large number of immortal slaughtering puppets with 8 slaughter seals appeared in the air. The immortal slaughtering puppets summoned by Yi Xian were at least 3rd stage half-step true monarchs. With so many puppets added together, they were comparable to a few 5th stage half-step true monarchs. With so many people dying in the city lord's mansion, the city lord of Baiyang City naturally couldn't sit still and immediately rushed out. Behind him was the old man from that day, the 7th stage half-step true monarch, Zhuo Kang. Is that old man still here? Good. Yi Xian's gaze landed on Zhuo Kang. Right now, he wasn't afraid of the city lord of Baiyang City, a 6th stage half-step true monarch. Instead, he was afraid of Zhuo Kang. It was obvious that Zhuo Kang belonged to a faction that was even more powerful than Baiyang City. However, this didn't matter. Brat, who are you? Baiyang City Lord Yang Tian asked. The last time he saw Yi Xian, it was already a matter of time going back, so he didn't remember. The person who will kill you. Yi Xian didn't say anything else and directly ordered Wei Zhentian to attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 thin red lines shot out from the Gemini Heartlink pendant and flew towards Yi Xian and Zhuo Kang respectively. As long as the connection was successful, everyone here today wouldn't be enough for Yi Xian to look at. Chapter 1873. Zhuo Kang was slightly surprised. He wanted to dodge the red line, but he was unable to do so. However, nothing strange happened. Ding! Connection failed. A system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. As expected, he did not succeed due to the huge gap between their realms. Although the Gemini Heartlink pendant did not have any restrictions, it was the same as the magistrate's brush. It could only be used on the same person once a day. Therefore, he could not connect to Zhuo Kang today. Since he could not do it, he could only try others. The city lord of Baiyang City, Yang Tian. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another 2 red lines shot out and shone on Yi Xian and the city lord of Baiyang City. The city lord of Baiyang City was only a stage 6 half-step true king, 1 realm lower than Zhuo Kang. Therefore, his success rate would be higher than Zhuo Kang's. However, Yi Xian's luck was not very good this time. He still did not succeed. Is it not working? Again. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and focused his attention on another person. This person was a stage 5 half-step true king, a consecrator of the city lord manor. Ding! Connection failed. Unfortunately, he still failed. What a tragedy. Delete the file and try again. Yi Xian was slightly displeased. With a thought, he used the time reversal skill and returned to the time before he arrived at Baiyang City. This way, the time reversal skill would be off cooldown when he was on his way. If it did not work, he could just try again. Soon, Yi Xian charged into the city lord manor and used the Gemini Heartlink pendant on Zhuo Kang and the city lord of Baiyang City. However, he still failed. I don't believe it. Again. Yi Xian did not believe that his luck would be so bad. If he tried a few more times, he would definitely succeed. However, on the 3rd try, Zhuo Kang failed due to the difference in realms. However, the city lord of Baiyang City succeeded. Ding! Connection successful. When the system notification rang out, Yi Xian felt that his realm had increased. The world-extinguishing ghostly dragon, which was originally a 9th-stage half-step true monarch, had now become a 1st-stage true monarch. As for the Baiyang city's city master, his cultivation dropped from rank 6 half-step true king to rank 5 half-step true king. It seemed like it was only a drop in cultivation level, but don't forget, Yi Xian had increased his cultivation level by 1, so the gap between the two of them had shrunk by 2. Ha, I've finally succeeded. See if I don't kill you all. Yi Xian's eyes widened. His aura surged as he charged towards Shuokang. The Gemini Heart Link pendant had a flaw, and that was that there was a distance between the connection. Furthermore, if one party died, then the connection would automatically be severed, and the realm would also be restored. Therefore, Yi Xian could not let Yang Tian die. He had to kill Shuokang first. Eye of Assassination. Black Dragon Flame Wave. In an instant, Yi Xian flashed behind Shuokang and spat out a mouthful of scorching dragon breath. Boom! Shuokang was unable to react in time and was hit head-on. However, his strength was not weak and he was able to receive the Black Dragon Flame Wave head-on. The Black Dragon Flame Wave that was infused with a large amount of Armageddon attacks was powerful enough to instantly kill a rank 6 half-step true king. Although Shuokang did not die after being hit, he was heavily injured. Yi Xian used this opportunity to attack. However, at this moment, the city master of Baiyang City's attack arrived. If not for the connection, I would have killed you first. Yi Xian glanced at the city master of Baiyang City before flashing towards him again. Brat, I want you to die. Shuokang was furious. He directly took out a token from his bosom. In the next moment, the token emitted a dazzling white light. Then, as Shuokang swung his right fist, an incomparably powerful attack attacked Yi Xian. What a powerful attack! Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. This time, he was unable to dodge and was hit by the attack. Bang! Half of the World Destroyer Ghost Dragon's body was turned into dust. Fortunately, its dragon heart was not damaged. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Yi Xian, who had the immortal phoenix bloodline, could recover as long as he was not killed instantly. What? Shuokang was shocked. He quickly used the energy of the token to wrap himself up and flew into the distance. This speed was unprecedented. In the blink of an eye, he reached the horizon. Yi Xian did not think that he would be able to catch up. I will remember this grudge. Once I deal with the others, I will hunt you down. Yi Xian thought to himself. Shuokang was already marked by his death hunt command. Even if he fled to the ends of the earth, he would not be able to escape death. Right now, there was no one in the city master's mansion who could stop him. He would deal with Shuokang first. Eye of Assassination. Yi Xian disappeared again and appeared behind the city master of Baiyang City, who had been demoted from rank 6 half-step true king to rank 5 half-step true king. Swish! With a crisp sound, the city master of Baiyang City's hands were crushed. The yin and yang ring also fell into Yi Xian's hands. The city master of Baiyang City was the person in charge of the acquisition of Baiyang City by the White Dragon Palace. Therefore, he might have a White Dragon token. This White Dragon token could summon the phantom of an expert. Based on past experience, it could summon at least a rank 8 half-step true king. The phantom of a rank 8 half-step true king was comparable to a rank 7 half-step true king. Therefore, Yi Xian needed to get rid of the city master of Baiyang City first. Next, it was Yi Xian's free time. He first killed all the rank 5 half-step true kings and rank 4 half-step true kings before summoning a large number of immortal slaughtering puppets. At the same time, his right dragon claw was grabbing Yang Tian, who had been demoted. When the time was right, he would kill Yang Tian. The city master's mansion was covered in a storm of blood. Countless people fled. However, Yi Xian's target was only the half-step true kings. As for the true lords, he could not be bothered with them. Soon, all the half-step true kings in the city master's mansion were killed. This time, Yi Xian's harvest was huge. He obtained a total of 400,000 World Destruction Dragon Scales, which allowed the World Destruction Ghostly Dragon to enter the next stage. The 8th stage actually required 2 million World Destruction Dragon Scales. It was simply too terrifying. However, from the beginning until now, the World Destruction Ghostly Dragon's strength had increased by 7 times. This was an undeniable fact. "You, who are you?" Yang Tian, the city master of Baiyang City, who was being held in Yi Xian's hand, could not help but ask when he saw all the experts in his mansion being killed. "Who I am is not important. What's important is that you are working for the White Dragon Palace." When Yi Xian finished speaking, a popping sound was heard. The city master of Baiyang City's body was crushed, and he died just like that. In Yi Xian's opinion, the White Dragon Palace was not a good organization. Moreover, Yi Xian was now considered a member of the Black Dragon sect. He should be fighting for the Black Dragon sect. Chapter 1874. Due to the death of the Baiyang City Lord, Yi Xian's realm had also decreased. However, this did not matter as he would be able to break through in a few days. After searching his soul, Yi Xian found out Zhuo Kang's identity. He was the Deputy City Lord of Flowing Light City. As for the City Lord of Flowing Light City, he was an 8th grade half-step true king and also a person in charge of the White Dragon Palace. In the Baiyang City Lord's Universe Ring, there was a White Dragon token. If he had crushed it, the expert that would have been summoned would have been the City Lord of Flowing Light City. Since he was also a member of the White Dragon Palace, Yi Xian would not hold back. Zhuo Kang is a 7th grade half-step true king and has extraordinary strength, so he should be able to return to Flowing Light City much faster than me. By then, they will definitely organize their forces and kill their way back to Baiyang City. Yi Xian thought to himself. Due to time reversal, the young city lord of Baiyang City, Yang Yun, did not return to Baiyang City. Furthermore, he was a newly chosen White Dragon Prince, so Flowing Light City wanted to curry favor with him. However, they did not expect that White Dragon Prince Yang Yun would not return, but a murderous god. Therefore, they had to return to Baiyang City as soon as possible to prevent anything from happening to White Dragon Prince. During the chase, Yi Xian sensed carefully and found that Zhuo Kang had stopped. According to the map, Yi Xian guessed that Zhuo Kang had returned to Flowing Light City and was beginning to organize his forces. "I will break through soon. By then, I will use the Gemini heart-linking pendant. I don't believe that Flowing Light City will not be destroyed." Yi Xian was very confident. Since he had the time reversal skill now, even if he did not succeed, it would not be a bad idea to probe the other party's combat strength. Ding! The host has broken through and is now a 6th grade half-step true lord. Ding! Yanming Ghost Lord, world-destroying ghostly dragon, Wei Zhentian, and sky-breaking ape god have broken through and are now 1st grade true lords. After going through so many things, Old Tree and the others finally broke through to the true lord realm. Moreover, their strength had also undergone an earth-shattering change. Back in the day, they could only fight opponents who were 6 or 7 levels higher than them. But now, after Yi Xian and the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon merged, they could actually fight opponents who were more than 20 levels higher than them. He was a monster. Not to mention Bai Longzi, even if Yang Yun's aptitude was 10 times better, he still couldn't compare to Yi Xian. Soon, Yi Xian came to the vicinity of Flowing Light City. Coincidentally, Zhuo Kang had also organized a group of people and was preparing to head to Baiyang City to rescue them. Tisk, TSK, there's actually a 7th stage half-step true king, 5 6th stage half-step true kings, and more than 10 5th stage half-step true kings. This strength is truly formidable, Yi Xian licked his lips. Back then, he hadn't been able to kill Zhuo Kang. Now that his cultivation had increased and there were so many half-step true kings present, he didn't believe that the Gemini heart-linking pendant would fail. If all of them failed, he could just turn back time and try again. World Devastator Ghost Dragon, come on, kill. Yi Xian widened his eyes. He merged with the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon and charged forward. Eye of assassination. In the next instant, Yi Xian flashed behind a 5th stage half-step true king and opened his mouth wide. Black Dragon Flame Wave. Although he hadn't used the Gemini heart-linking pendant yet, his strength was enough to kill a person in a sneak attack. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang out. Yi Xian had successfully killed a 5th stage half-step true king. At the same time, the number of killing seals stacked up to 10. 20 times the killing effect. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. His aura instantly soared. In the next instant, the Gemini heart-linking pendant also appeared. Last time, Yi Xian had used the Gemini heart-linking pendant for the first time in battle, so he had neglected one point. This time, Yi Xian chose to connect with a 5th stage half-step true king first. Ding! Connection successful. The system notification rang out again. After merging with the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon, Yi Xian's cultivation level rose to a 2nd stage True Monarch. The Gemini heart-linking pendant emitted a red light once again. This time, its target was the 6th stage half-step True Kings. Ding! Connection failed. Ding! Connection failed. A series of system notifications rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Although he didn't know how the Gemini heart-linking pendant increased one's cultivation level, it was already very good if it could reduce the cultivation level of a 6th stage half-step true king. However, it didn't seem to work. While everyone was still in shock, the Gemini heart-linking pendant had already scanned everyone. Not a single one had succeeded. Since that was the case, then it was time to kill. Black Dragon Flame Wave. Yi Xian opened his mouth again and spat out a mouthful of dragon breath, instantly killing a second person. The number of killing seals increased to 10 once again. Immortal Slaying Sword Formation, activate. The moment the Immortal Slaying Sword Formation was activated, an Immortal Slaying puppet appeared. Those weaker 5th stage true kings instantly turned into corpses and fell from the sky. However, the number of immortal slaying puppets that appeared corresponded to the number of immortal slaying puppets that appeared. With so many immortal slaying puppets, coupled with the immortal slaying sword formation and Yi Xian, the others had no way of resisting. Even the 7th stage half-step true kings couldn't do anything. At most, they could only protect themselves and then kill their way out of the immortal slaying sword formation. Sure enough, under the siege of Yi Xian and the others, those 6th stage half-step true kings also died. Yi Xian used the killing seal formed after one of them died to activate the immortal slaying sword formation again. This time, it was the immortal slaying sword formation with 10 seals. At this time, only Zhuo Kang and that 7th stage half-step true king were left. Oh, there was also that 5th stage half-step true king. After all, he was connected to Yi Xian. If he died, Yi Xian's cultivation level would recover. He also didn't know why he hadn't been killed. Eye of assassination. The two of them risked their lives and escaped from the immortal slaying sword formation. However, Yi Xian had already marked them with the death hunt command and instantly flashed behind them. I knew you were coming. The other 7th stage half-step true king growled and turned around to strike with his palm. So what? Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. The world-destroying ghostly dragon's body had long been covered with a layer of special energy. This palm strike was absorbed by the space-time bloodline's extreme space shield. The space-time bloodline had evolved a few times, so the extreme space shield's absorption ability had greatly increased. In addition, the power of the feedback attack had also increased, reaching 5 times its original power. Boom! The palm strike with 5 times its original power slammed into the 7th stage half-step true king, instantly injuring him. Not good. Zhuo Kang's expression changed greatly. He couldn't even protect himself in the immortal slaying sword formation, let alone protect another 7th stage half-step true king. This was a good opportunity. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't let it go. He quickly flashed behind the other and opened his mouth. Eye of assassination. Black Dragon Flame Wave. Chapter 1875. With just one blow, the 7th grade half-step true king was blown to smithereens. Now that this person was dead, Zhuokang was next. "City Lord, save me!" Zhuokang shouted, his face deathly pale. The commotion here was so great that the city lord's residents had already heard it, but had not come yet. "Even if the city lord comes, you will die today." Yi Xian's eyes widened, determined to kill Zhuokang. But at this moment, a powerful aura descended, directly shattering the flying swords that were heading towards Zhuokang. The city lord of Flowing Light City had arrived. 8th grade half-step true king. Yi Xian raised his brows. At this time, even an 8th grade half-step true king would not be able to do anything to him. However, he was not afraid of the city lord of Flowing Light City, but the white dragon token in his hand. The city lord of Flowing Light City was an 8th grade half-step true king, and the white dragon token could summon the phantom of a 1st grade true king. The phantom of a 1st grade true king was most likely more powerful than a 9th grade half-step true king. After all, there was a large realm between them. If the phantom of a 1st grade true king were to descend, Yi Xian would have to leave, but at this time, Yi Xian wanted to give it a try. "Who are you? How dare you kill the experts of the city lord's residence?" the city lord of Flowing Light City asked sternly. "If I kill you, can you still be considered an expert?" Yi Xian sneered, "I don't need a reason to kill the people of the White Dragon Palace. So you are a remnant of the Black Dragon sect. If such talent grows up, you will certainly be a great danger. Today, I will kill you." The city lord of Flowing Light City did not waste any more words and directly charged towards Yi Xian. The immortal execution sword formation was nothing in his eyes. However, Yi Xian's current defense was not only the immortal execution sword formation, but also the more than 10 immortal puppets. The effect of the Gemini Heart Link pendant is still there. Let's try the city lord. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The next moment, 2 thin red lines shot out, landing on Yi Xian and the city lord of Flowing Light City. Ding! Connection failed. It was a pity that the connection failed. If it was successful, the city lord of Flowing Light City would at least be reduced by 1 realm, perhaps even 2. At that time, he would be at his mercy. The city lord of Flowing Light City did not know what method Yi Xian had used, but he immediately launched an attack. With his current realm, he didn't need to use the White Dragon token to deal with Yi Xian. Therefore, he wanted to kill Yi Xian with his own methods. However, what he did not expect was that Yi Xian was not so easy to deal with. His various escape techniques gave him a headache. "Bastard, don't hide if you have the guts," the city lord of Flowing Light City said in a flustered and exasperated tone. "When your mother gave birth to you, didn't she give birth to your head?" Yi Xian mocked back. "If I don't dodge, I'll fight you to the death." What a joke. One was a 2nd stage true monarch while the other was an 8th stage half-step true king. There was a difference of more than 20 realms between them. This was already very heaven-defying. It was precisely because of this that the city lord of Flowing Light City was so eager to kill Yi Xian. Not good, the duration of the slaughter state is about to end. At that time, I won't be able to stop the city lord of Flowing Light City. Yi Xian's face darkened. It seemed that this time, he would have to temporarily retreat. However, he had killed so many people and obtained so many good things. This trip was not a loss. However, just as he was about to use teleportation to increase the distance between them, then use the Void Gate to leave, a black shadow suddenly swept over from the horizon. This black shadow was very fast, arriving in almost the blink of an eye. "Who is it?" The city lord of Flowing Light City was shocked because the aura of the newcomer was not weak. It was actually a 7th stage half-step true king. Yi Xian also turned his head to look. He discovered that the newcomer was a bald burly man with a simple and honest appearance. He looked to be around 30 years old. However, Yi Xian was very familiar with the aura exuded by the other party. The Pearl of Vanishing. This person was an expert of the Black Dragon sect. Heavens, a second stage true monarch fighting an 8th stage half-step true king. Could it be that you are a genius? The bald burly man was extremely shocked and said, Lord, let me help you. Before Yi Xian could react, this fellow had already transformed into his true form. He was not a black dragon, but a black single-horned python. In his human form, his aura was only that of a 7th stage half-step true king. However, after transforming into his true form, even the city lord of Flowing Light City was afraid of his aura. Crack! The city lord of Flowing Light City hurriedly took out the white dragon token and crushed it. In the next instant, an illusory figure condensed above his head. Its aura was that of a 1st stage true king. At most you have the strength of a 9th stage half-step true king. Watch how I kill you. The single-horned black python spoke in human language. Before the illusory figure had completely condensed, it shot out a black ray of light from its horn. Xiao! The black ray of light pierced through the air, instantly piercing through the illusory figure. Then, the illusory figure disappeared. Instant kill. He, who was only a 7th stage half-step true king, was actually able to instantly kill the illusory figure of a 1st stage true king. Moreover, this was not the end. When the illusory figure disappeared, the single-horned black ray of light once again shot out, piercing through the heart of the city lord of Flowing Light City. It was still an instant kill. As for that Zhuo Kong, needless to say, he was also killed. 3 great experts had fallen in an instant. This was also the first time Yi Xian had seen an expert from the Black Dragon cult that could fight so many levels higher than him. After the bald muscular man killed the 3 people, he immediately transformed into his human form and said to Yi Xian, Lord, you must be Mo Longzi, right? Mo Longzi. When Yi Xian heard this, he was slightly surprised. Why did this Mo Longzi look so similar to Bai Longzi? Could it be a name from the Black Dragon cult? Lord, you must be Mo Longzi. Otherwise, how could you fight so many levels higher than you? You're too strong. Lord, you must have at least merged with 10,000 World Annihilation Dragon Scales, right? The bald muscular man continued. Thank you for this time. However, I am not Mo Longzi. Yi Xian shook his head. As for merging with 10,000 World Annihilation Dragon Scales, what a joke. The World Annihilation Ghost Dragon had almost merged with 1,000,000 World Annihilation Dragon Scales. What was a genius with 10,000 scales? Not you. That's impossible. With your talent, there will definitely be a Black Dragon envoy who will find you and make you Mo Longzi. Our Black Dragon cult's Mo Longzi is different from the White Dragon Palace's Bai Longzi. He can obtain a large amount of treasures and will even be bestowed with top-grade dragon scales, bones, and blood. The bald muscular man said in disbelief. Supreme-grade dragon scales, supreme-grade dragon bones, supreme-grade dragon blood. Hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Previously, he had heard that merging with dragon scales, bones, and blood would greatly increase the effect. If he were to merge with top-grade dragon scales, bones, and blood, how much would he be able to improve? Yi Xian was a little curious. I am really not Mo Longzi. The Black Dragon envoy has not found me yet. Yi Xian shook his head. Not really. Then it doesn't matter. Let me follow you. I am the devouring black-horned python and have already merged with 9,000 World Annihilation Dragon Scales. Chapter 1876. A genius with 9,000 scales. He's so close to becoming a genius with 10,000 scales, Yi Xian was shocked. Even the branch leader of the Blood Flame Hall, a 9th stage half-step true monarch, had only integrated 600 scales. Even a 9th stage true monarch could only integrate 2,000 scales at most. As for a 9th stage half-step true monarch, 5,000 scales was the limit. After all, each scale was harder than the last. A 9th grade true king would roughly be able to fuse with 9,000 World Annihilation Dragon Scales. That black horn was only a 7th grade half-step true king, yet he had actually managed to fuse with 9,000 world annihilation dragon scales. He was just a step away from becoming a genius with 10,000 scales. Such a person was actually not Imolongzi. However, compared to the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon, he was too weak. The World Annihilation Ghost Dragon was now a 2nd stage true monarch. After this, it would be able to integrate 1,000,000 scales. You're not bad either. You're able to fuse with 9,000 World Annihilation Dragon scales. Yi Xian said to Black Horn. He reckoned that the reason why the other party was able to fuse with so many World Destruction Dragon scales was related to his devouring of the horned black python's bloodline. Compared to Lord, I'm still lacking. Black Horn smiled honestly. However, it's only been 2,000 years since I was born. My aptitude should be good. Lord, why don't you let me follow you? What? Only 2,000 years? Yi Xian was shocked. He was close to becoming a genius with 10,000 scales in just 2,000 years. How could such a person not be Mo Longzi? If I put this guy in the planting space and let him integrate with the World Annihilation Dragon scales, he'll become a genius with 10,000 scales or even 100,000 scales. Yi Xian thought. The current flow of time in the planting space was 100,000 times faster. A day in the outside world was 280 years in the planting space. 10 days was 2,800 years. If Black Horn could integrate with the World Annihilation Dragon scales in the planting space, he would definitely become a great killing weapon. It's not impossible for you to follow me, but I have a condition. You have to recognize me as your master. Yi Xian said directly. He thought that Black Cove would hesitate, but he didn't expect Black Cove to nod. Thank you, sir. Black Cove will follow you from now on. Before Yi Xian could react, Black Cove took out a contract. It was a master and servant blood contract. Unfortunately, it was an accident when Yi Xian subdued Luoluo. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't have been able to subdue Luoluo. Therefore, this Black Horn was at a much higher realm than Yi Xian. It was only a contract with Yi Xian, so it couldn't be considered Yi Xian's subordinate. It couldn't enjoy the boost from the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline and the Divine Beast Trainer bloodline. Ding! Master and servant blood contract successfully formed. Since Black Cove was the one who used the master and servant blood contract, there was no problem in establishing the contract. As such, Black Cove became Yi Xian's most loyal servant. My lord, can you tell me how old you are this year and how many World Annihilation Dragon scales you have fused with? After the contract was successfully established, Black Cove couldn't help but ask. This year, I should be 32 years old. However, I didn't fuse with the World Annihilation Dragon scales. He did. After saying that, Yi Xian and the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon separated into two. What? 32 years old? Black Cove was shocked. In the next moment, he realized that he had found a powerful backer. 32 years old, more than 2,000 years younger than him. World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon, after this, you should be able to fuse with 1,000,000 World Annihilation Dragon scales. Yi Xian continued to transmit his voice. What? 1,000,000. Black Cove almost fainted. He thought that the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon had fused with 10,000 World Annihilation Dragon scales. After all, the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon was only a 2nd stage true monarch. It was not on the same level as a 7th stage true king. He didn't expect the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon to be so heaven-defying. 1,000,000 World Annihilation Dragon scales. Let's not talk about this first. If you follow me, you will definitely become a genius with 1,000,000 World Annihilation Dragon scales in the future. Yi Xian grinned and said, how many World Annihilation Dragon scales do you have? Give them all to the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon. Recently, I have also plundered many places belonging to the White Dragon Palace. I have about 6,600,000 World Annihilation Dragon scales. If you want them, you can take them all. Black Cove threw the universe ring to Yi Xian. 6,600,000 World Annihilation Dragon Scales. Including the City Lord of Flowing Light City, I have about 7 million World Annihilation Dragon Scales. Yi Xian was shocked. He was still a few 100,000 World Annihilation Dragon Scales away from the 9th stage. Now that he had 7 million World Annihilation Dragon Scales, he could probably enter the 10th stage directly. Leave 100,000 World Annihilation Dragon Scales behind. I believe you will become a genius with 100,000 World Annihilation Dragon Scales very soon. Also, just call me boss in the future. Don't call me you. Just call me you. Yi Xian reminded him and stored Black Cove in the planting space. In the planting space, the speed at which Black Cove devoured the World Annihilation Dragon Scales would be very shocking. Moreover, like Yi Xian, he had broken through by devouring heaven and earth treasures. It was just that he needed a lot of time to refine them. Now that he had the planting space, his cultivation speed and the speed at which he absorbed the World Annihilation Dragon Scales would definitely not be slow. After that, Yi Xian plundered Flowing Light City and left. This time, Yi Xian had really made a big profit. He had picked up a genius and would have a big helper in the future. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that after the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon had completely fused with the World Annihilation Dragon Scales, it was actually unable to fuse with ordinary dragon scales. Next up, it would need top-grade World Annihilation Dragon Scales and top-grade World Annihilation Dragon Bones. What a scam! However, a tenfold increase was already very powerful for the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. Ding! Ordinary World Annihilation Dragon Scales can be absorbed into the best quality World Annihilation Dragon Scales. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ordinary dragon scales could be absorbed into the best quality dragon scales. This was beyond Yi Xian's expectations. However, when he saw the exchange rate clearly, he was completely dumbfounded. 1 million World Annihilation Dragon Scales could only be absorbed into one best quality dragon scale. Coincidentally, Yi Xian had an extra million World Annihilation Dragon Scales, so he immediately exchanged them for the best quality dragon scales. After the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon had absorbed one best quality dragon scale, its increase in power was increased by 5%. This meant that it would need 20 World Annihilation Dragon Scales to reach this level. In other words, it would be equivalent to 20 million ordinary dragon scales. Fortunately, it can continue to increase. As long as it can continue to increase, it doesn't matter how many there are. Yi Xian comforted himself. After all, it was not too difficult for him to obtain the World Annihilation Dragon Scales. Speaking of which, Blackhorn seemed to know something about the Black Dragon sect. This could answer some questions for Yi Xian. For example, the origin of the Black Dragon sect. Boss, countless years ago, the Black Dragon sect had not yet been established. At that time, a World Annihilation Black Dragon suddenly appeared in this area. Wherever it passed, not a single blade of grass grew. It destroyed countless forces. After that, the dragon-slaying alliance led by the White Dragon Palace appeared. They fought the World Annihilation Black Dragon. In the end, the World Annihilation Black Dragon was killed and its corpse was divided. After that, everyone discovered that by comprehending the World Annihilation Black Dragon's dragon scale, one could comprehend the World Annihilation attack and increase one's attack power. Later on, someone discovered that they could absorb the World Annihilation Dragon scale into their body. In the end, this mysterious person established the Black Dragon sect and became the first Black Dragon sect leader. Chapter 1877. What was the level of that Black Dragon back then? Yi Xian asked curiously. I heard that it was at the saint level. Blackhorn replied. Saint? What's that? Yi Xian raised his brows and asked. After the true emperor level is the half-saint level, and after that is the saint level. Once one becomes a half-saint, the immortal energy in their body will gradually transform into saint energy and become stronger. Blackhorn continued. Yi Xian paused after hearing this. He was only a half-step true lord right now, and the old tree was only a low-level true lord. They were still a few realms away from the true emperor level. He didn't expect the black dragon emissary and white dragon emissary to be so powerful. He estimated that they were at least half-saints, or even saints. Boss, your black dragon has fused with millions of world destruction dragon scales. If the black dragon emissary finds out about it, it will definitely become the demon dragon's son. At that time, it will definitely be bestowed with supreme-grade dragon scales, dragon bones, and dragon blood. Blackhorn suddenly said. I know, but how do we find the black dragon emissary? Yi Xian asked in surprise. I left the tribe this time to go to a place where anyone with 10,000 scales can obtain a supreme-grade dragon bone. Blackhorn said. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he asked, where is that place? It's called Misty Wind Forest. There's a black dragon emissary there. I'm planning to find him after fusing with 10,000 scales. Blackhorn replied. Misty Wind Forest? How long will it take to get there? Yi Xian asked. About 7 days if we use the teleportation formation continuously. Blackhorn said. Okay, then you should fuse with 700 more world destruction dragon scales in these 7 days. Yi Xian nodded. 7 days in the outside world was equivalent to 2,000 years in the planted space. This was enough for Blackhorn. Yi Xian immediately headed for the Misty Wind Forest. Now that the world destruction ghost dragon had fused with millions of scales, it only needed to disguise itself as a 10,000 scales genius and obtain a supreme-grade dragon bone. During this time, he also broke through again and reached the 8th grade half-step true lord level. During the journey, Blackhorn lived up to everyone's expectations. He directly integrated more than 1,000 world-ending dragon scales and became a 10,000 scales genius. At the same time, his cultivation had also risen to stage 9 half-step true king. Blackhorn could only feel incredulous. He originally thought that it would take him 1,000 years, but he had done it in just 7 days. He definitely didn't follow the wrong boss. 7 days later, Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the Misty Wind Forest. Blackhorn, where is the Black Dragon Envoy? At the entrance of Misty Wind Forest, Yi Xian could not help but ask Black Cove who was in the planting space. I'm not sure about that. I heard that it was the Black Dragon Envoy who took the initiative to come here. Blackhorn shook his head. Is that so? Come out then. Yi Xian released Blackhorn as soon as he finished speaking. At that moment, not only had Blackhorn become a rank 9 half-step true king, but he had also fused with over 10,000 world destruction dragon scales, reaching 11,000. This was already in line with the requirements. If what Blackhorn said was true, then the Black Dragon Envoy should come to him. Alright, let's go. Yi Xian said as he led Blackhorn into the Misty Wind Forest. This Misty Wind Forest was a dangerous place. Even a half-step true king would not dare to rashly enter. However, Blackhorn was already a rank 9 half-step true king. His battle prowess had long reached the level of a true king. With him leading the way, it would not be a problem. Moreover, Yi Xian was not weak himself. He still had various trump cards at hand. Nothing would happen to him. Following that, Yi Xian and Blackhorn wandered around the Misty Wind Forest. Originally, there were many immortal beasts in the Misty Wind Forest. However, after the Black Dragon calamity, the Misty Wind Forest was occupied by a group of black dragons. Moreover, the number of black dragons increased by several times. Black dragons could be seen everywhere. Yi Xian and Blackhorn killed every black dragon they saw. After all, these black dragons had destruction dragon scales and destruction dragon bones. They first wandered around the forest for half a day. Apart from black dragons, they only saw black dragons. They did not see the Black Dragon Envoy at all. This Misty Wind Forest is quite big. If we want to explore the entire forest, it will take several days. Let's explore it once first. Yi Xian comforted himself. If he went to rob, he could obtain many destruction dragon scales. If they wandered around the misty wind forest without any gains, it would be too much of a loss. Finally, after wandering around the misty wind forest for 2 days, Yi Xian and Blackhorn finally encountered a person. It was a young man. His appearance was ordinary, but he was a rank 1 true king. "You are also looking for the Black Dragon envoy?" asked the young man. "That's right." Yi Xian nodded. He could sense that the young man also had a Pearl of Annihilation. Moreover, he had fused with many destruction dragon scales. He estimated that there were at least 10,000 of them. "I've been searching for more than a month, but I haven't found anything. However, I met someone yesterday. He said that he met the Black Dragon envoy at the northern part of the Misty Wind Forest," said the young man. "The northern part of the Misty Wind Forest?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. "That's good. Why don't we team up?" Blackhorn said. "Okay." The young man nodded. Yi Xian didn't have any objections. Who knew, they might encounter the Black Dragon envoy if they stayed together. Of course, if the young man wasn't an expert of the Black Dragon sect, he would have attacked him with Blackhorn already. A rank 1 true king must have a lot of destruction dragon scales in his interspatial ring, right? Then, Yi Xian and Blackhorn went with the young man to the back of the Misty Wind Forest. At first, Yi Xian didn't pay much attention to the young man. However, after a while, he felt that there was something wrong with the young man. The young man noticed Yi Xian's gaze and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He asked, "What are you looking at?" He didn't care about Yi Xian at all. After all, Yi Xian's cultivation was so low. What he cared about was Blackhorn, a rank 9 half-step true king. He felt that Blackhorn was a 10,000 scale genius. As for him, he was only a 10,000 scale genius. Moreover, he had cultivated for more than 100,000 years. Compared to Blackhorn, he was too weak. "Blackhorn, be careful. There's something wrong with this guy." Yi Xian hurriedly transmitted to Blackhorn. When Blackhorn heard this, he replied, "Boss, shall we go on our own?" "Okay." After getting Yi Xian's agreement, Blackhorn paused and said, "Sir, we still have some matters to attend to. We won't be traveling with you." Hearing this, the young man also looked at Blackhorn, wondering where he had exposed himself. "Since that's the case, then I'll have to offend you." The young man didn't waste time and directly attacked. The aura of a rank 1 true king instantly spread out, pressuring Yi Xian to the point of suffocation. As expected, the young man had his eyes on Yi Xian and Blackhorn. No, to be precise, Blackhorn was his target. "Trash dares to show off in front of me. Blackhorn, kill him." Chapter 1878. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian transformed into the level 3 Mystic God battle armor and donned it on Blackhorn. Blackhorn's physique immediately soared. He was now several times stronger than his original form. Demon Breaking Fist. The humanoid Blackhorn turned into a stream of light and went up to meet him. However, what astonished the young man was that, with his strength of a rank 1 half-step true monarch, he was actually instantly killed by Blackhorn, a rank 9 half-step true monarch. Bang! After a muffled sound, the young man looked at his chest and discovered that it was empty. His heart and flesh had all been blown apart. Dead. Although Blackhorn is only a level 9 true king, his strength soared after donning the level 3 Mystic God battle armor. He was able to instantly kill his opponent, Yi Xian thought to himself. He quickly collected the corpse and stored it in his planting space for Wei Zhentian to search his soul. This guy is actually a genius of the White Dragon Palace hidden in the Black Dragon sect. He has also fused with 10,000 world-destroying dragon scales. He attacked us this time because he wanted to trap Blackhorn. Before us, he had already captured 7 10,000 scale geniuses. Yi Xian immediately understood the situation. "Boss, why did he want to capture 10,000 scale geniuses?" Black Horn asked in confusion. In this misty wind forest, there's a mid-level true king expert from the White Dragon Palace. The reason why the person we killed captured these 10,000 scaled geniuses was to lure out the Black Dragon special envoy and then hand them over to the mid-level true king from the White Dragon Palace. Yi Xian replied. Can we lure out the Black Dragon envoy by gathering so many 10,000 scaled geniuses? Black Horn asked. I'm not sure. However, I already know where those 10,000 scaled geniuses are trapped. The mid-level true king should be nearby. Yi Xian said. Boss, let's leave quickly. We can't deal with a mid-level true king yet, Black Horn said. Although he had killed a level 1 true king, a mid-level true king was at least a level 4 true king. It could also be a level 6 true king. It was not something he could deal with right now. It's fine. Let's go take a look first. I have many life-saving methods. I won't die. Yi Xian shook his head and decided to go take a look at that place. However, at that moment, hoo. A gust of wind entered the ears of Yi Xian and Black Horn. They quickly turned their heads to look and found that the space in the distance suddenly trembled. Then, a phantom gradually solidified and finally turned into a black-robed man. However, this person's aura was much more powerful than that of the young man who had died earlier. Who is it? Yi Xian and Black Horn couldn't help but feel astonished. Do you know who I am? The black-robed man asked. I don't know. Black Cove answered without thinking. Didn't you come to the Lost Wind Forest to find me? The man in black's words made Yi Xian and Black Horn recognize him. It turned out that this man in black was the Black Dragon Special Envoy. Big guy, you should have fused with 10,000 World Annihilation Dragon Scales, right? The Black Dragon Envoy asked. Yes, Senior. Black Horn nodded. Alright, I'll give you this piece of Supreme Grade Apocalyptic Dragon Bone. Without hesitation, the Black Dragon Special Envoy took out a piece of Supreme Grade Apocalyptic Dragon Bone and threw it to Black Horn. As for Yi Xian, he didn't take him seriously either. After all, he hadn't fused with a single piece. Since the Black Dragon Special Envoy had given him a piece of Supreme Grade Apocalyptic Dragon Bone, it proved that the Black Dragon Special Envoy was the real person and not someone in disguise. Therefore, Yi Xian summoned the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. The Black Dragon Special Envoy was slightly surprised when he saw the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon scales. He asked, how many World Annihilation Dragon scales has it fused with? Senior, it has fused with 12,000 pieces. Yi Xian replied casually. What? 12,000 pieces? The Black Dragon Special Envoy was shocked. The World Annihilation Ghost Dragon was only a 3rd stage True Lord. However, it had fused with 12,000 pieces of World Annihilation Dragon scales. It was simply unbelievable. Originally, he thought that Yi Xian was just a bystander. He didn't expect that Yi Xian was a beast tamer. At that moment, his eyes shone with unprecedented brilliance. Such a genius. He can't be a White Dragon Special Envoy in disguise, the Black Dragon Special Envoy thought to himself. He took out 10 pieces of World Annihilation Dragon Bones from his Qian Kun ring. All 10 pieces were Supreme Grade Dragon Bones. One had to know that 1 million pieces of World Annihilation Dragon Scales were required to fuse with 1 Supreme Grade World Annihilation Dragon Scale. 10 Supreme Grade World Annihilation Dragon Scales were equivalent to 1 Supreme Grade World Annihilation Dragon Bone. In other words, 1 Supreme Grade World Annihilation Dragon Bone was equivalent to 10 million pieces of World Annihilation Dragon Scales. 10 Supreme Grade World Annihilation Dragon Bones were equivalent to 100 million pieces. 100 million pieces. These 10 Supreme Grade World Annihilation Dragon Bones are all yours. The Black Dragon Special Envoy generously threw the items to Yi Xian. If these 10 Supreme Grade World Annihilation Dragon Bones were added to the ones that Black Horn had obtained, it would be a total of 11 Supreme Grade World Annihilation Dragon Bones. This was enough to increase the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon's strength by a lot. Thank you, Senior. Yi Xian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. This time, he really didn't come to the wrong place. He had obtained so many treasures at once. Work hard and strive to become a true 10,000 scale genius in the future. The Black Dragon Special Envoy solemnly said. A true 10,000 scale genius? Yi Xian and Black Cove looked at each other, not understanding what the Black Dragon Envoy was talking about. The Black Dragon Envoy knew that Yi Xian and Blackhorn didn't understand, so he explained, the 10,000 World Annihilation Dragon Scales that you have fused with are the lowest grade World Annihilation Dragon Scales. A true 10,000 scale genius is also called a top grade 10,000 scale genius. It refers to fusing with top grade World Annihilation Dragon Scales. If we were to convert, you would need to fuse with 1 billion World Annihilation Dragon Scales to be considered a true 10,000 scale genius. 1 billion World Annihilation Dragon Scales. Yi Xian and Blackhorn rolled their eyes and almost fainted. However, Yi Xian had used 1 million World Annihilation Dragon Scales to fuse with a piece of Supreme Grade Dragon Scale. If one were to calculate, it was indeed 1 billion. None of you are disciples of my Black Dragon sect. To be able to reach the level of 10,000 scales before becoming a true king is already considered to have met the standard. The next stage is to fuse with 100,000 World Annihilation Dragon Scales at the True King Realm, 1 million at the Half-Step True Emperor Realm, 10 million at the True Emperor Realm, 100 million at the Half-Step True Venerable Realm, and 1 billion at the True Venerable Realm. 1 billion at the True Venerable Realm, which is the top grade 1000 scale genius. The Black Dragon Special Envoy continued, even I have only fused with a few thousand World Annihilation Dragon Scales. If we were to convert them to Supreme Grade Dragon Scales, it's not even one scale. Gulp. After hearing the Black Dragon Special Envoy's words, Yi Xian and Blackhorn were speechless. If that was the case, then one who had fused with almost 10 million World Annihilation Ghost Dragons could be considered a 10-scale genius, right? Chapter 1879. The Black Dragon Emissary. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows as he suddenly remembered the Black Dragon Emissary he saw that day. At that time, the Black Dragon Emissary said that he could go find him if he reached 10,000 scales. It turned out that the Black Dragon Emissary was referring to the highest quality and not the normal ones. The World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon had only fused a few scales back then, so it couldn't have attracted such an expert. The reason why the White Dragon Emissary was attracted was because of the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon's physique. Yi Xian thought to himself. Moreover, the White Dragon Emissary took so long to arrive because the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon's aura spread slowly. Otherwise, an expert like the White Dragon Emissary would have arrived immediately. He guessed that regardless of whether it was the Black Dragon sect or the White Dragon Palace, the emissaries were at least half saints or saints. A person of this level could travel more than 100 years in a single second. If the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon's aura could spread quickly, the White Dragon Emissary would have arrived immediately. But then again, the Black Dragon Emissary said that a half-step true monarch needed to fuse 10,000 World Destroyer Dragon Scales. In other words, a rank 9 half-step true monarch was required to fuse 10,000 normal World Destroyer Dragon Scales. The World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon was only a rank 3 true monarch right now. Even if it was a rank 3 half-step true monarch, it would still exceed the standard. Moreover, it was still 15 levels away from the standard. Most importantly, the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon had already fused 10 million normal World Destroyer Dragon Scales. This was the standard for a true sovereign. If the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon goes to the Black Dragon sect, it will definitely be the number 1 genius. Yi Xian was looking forward to it and hurriedly said, then I'll have to trouble you, Senior. Don't worry, I'll report anyone who meets the standard, let alone a genius like you who far exceeds the standard. The Black Dragon Emissary nodded and paused for a moment before continuing. However, before that, there's something that needs to be dealt with. What is it? Yi Xian asked curiously. The people you killed just now were spies from the White Dragon Palace. Their purpose was to lure me out. Before you came, they also made a few moves and trapped a few ordinary 10,000 scale geniuses. So, we have to rescue them first. The Black Dragon envoy said. Then does Senior know where those people are trapped? Yi Xian asked. I know, but I don't know how many experts they have, so I haven't shown up yet. The Black Dragon ambassador nodded. Yi Xian had seen his methods just now. This Black Dragon special envoy was very good at concealment, which was why he could hide. Senior, if you are not confident, I have a magic treasure here that can help you. Yi Xian said as he transformed Wei Zhentian into a level 3 Mystic Divine Battle Armor. What is this? The Black Dragon envoy did not suspect anything and allowed the Mystic Divine Battle Armor to be worn. In the next moment, he felt his body become stronger. This was several times more powerful than when he transformed into his true form. With this armor, he was confident that he could rescue all the geniuses. Good, very good. If we succeed this time, I will reward you with 10 supreme-grade World Annihilation Dragon Bones. The Black Dragon envoy's eyes lit up and said, You too, hide here first. I will set up a formation and wait for my return. Okay. Yi Xian and Black Horn nodded. Then, the Black Dragon envoy set up a concealment formation and asked Yi Xian and Black Horn to hide inside. Then, he went alone to the place where the 10,000 scale geniuses were trapped. With Wei Zhentian's help, the Black Dragon envoy should not have any problems. Moreover, Yi Xian had placed a death pursuit order on him. If he died, Yi Xian would know. Half a day later. From the vision shared by Wei Zhentian, the Black Dragon envoy had killed the White Dragon Palace's mid-stage true king and rescued the 10,000 scale geniuses. Very soon, he returned. Your magic treasure is so useful. It allowed me to kill the opponent who was 2 realms higher than me. The Black Dragon envoy could not help but say. He was only a 4th stage true king, and the White Dragon Palace's 6th stage true king. However, after wearing the Mystic Divine Armor, the White Dragon Palace's 6th stage true king was killed by him. This was really beyond his expectations. Before Yi Xian could say anything, the Black Dragon envoy took out 10 supreme-grade dragon bones and threw them to Yi Xian. Thank you for your reward, Senior. Yi Xian hurriedly thanked him. It's no problem. My Black Dragon sect does not lack these. After all, no matter how talented a person is, he will not be able to fuse with many of them. Just take them, the Black Dragon envoy said with a smile. In this way, Yi Xian had obtained 21 supreme-grade dragon bones. If he were to fuse with all of them, the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon's strength would increase tremendously. Alright, I have already reported this to my superior on my way here. Now, I will personally escort you to him, the Black Dragon envoy continued. Yes, Senior. Yi Xian nodded satisfactorily. It seemed that he was going to soar to the sky. As long as he had a good leader, he would not have to worry about not having supreme-grade dragon scales and supreme-grade dragon bones. Perhaps, he could even get supreme-grade dragon blood. At that time, when all 3 types of dragon scales, dragon bones, and dragon blood were fused into his body, who knew what would happen? At that moment, the Black Dragon envoy led Yi Xian and Black Horn to the designated location. While they were on their way, Yi Xian asked the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon to fuse with the supreme-grade dragon bones in the planting space. With the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon's ribs, fusing with these things was very fast. Not long after, the 21 supreme-grade dragon bones were absorbed by the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon. The first 2 supreme-grade dragon bones were enough for the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon to complete the 11th stage. After that, 19 supreme-grade dragon bones and a large number of World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon scales completed the 12th stage. In total, the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon's combat strength had increased by about 2 times. This is too scary. The 13th stage requires 100 supreme-grade dragon bones, which is 1 billion World Annihilation Dragon scales. Yi Xian was scared out of his wits. Right now, the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon already had 200 dragon scales, and they were all supreme grade dragon scales according to the Black Dragon sect's internal calculation. However, the number of dragon scales did not have much to do with the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon. After all, the effect of the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon fusing with the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon was much smaller than other people. If Blackhorn could fuse with 200 supreme grade dragon scales, even a high-level true king or a half-step true emperor might not be able to hurt him. However, during the first break on the way, Yi Xian accidentally released the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon. Chapter 1880. This was something that Yi Xian, Blackhorn, and even the Black Dragon Envoy did not notice. As a result, an expert from the White Dragon Hall was attracted. Alright, let's continue our journey. We should be able to hand you over to the Lord the day after tomorrow, the Black Dragon Envoy said. The Black Dragon sect had countless branches and countless Black Dragon Envoys and Black Dragon Envoys. At this moment, he was personally escorting Yi Xian to a high-level True King. Then, this high-level True King would escort him to the higher-level Black Dragon Envoy. However, right at this moment. Leave. Do you think you can leave? Suddenly, a strange voice fell into the ears of the Black Dragon Special Envoy. The Black Dragon Envoy's body trembled as he hurriedly turned around. However, he was only able to turn halfway when he found himself unable to move. A powerful aura suppressed him and rendered him unable to move. A high-level True King. Or perhaps even stronger. When Yi Xian and Blackhorn heard the voice, they hurriedly looked over and saw a white figure standing in the air in front of them. When Yi Xian saw the face of this figure clearly, he was completely dumbfounded. He had seen this white-robed figure before, and more than once. White Dragon Envoy. Yi Xian was frightened. He did not expect that they would meet again after so long. What was going on? It seems that the Black Dragon Envoy did not kill this middle-aged man that day. However, how did he find us? Was it just a coincidence? Yi Xian frowned. He did not know that after the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon merged with the top-grade Dragon Bone, the Pearl of Annihilation could no longer conceal its aura. In that case, even if he used the time reversal skill, it would be difficult for him to escape. He could only try to find another path and see if he could avoid this White Dragon Envoy. I did not expect that you would grow to this level in such a short time. The White Dragon Envoy did not dare to believe it. He remembered that when he first met the Black Dragon Envoy, Yi Xian was only a half-step perfected person, and the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon was only a rank 1 perfected person. However, in such a short time, Yi Xian had broken through to become a rank 9 half-step True Monarch, and the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon had become a rank 4 True Monarch. Yi Xian stared at White Dragon, waiting to see what he was going to do to him. However, right at that moment, another aura descended. White Dragon Saint, we meet again. A familiar voice rang in Yi Xian's ears. Black Dragon Saint. This time, the White Dragon Saint Envoy and the Black Dragon Saint Envoy were drawn over. Could it be that there was going to be another great battle? Last time, the Black Dragon Saint Envoy also arrived later and beat the White Dragon Saint Envoy away. In terms of power, the Black Dragon Saint Emissary was much stronger than the White Dragon Saint Emissary. It seemed that they wouldn't be in danger this time. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to use time reversal, but now, it seemed that there was no need for that. You again. The White Dragon Saint Emissary looked at the Black Dragon Saint Emissary with fear. His cultivation was higher than the Black Dragon Saint Emissaries, but the Black Dragon Saint Emissary had fused with a large number of world-destroying dragon scales. Thus, he was not able to defeat the Black Dragon Saint Emissary in a one-on-one battle. That's me. The Black Dragon Saint Emissary grinned. Then, he glanced at Yi Xian and transmitted his voice to him. Brat, I didn't expect that your dragon would grow to this extent in just a short period of time. You have at least 200 top-quality dragon scales, right? An expert was indeed an expert. He was able to see through Yi Xian with a single glance. Someone like the world-destroying ghostly dragon, who was only a 4th-stage true monarch and had fused with 200 top-quality dragon scales, was something that could not be found in the entire Black Dragon Church. Thus, the Black Dragon Saint Emissary decided to protect Yi Xian with all his might. He even wanted to take him in as a disciple. Although the Black Dragon Saint Emissary's expression remained calm, he was extremely shocked in his heart. If the world-destroying ghostly dragon was able to grow up safely, it might become the second Black Dragon Saint Emissary, or even surpass it. Last time, I felt an unusual aura. At that time, I felt that it was strange. Even a genius with 10,000 scales was like an ant in my eyes. However, although that aura was weak, it was very similar to the aura of the world-destroying ghostly dragon. Thus, I went to look for it. The White Dragon Saint Emissary thought to himself, could this black dragon be the descendant of the Black Dragon Saint Emissary? If that was the case, they would have to kill the ghost dragon. Or, they would have to bring the world devastation ghost dragon back. It was precisely because of this that the White Dragon Saint Emissary did not make a move and allowed the Black Dragon Saint Emissary to rush over. Seeing that the White Dragon Saint Emissary was not speaking and his gaze was fixed on the world-destroying ghostly dragon, the Black Dragon Saint Emissary's nerves tensed up. He was prepared to make a move at any moment. Black Dragon Saint Emissary, you've protected it time and time again. What is its origin? The White Dragon Saint Emissary asked. Do you think that I will tell you? Even if it's my illegitimate son, you can't do anything about it. The Black Dragon Saint Emissary sneered. Of course, the hit they were talking about was not Yi Xian but the world-destroying ghostly dragon. What a joke. The aura on its body is very similar to that of the Black Dragon Saint Emissary. It should be the descendant of the Black Dragon Saint Emissary, right? The White Dragon Saint Emissary said. Make a guess. The Black Dragon Saint Emissary continued to laugh. In truth, even he did not know what the world-destroying ghostly dragon was. However, the White Dragon Saint Emissary's guess was indeed possible. The world-destroying ghostly dragon could indeed be the descendant of the Black Destruction Dragon. Last time, he had misjudged it and thought that it was only a black dragon with a decent bloodline. However, in such a short period of time, the world-destroying ghostly dragon had broken through from rank 1 enlightened being to rank 4 true monarch. Most importantly, it was able to fuse with at least 200 supreme quality dragon scales. Apart from the descendant of the Black Destruction Dragon, who else could do such a thing? If that's the case, then I must take it away today. The White Dragon Saint Emissary's eyes suddenly lit up. If it was the descendant of the Black Destruction Dragon, it would be best if he could bring it back to the White Dragon Palace because it would be of great use. If that was not possible, then he would have to kill it. Last time, you were beaten to a pulp by me and ran away like a dog. What else do you want today? The Black Dragon Saint Emissary did not waste any more words and directly attacked. Both of them were super experts surpassing the true Emperor realm. A battle of this level was not something that ordinary people could see. In an instant, the two of them turned into their true forms and began to fight. It's actually Sir Emissary. I can die without regrets. The Black Dragon Saint Emissary looked at the battle in the sky and couldn't help but sigh. Unfortunately, the difference in cultivation was too great. He was unable to see the two figures and could only hear the rumbling sounds. On the other side, Yi Xian was also very happy. He originally wanted the Black Dragon Saint Emissary to introduce him so that he would not have to worry about food and clothing in the future. However, who would have thought that the Black Dragon Saint Emissary would appear on his own? It seemed that the Black Dragon sect would definitely treat the world-destroying ghostly dragon like a treasure. However, things were not that simple. Black Dragon Saint Emissary, why do you think I didn't leave this time? The White Dragon Saint Emissary suddenly asked. Chapter 1881. When the Black Dragon Emissary heard this, he found it strange. The White Dragon Emissary was already being suppressed by him. If he waited any longer, the White Dragon Emissary would definitely be defeated. However, the White Dragon Emissary knew that he could not defeat him. He did not even have the chance to kill Yi Xian. Why did he choose to stay and continue fighting? The next moment, he knew the reason. Oh no, another one is here. The black dragon emissary's expression changed. He turned around and saw another figure in white. It was another white dragon emissary. No wonder the middle-aged man did not leave. He was waiting for help. If it was a one-on-one battle, the middle-aged man in white would definitely not be able to defeat the black dragon emissary. However, if it was a two-on-one battle, it would be a different story. Not only that, the black dragon emissary realized that the white dragon emissary who had just arrived looked very similar to the middle-aged man. They were actually twins. It's you guys. The black dragon emissary immediately reacted. In the White Dragon Hall, there was a pair of twins who were adept at joint attacks. If the two of them joined forces, they would be able to fight against 3 people. The middle-aged man in white that Yi Xian had encountered previously was the younger twin, Chao Zhenxiong. The older twin was the one who had just arrived. His name was Chao Zhenying. This was troublesome. Are you the one who severely injured my younger brother previously? Chao Zhenying narrowed his eyes and asked. So what if I am? The black dragon emissary shouted. If that's the case, then, Chao Zhenying's expression turned cold. Just as he was about to attack, he received a message from Chao Zhenxiong. Brother, capture that kid and the black dragon first. Their objective was to capture Yi Xian and the world devastator ghostly dragon, not to kill the black dragon emissary. Even if the black dragon emissary could not defeat them, he could still escape. When Chao Zhenying heard this, he could not help but divert his attention. Chao Zhenxiong could still handle the situation now. When the time came, he could still escape. It was better to deal with Yi Xian and the world devastator ghostly dragon first. Oh no! The black dragon emissary's expression changed again. If he brought Yi Xian back to the Black Dragon sect, the Black Dragon Hall would definitely be more powerful than the White Dragon Hall. Yi Xian and the Black Dragon emissary was very important. He could not let Yi Xian must not fall into the White Dragon Palace's hands. Even if I, Xiao Chong, die today, I will kill the 2 of you. The Black Dragon Saint emissary roared furiously as blood-red runes appeared all over his body. It's time to go all out. Chao Zhenying and Chao Zhenxiong looked at each other and immediately became cautious. At the same time, a notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission, evading the pursuit of the White Dragon ambassadors. The random mission was triggered again. Moreover, just like before, he couldn't use the time reversal skill this time. He had to hide for 3 days, and he would only be considered successful if he couldn't be found by the 2 White Dragon emissaries. What a scam! Senior, help me block their pressure. I can escape on my own. Yi Xian hurriedly transmitted a message to the Black Dragon emissary. All right. When the Black Dragon emissary heard this, he quickly moved between Yi Xian and the 2 White Dragon emissaries. In the next moment, Yi Xian was able to move again. The mark left behind by the White Dragon disappeared. Immediately, he kept the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon and the Black Dragon emissary that he had communicated with into the plant dimension. Then, he broke through the void and entered. Not good. Chao Zhenxiong reacted, but it was too late. The void had already closed. Yi Xian had escaped. Once Yi Xian left, the Black Dragon emissary was much more relaxed. He just had to find a chance to escape on his own. However, the Chao Zhenying and Chao Zhenxiong brothers were very difficult to deal with when they worked together. Even if the Black Dragon emissary gave it his all, he wouldn't be able to escape so easily. At the same time, on the other side, the White Dragon emissary was at least a half-sage. He was a few realms higher than Wei Zhentian. The Million Beasts illustration and Mystic Divine armor were useless against him. Luckily, I managed to escape. Yi Xian was scared out of his wits. After all, he couldn't use the time reversal skill anymore. If he accidentally died, he would have to use 3 devouring points to repair his 3 avatars. Most importantly, his 4th avatar was in the mortal world. Even if he ascended to the immortal world, he wouldn't know how to return to the holy world. Hence, he had to be very careful. I left a death pursuit order on the Black Dragon emissary. If he dies, I will know. If he really dies, I will definitely avenge him. Yi Xian made a decision in his heart. However, it was better for him to hide for 3 days. During these 3 days, it was better for him to keep a low profile. The death pursuit order didn't only allow him to know if the marked person was still alive, it also allowed him to sense the distance. A few seconds after he left, the Black Dragon emissary started to move quickly. It seemed like he was escaping. During these 3 days, Yi Xian was on tenterhooks. He didn't let anyone out and moved alone. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Finally, 3 days had passed. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. Reward, time control advancement. Now, the ratio between the planted space and the outside world was 560 years. 1 day in the outside world was 560 years in the planted space. At the same time, the instant the random mission was completed, he could finally use time reversal. However, he couldn't go back to the previous day. He could only go back to the few seconds after the random mission was completed. Hence, Yi Xian decided to stay for 1 more day. That way, if anything happened, he could use time reversal. During these few days of hiding from the White Dragon emissary, I broke through to rank 1 true monarch. However, this strength is completely useless against an expert of this level, Yi Xian thought to himself as he looked into the distance. In the distant horizon, there was a scarlet word. This meant that the Black Dragon emissary was still alive. He hasn't moved at all. I guess he is treating his injuries, Yi Xian thought to himself and decided to look for the Black Dragon emissary. He estimated the distance and estimated that he would need around 2 to 3 days to find the Black Dragon emissary. Of course, this was under the condition that the Black Dragon emissary didn't move. Furthermore, Yi Xian only hoped that he wouldn't bump into the 2 White Dragon emissaries. Otherwise, he would have to use time reversal. Fortunately, Wei Xintian had another magical treasure. It was called Flowing Light Invisibility Cloak. This could greatly reduce Yi Xian's sense of existence. It was the most suitable item for concealing himself. Very soon, 3 days had passed. After 3 days, Yi Xian broke through to rank 2 true monarch. Moreover, not long after he broke through, he found the Black Dragon emissary. Unfortunately, the Black Dragon emissary was already on the verge of death. "Senior, how are your injuries?" Yi Xian immediately asked. "Brat, you actually managed to find me. You can be considered to have some ability." The Black Dragon emissary cracked open his mouth and smiled. Then, he shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, I was hit twice by those 2. The holy purifying dragon light is extremely fatal to me. The poison has already spread to my heart. I estimate that I can only last for 1 more day." Chapter 1882. What? Only 1 day left? Yi Xian raised his brows. This was a tragedy. He finally met the Black Dragon emissary, but now there were 2 White Dragon emissaries as well. What should he do now that the emissary could only live for 1 day? "Ha, don't be so surprised. Even though I'm on the verge of death, I still dragged Chao Jinying down with me." The emissary laughed. Chao Jinying was the older twin. If he died, Chao Jinxiong would go crazy. "Senior, is there no other way?" Yi Xian frowned and asked. "No, you can't cure this level of poison. I can't even move right now, so I'm ready to die." The emissary shook his head. Nevertheless, Yi Xian still took out his blood bottle. Unfortunately, it was useless. He was only a true monarch. After that were half-step true monarchs, true monarchs, true kings, true sovereigns, true sovereigns, true sovereigns, true emperors, and true emperors. It would be strange if the immortal phoenix bloodline was useful with such a huge gap. Forget it, I know what you're thinking. The emissary shook his head. Yi Xian also felt guilty towards him, because if he hadn't been discovered, the Black Dragon envoy wouldn't have been besieged and ended up on the verge of death. Oh right, you were discovered because your Black Dragon had fused with a supreme-level dragon bone. The low-level Pearl of Annihilation couldn't hide its aura. The emissary looked at his hand and sighed. Unfortunately, my spatial ring was destroyed in the previous battle, so I don't have anything left for you. But I do have one last thing. Yi Xian's eyes lit up after hearing this. The emissary was an expert, so his gift must be amazing. The last thing is my corpse. The Black Dragon Saint emissary said, I have also merged with many dragon scales, dragon bones, and dragon blood. Although I am not as good as the Black Dragon of Destruction back then, the dragon scales on my body are about the same as the Black Dragon of Destruction's scales. When I die, you can take them all. A corpse? Yi Xian frowns. The Black Dragon Saint is a zooist, not an immortal beast. The world-destroying ghost dragon cannot fuse with his things. However, he did not say it out loud. After all, this was the Black Dragon Saint's good intentions. Also, give me a floating image crystal. I want to record something and pass it to my disciple. The Black Dragon Saint said. All right. Without hesitation, Yi Xian used the immortal grade devouring system to exchange for the highest grade floating image crystal that was currently available. After the Black Dragon Saint finished recording, he handed it over to Yi Xian and said, My name is Feng Beihan, one of the 9 saint envoys of the Black Dragon sect. The disciple I just accepted is called Pan Hong, and he has a special body constitution. I originally wanted to nurture him to become the Black Dragon Saint, but it seems like that won't be possible. Take the floating image crystal and find him, he will make the arrangements. Senior, I will definitely do it. Yi Xian nodded. After that, the Black Dragon Saint taught Yi Xian how to find Pan Hong. It turned out that there was a hidden teleportation array nearby that could only be activated with a supreme-grade dragon bone. The teleportation array's final destination was the Pan family's residence. A day later, the Black Dragon Saint died. Yi Xian took his corpse and headed to the teleportation array. However, Yi Xian was extremely worried during this journey. He was afraid that the 2 White Dragon Saint envoys would discover him. No, the Black Dragon Saint envoys had killed Chao Jinying, so only the White Dragon Saint envoys were left. Luckily, it was just a false alarm. A few days later, Yi Xian arrived at the teleportation array that the Black Dragon Saint envoys had built. He then used a supreme-grade dragon bone to teleport. Hua! The teleportation array activated. This teleportation array could teleport people very far away. As long as he landed, Yi Xian would not have to worry about him anymore. At that moment, a teleportation array suddenly started to activate somewhere in the Holy World. The teleportation array has activated. Quick, inform the young family head immediately. This teleportation array was located in the Pan family. Before Yi Xian could land on the ground, Pan Hong had already rushed over. Master is back. Pan Hong raised an eyebrow. Then, he saw a figure appear in the teleportation array. It's not Master. When Pan Hong saw the unfamiliar young man, he was shocked. He could not help but ask, Who are you? The person who had appeared in the teleportation array was undoubtedly Yi Xian. He looked around and saw a chubby boy who was about 15 or 16 years old. I am Yi Xian. I am here to look for Pan Hong. Yi Xian replied. I am Pan Hong. How did you know about this teleportation array? Pan Hong narrowed his eyes. When Yi Xian heard this, he was in disbelief. This chubby boy was the Black Dragon Saint Envoy's disciple, Pan Hong. This was completely different from the Pan Hong that he had imagined. However, Pan Hong's strength was so strong that he could not see through him. He was much stronger than the Black Dragon Saint Envoy. I was asked by Senior Feng Beihan to look for you in the Pan family. Yi Xian did not waste time. He took out the floating image crystal and the black dragon Saint Envoy's corpse from his interspatial ring. When Pan Hong saw Feng Beihan's corpse, he was completely stunned. Master is dead. Senior Feng Beihan was severely injured by the white dragon Saint Envoy's twin sisters. In the end, his dragon heart was corroded by the purifying holy dragon light and he died. Yi Xian explained what had happened. Bastard! Pan Hong cursed angrily. His aura spread out and suppressed Yi Xian so much that he could not move. After a long while, he finally recovered. By then, he had finished looking at the floating image crystal. He turned to Yi Xian and asked, "My master asked me to make arrangements for you. However, your black dragon is only at the level of a perfected lord. How did it merge with 200 supreme grade dragon scales?" "Yes." Yi Xian nodded. However, he did not summon the world destroyer ghostly dragon. He was afraid that it would attract the white dragon Saint Envoy again. At that time, the Pan family would be doomed. Feng Beihan had also mentioned this in the floating image crystal. Therefore, Pan Hong did not ask further. He took out a pearl of annihilation and threw it to Yi Xian. This pearl of annihilation was the highest grade item in the Black Dragon sect. With it, the world destroyer ghostly dragon would no longer have to worry about its aura leaking out. After that, the world destroyer ghostly dragon was summoned by Yi Xian. Pan Hong sensed it. This is unbelievable. I'm already a rank 9 true king, but I've only merged with 10 supreme grade dragon scales. Pan Hong felt helpless. 10 supreme grade dragon scales was the standard for a true emperor. Pan Hong was able to reach this level when he was only a rank 9 true king. Naturally, his aptitude was not to be underestimated. At first, he felt like he was invincible. However, after seeing Yi Xian's world destroyer ghostly dragon, he only felt ashamed. In front of a monster like the world destroyer ghostly dragon, a genius with 10 scales was nothing. Chapter 1883. Master said that you should come with me to the Black Dragon Institute to cultivate. Meanwhile, Pan Hong spoke abruptly. Black Dragon Institute? Where is that? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had heard of this name. Feng Beihan had never told him about it before. The Black Dragon Institute is the place where the Black Dragon Institute nurtures geniuses. Only those who have been accepted can enter. Master originally wanted to personally bring me to the Black Dragon Institute when he came back. Pan Hong explained. This Black Dragon Institute is the place where the Black Dragon Institute nurtures geniuses. If I enter in my current condition, I will definitely be able to obtain a large amount of top-grade dragon scales and dragon bones. Yi Xian pondered for a moment before nodding his head. Pan Hong felt that this matter shouldn't be delayed any longer. Thus, after giving some instructions, he stepped into the transmission array. It turned out that this transmission array could send them directly to the Black Dragon Institute. Yi Xian had thought that he would be staying at the Pan family's residence. Never would he have thought that he would be teleported to one of the most heavily guarded places in the Black Dragon Institute. Before he could recover from his shock, the transmission array activated once more. This time, the destination was the Black Dragon Institute. Hua! Inside the Black Dragon sect, inside the Black Dragon Institute. The Holy Envoy has returned. Inside a transmission palace, a white-haired old man suddenly stood up and respectfully looked at the transmission array. This was the highest grade transmission array that only the Black Dragon Holy Envoy, Feng Beihan, could use. However, the people who came out of the transmission array this time weren't the Black Dragon Holy Envoy, Feng Beihan, but two young men. N? The old man paused for a moment and carefully sized them up. One was a 3rd grade true monarch and the other was a 9th grade true king. Who are the two of you? The old man looked at Pan Hong and Yi Xian who had just landed. Greetings to Elder Sun. Pan Hong respectfully cupped his fists and said, I am the 9th Holy Envoy, Feng Beihan's disciple, Pan Hong. This is my proof. Oh. Lord Holy Envoy's disciple. The old man called Elder Sun's eyes lit up as he received the proof. It was indeed Feng Beihan's doing. Good, come with me. Elder Sun nodded. Feng Beihan had already communicated with him and accepted a new disciple. However, he didn't know that the Black Dragon Holy Envoy had already fallen. This senior is called Elder Sun. He is in charge of receiving geniuses from Master's lineage. Along the way, Pan Hong sent a voice transmission to Yi Xian. This time, I'm the only one with the proof. Therefore, the one entering the Black Dragon Institute is me, and you may enter as my attendant. But I'll talk to Elder Sun and see if I can get you in as well. When Yi Xian heard this, he immediately nodded. Okay. Not long after, Elder Sun, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at Yi Xian in shock. Elder Sun looked at Yi Xian in shock and asked, "You have a black dragon that has fused 200 top-quality dragon scales?" Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Elder Sun, he is a disciple that Master has just accepted. I hope Elder Sun can forgive him. Pan Hong hurriedly said. Elder Sun lightly nodded his head and said, if that is the case, then there is no problem. If the headmaster knows that such a genius has entered the school, he will definitely be very happy. It looked like Yi Xian was no longer a problem. However, his cultivation level was so low. If his aptitude was exposed, there might be many problems. For example, jealousy. Elder Sun's position was quite high, directly helping Yi Xian enter the Black Dragon Institute. After entering the Black Dragon Institute, you must learn to keep a low profile. After all, there are countless geniuses here, and any one of them is much stronger than you too. Although you're currently in the Outer Institute, you can't bully others just because you're Lord Holy Envoy. Elder Sun said to Yi Xian and Pan Hong. Yes, Elder Sun. Yi Xian and Pan Hong nodded in agreement. Indeed, this Black Dragon Institute was unfathomable. Even if it was just the Outer Institute, there were many true Emperor Realm experts. With their current strength, they were at the bottom of the barrel. Every year, you can receive cultivation resources from the Black Dragon Institute, and the amount is based on your aptitude. Elder Sun looked at Pan Hong, saying, you, a 9th grade true king, have integrated with 10 top-grade dragon scales, 2 ranks higher than the standard. On top of that, you're Lord Holy Envoy's disciple, so anyone who enters under him can receive 3 times the cultivation resources. As for Yi Xian, your black dragon has integrated with 200 top-grade dragon scales, and you're only in the true monarch realm, 5 ranks higher than the standard. The amount of cultivation resources you'll receive will surpass Pan Hong. In truth, Yi Xian didn't have much need for cultivation resources. After all, his cultivation speed was limited. However, Luo Luo and Black Horn could use them. With the help of the planting space, their cultivation would definitely soar. Elder Sun, then how do we distribute the top-grade dragon scales and dragon bones? Yi Xian asked. There's no rule to the distribution of these things. I estimate that you can receive a portion of dragon origin every year. Elder Sun replied, a portion of dragon origin consists of 10 top-grade dragon scales, 1 top-grade dragon bone, and a bottle of top-grade dragon blood. Fusing them together would result in better improvement than fusing them individually. However, dragon blood is relatively rare, so it has not been circulated. So that's how it is. Yi Xian nodded slightly. However, 1 portion of dragon origin every year was a little too little. Calculating it, it was only 30 top-grade dragon scales. It seems like he had to find another way. Elder Sun, then, can I get dragon origin from other places? Yi Xian asked. Yes, there are many places in the Black Dragon Institute where you can obtain dragon origin, such as the Black Dragon Tower. With your current true monarch realm cultivation, if you can pass the first floor, you can obtain 1 portion of dragon origin, 2 portions of dragon origin on the second floor, and so on. Elder Sun explained, however, the Black Dragon Tower changes according to each person's cultivation. In any case, the first floor is 1 realm higher than you, and the second floor is 2 realms higher. If you break through to the next realm, the Black Dragon Tower's floor will be refreshed. After listening to Elder Sun, Yi Xian felt a sense of déjà vu. So, it was similar to the Tower of Trials. He estimated that he could obtain a large amount of dragon origin here and increase his strength. Alright, for other matters, you can read the manual I gave you earlier. If you have any difficulties, you can come find me. With that said, Elder Sun left. Yi Xian and Pan Hong's living quarters had been allocated, so they decided to go back first to take a look. Yi Xian, Elder Sun doesn't know that Master has fallen, but Master had a Life Jade token in the Black Dragon Institute. With his death, the Life Jade token shattered. I'm guessing the Black Dragon Institute's higher-ups are furious. Chapter 1884. There's nothing we can do about it. We can only become stronger and take revenge for him. Yi Xian sighed. That's right. Although Master is an envoy, there's another envoy who is at odds with him. We need to be careful. That envoy is called Su Dong, and he established the Su Alliance. If the Su Alliance finds out that Master is dead, they might come looking for trouble. Pan Hong glanced around and said, that's why I suggest that we stay in seclusion and cultivate less. If we encounter any difficulties, we can look for Elder Sun. Understood. Yi Xian nodded. Pan Hong returned to his residence. He had just entered the Black Dragon Institute, so he could receive a dragon origin. However, he was Feng Beihan's disciple, so he didn't care about these things. What he wanted to do the most right now was to enter seclusion and cultivate. As for Yi Xian, he wasn't as rich as Huang Xiaolong, so he naturally went to receive a dragon origin. A dragon origin consisted of 10 top-grade dragon scales, 1 top-grade dragon bone, and a bottle of top-grade dragon blood. A while later, Yi Xian received a dragon origin. I wonder how much the world-destroying ghost dragon will improve with 1 dragon origin. Yi Xian directly threw this portion of dragon origin into the planting space. Unfortunately, 100 pieces of top-grade dragon bones were required for this stage. 1 dragon origin was only equivalent to 3 pieces. However, 1 dragon origin increased the world-destroying ghost dragon's strength by 5%. One had to know that if all the dragon bones were top-grade dragon bones, the increase would only be 3% at most. It seemed like this was the result of combining 3 types of dragon bones. Now that the dragon origin is used up, the cultivation resources are all piled up. I still have to go out and earn them myself. Yi Xian thought to himself. He was a 5th grade genius, which meant that he was 5 grades higher than the standard. Thus, he could receive 5 times the cultivation resources. Adding on the fact that the Black Dragon Envoy had entered, he could receive 8 times the cultivation resources every year. Unfortunately, no matter how many cultivation resources he had, they didn't have much effect on Yi Xian. After leaving his residence, Yi Xian headed for the Black Dragon Tower. Along the way, many people pointed at him and whispered. They probably already knew his identity. Pan Hong was only a rank 2 genius, while he was a rank 5 genius. No, the World Devastator Ogre Dragon was a rank 5 genius. One had to know that the Black Dragon Society had produced many rank 5 geniuses in the past. Their final achievements were at least 100,000 scales, and there were even some who were 1,000,000 scales. With these examples, as long as nothing unexpected happened, it was only a matter of time before Yi Xian also became a genius of this level. Soon, Yi Xian arrived in front of the Black Dragon Tower. With my strength, even if I don't merge with the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon, it shouldn't be a problem for me to reach the 10th level and above, right? Yi Xian thought to himself. The Black Dragon Tower and the Tower of Trials were similar in nature. However, the Tower of Trials did not allow the summoning of monsters. He just didn't know if the Black Dragon Tower had such a restriction. Yi Xian immediately walked in. The Black Dragon Pagoda was a very powerful magic treasure. Every person who entered was different. When Yi Xian entered the first level of the Black Dragon Pagoda, he would have to face an opponent 1 realm higher. Furthermore, these opponents were all black dragons. To think that they are all black dragons. This is simply a blessing for me. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Hua! Before he could react, the black dragon in front of him charged over. He raised his hand and instantly killed his opponent with a slash of his sword. Although Yi Xian was only a third-stage true monarch, his battle prowess had already reached the level of a half-step true monarch. It was too easy for him to kill a fourth-stage true monarch black dragon. However, Yi Xian did not feel complacent because of this. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised that Wei Zhentian could appear in the Black Dragon Pagoda. Tisk, tsk, tisk, Yi Xian grinned. In this case, with the help of the Mystic God battle armor, his strength would be unparalleled. First level, passed. Second level, passed. Third level, passed through in an instant. Yi Xian's speed of passing through the levels was shockingly fast. Many people had gathered outside the Black Dragon Tower. They could see the battles taking place inside the Black Dragon Tower. In the end, these people's gazes all gathered on Yi Xian. He's actually able to fight so many people above him. Isn't this guy too strong? He seems to be just a human. He hasn't fused with the world-destroying ghostly dragon. I wonder how he's so strong. You guys don't know, right? I heard that he came in with the 9th Sage Emissary. He's the disciple of the 9th Sage Emissary. What? The disciple of the 9th Sage Emissary? No wonder he's so strong. If he had fused with the world-destroying ghostly dragon scale, wouldn't he be even stronger? I wonder why he didn't fuse with it. That's because he's a beast tamer. The black dragon he subdued was only a 7th stage true monarch, but it had already fused with 200 supreme grade dragon scales and reached the level of a half-step true monarch. He's a 5th stage genius. What? 5th stage genius? How is that possible? I didn't expect him to be a 5th stage genius. I wonder where they found him. Outside the Black Dragon Tower, countless geniuses of the Black Dragon sect were sighing. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had already reached the 7th level and was still going up. 8th level, 9th level, 10th level, with the help of the Mystic God battle armor, Yi Xian relied on his own strength to reach the 10th level and above. Not only that, but his attacks were also amplified against beasts. He estimated that his limit should be around the 13th level. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that the old tree, sky-splitting divine ape, and world-destroying ghostly dragon had yet to appear. Soon, he reached the 13th level. However, this time, it was a difficult victory. I've already reached the 13th level. The next level is 14 levels higher than me. It's an 8th stage half-step true monarch. Looks like I'll have to let the world-destroying ghostly dragon go up. Yi Xian thought to himself. With the world-destroying ghostly dragon's current strength, even if it didn't fuse with Yi Xian, it could still easily clear the 14th level. After all, it was 4 levels higher than Yi Xian. The geniuses outside the Black Dragon Tower finally saw the world-destroying ghostly dragon's true body. Looking at the world-destroying ghostly dragon's body, they couldn't help but open their mouths wide. This was the first time they had seen such a domineering black dragon. With just one attack, it killed the black dragon guarding the 14th level. However, the world-destroying ghostly dragon's strength was far from that. It overcame all the difficulties and directly killed its way to the 20th level. Now, it was facing a 9th stage true monarch expert. If it was before, it wouldn't be able to defeat an opponent of this level. However, now that it had fused with so many world-destroying ghostly dragon scales and its opponent was a black dragon, with Wei Zhentian around, what couldn't the world-destroying ghostly dragon defeat? Black Dragon Flame Wave. Yi Xian was now using the method of ending the battle quickly. He opened his mouth and directly killed his opponent. 20th level, cleared. Under the fused state, I can kill the black dragon guarding the 20th level without using the slaughter state. If I use my full strength, I might be able to reach the 25th level. Chapter 1885. From the first floor to the 20th floor, Yu Xian's rewards were continuously stacked. In other words, he had already obtained 210 dragon origins. Right now, he only needed a little more than 10 dragon origins to advance to the next floor. 210 dragon origins were more than enough. However, he was still in the midst of clearing the floors, so he had yet to collect the dragon origins. 21st floor, continue. Yu Xian narrowed his eyes and climbed up the stairs to the 21st floor. From this floor onwards, he would have to use his trump cards. Slaughter seals, 10 seals, erupt. Stepping onto the 21st floor, Yu Xian saw the guardian of the 21st floor and directly released 10 slaughter seals, increasing his power by 20 times. Originally, he only had 5 chances to release slaughter seals, but this black dragon tower was very strange. Killing these black dragons would also give him killing intent points. Therefore, his slaughter seals had increased to 10 on the 20th floor. With his strength increased by 20 times, Yu Xian still managed to kill the 21st floor's guardian black dragon in an instant. He then stepped onto the 22nd floor. 22nd floor, still 20 times eruption. 23rd floor, still 20 times eruption. 24th floor, 20 times eruption. However, on the 25th floor, 20 times eruption was no longer enough to kill the guardian black dragon. After all, after merging, Yu Xian was a 7th grade true monarch, whereas the guardian black dragon on the 25th floor was a full 25 levels higher than him, reaching 5th grade true emperor. Moreover, this was also the limit of the myriad beasts diagram suppression. Although he could win this battle, it wouldn't be easy. After a fierce battle, Yu Xian still managed to kill the guardian black dragon on the 25th floor, clearing the 25th floor. At this time, his dragon origins had stacked up to more than 300 dragon origins. Outside the Black Dragon Tower, the group of Outer Palace geniuses were so shocked that they were speechless. Too frightening, he actually passed the 25th floor, what a super freak. 5th grade genius, worthy of being a 5th grade genius. Our Outer Palace's Black Dragon Tower only has 30 floors at most. Until now, no one has been able to reach that floor, but he reached the 25th floor the moment he entered. This is too frightening. If I remember correctly, our Black Dragon Institute's #1 genius Duanmu Xinghe only reached the 27th floor, right? That's right. Senior brother Duanmu Xinghe is also a rank 5 genius, and he's already a genius with 1,000,000 scales. He's really amazing. These geniuses of the Outer Palace could fuse at most 100 crystals, because once they fused more than 100 crystals, they could apply to be promoted to the Inner Palace. On the other hand, Yu Xian's world-destroying ghostly dragon had fused with more than 200 supreme-grade dragon scales. At this moment, Yu Xian had already given up on the challenge of the Black Dragon Tower and walked down. Everyone looked at his cold face and did not dare to approach him. After all, geniuses like him all had strange tempers. If they angered him, they could forget about surviving in the future. Yu Xian did this on purpose to prevent these flies from coming up to him. After leaving the Black Dragon Tower, he directly went to receive his reward, a total of 325 dragon origins. Furthermore, the Black Dragon Tower's record would be refreshed by the number of dragon origins that could be collected every year. Originally, Yu Xian could only receive 1 dragon source every year. Now, that number had soared to 325. However, Yu Xian could not wait for a year. Moreover, given a year, he could break through dozens of times, which was enough for him to reach the true venerable realm. After receiving the 325 dragon origins, Yu Xian quickly returned to his residence and let the world-destroying ghostly dragon fuse with the dragon origins. A dragon source contained 10 supreme-grade dragon scales, 1 supreme-grade dragon bone, and a bottle of supreme-grade dragon blood. After the world-destroying ghostly dragon fused with the dragon origins, its strength increased by 15 times. However, after the increase, the degree of increase could not be seen, but the increase was still there. The world-destroying ghostly dragon's fusion speed and the planting space are simply too powerful. The current world-destroying ghostly dragon has finally reached the supreme grade 10,000 scales level. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. In the Black Dragon Institute, supreme grade 10,000 scales was the standard for half-step true emperors. Yet, the world-destroying ghostly dragon had actually completed it in the true monarch realm. However, in order to fuse with so many dragon origins, the world-destroying ghostly dragon had to spend a lot of time. In the outside world, 10 days had already passed. In these 10 days, Yi Xian's cultivation soared to the 5th stage true monarch realm, while the world-destroying ghostly dragon was a 9th stage true monarch. However, just as Yi Xian was about to continue challenging the Black Dragon Tower, Pan Hong suddenly transmitted a message to him. Yi Xian, is it convenient now? Pan Hong transmitted. What's the matter? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. After receiving Yi Xian's reply, Pan Hong immediately rushed to Yi Xian's residence. There are some things that I need to tell you. Pan Hong walked in and said, I heard that you recently reached the 25th floor of the Black Dragon Tower. That's right. Yi Xian nodded. This news was already 10 days ago. Pan Hong had been in seclusion for the past few days, so it was normal for him to only know about it now. Master has already fallen. Now, everyone in the Black Dragon Church knows about this matter. Previously, there were already people who came to ask me about it. Thus, the position of the 9th Black Dragon Emissary has become vacant. Pan Hong paused for a moment, then continued, previously, Master instructed me to continue inheriting the position of the 9th Black Dragon Emissary. However, with my current condition, I'm afraid that I won't be able to bear such a heavy responsibility. After hearing this, Yi Xian somewhat understood what Pan Hong wanted to say. I'm only a 2nd stage genius, while you're a 5th stage genius. Moreover, I've already announced that you're the assistant master's disciple. With your talent, there's a very high chance that you'll become the 9th Black Dragon Emissary, Pan Hong said. Sure enough, Pan Hong wanted him to become the 9th Black Dragon Church's holy emissary. However, right at this moment, ding! Host has triggered a random mission. You'll become the 9th Black Dragon Church's holy emissary. A system notification suddenly rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Although Yi Xian didn't want to become the 9th Black Dragon Emissary, since the mission had already appeared, he couldn't refuse it. But I'm only a true monarch right now. The difference is too great. Yi Xian said. The Black Dragon Emissary has always been judged by one's talent, not their realm. As long as you can pass through the Black Dragon stream and obtain the Black Dragon's inheritance, you'll become the 9th Black Dragon Emissary, Pan Hong said. Black Dragon Stream. After hearing this name, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, Black Dragon Stream? What kind of place is that? Black Dragon Stream is where the Black Destruction Dragon fell. That place contains the Black Destruction Dragon's dragon soul. As long as you can obtain the dragon soul, you'll become the Black Dragon Emissary. Pan Hong explained, Master also obtained the dragon soul previously. However, after he died, the dragon soul dissipated. There's still a dragon soul. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The combination of dragon scale, dragon bone, and dragon blood would be better than just one. If there was also a dragon soul, the effect would definitely be better. Chapter 1886. The aura of the World Destruction Ghost Dragon was very similar to that of the Black Destruction Dragon, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to obtain the Black Destruction Ghost Dragon's inheritance. However, the most troublesome thing right now was his cultivation. Seeing Yi Xian in deep thought, Pan Hong said, previously, the sealing alliance that my master established had 3 aristocratic families under him. However, after news of my master's death spread, 2 of them defected to the other Black Dragon emissaries, leaving only the Ying family. Then what does becoming a Black Dragon emissary have to do with these aristocratic families? Yi Xian asked. My master has died, and my background isn't deep enough. Without the support of these aristocratic families, cultivation resources and dragon origins are far from enough. Pan Hong sighed. So that's how it is. Yi Xian understood. Although 2 aristocratic families had left, there was still one remaining, which wasn't too bad. With these cultivation resources and dragon origins, Yi Xian's strength could increase without limit. If that's the case, I'll do my best. Yi Xian nodded. Of course, if there wasn't a random mission, he might not have agreed. However, the situation wasn't that simple. Just as Yi Xian agreed, Pan Hong suddenly received a message, causing his expression to change greatly. What's wrong? Yi Xian asked. The last aristocratic family left as well. We're now alone and without help. Pan Hong said a piece of news that caused Yi Xian's heart to turn cold. At first, Yi Xian thought that he still had a backing, but now, it seemed that there was no backing at all. This really is a difficult problem for me. Yi Xian sighed helplessly. Since that was the case, he would have to earn it himself. The Black Dragon Tower's current rewards are based on my True Monarch rank. If I break through to half-step True Monarch rank, I'll be able to refresh it, and the rewards will also be greater. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Right now, he was only a rank 5 True Monarch. If he wanted to break through to half-step True Monarch rank, he would need close to a month. Since that was the case, he could only cultivate in peace. In less than a month, Yi Xian broke through from rank 5 True Monarch to rank 1 half-step True Monarch. The world-destroying Ghost Dragon also rose to rank 5 half-step True Monarch. Now, he could continue challenging the Black Dragon Tower. I've heard that a half-step True King's challenge is 3 times that of a True Monarch's challenge. If I can reach the 25th floor, I'll be able to obtain almost 1,000 dragon origins. Yi Xian thought to himself. One portion of Dragon Source was equivalent to 30 pieces of Supreme Grade Dragon Scales. 1,000 portions would be 30,000 pieces. It was impossible for the geniuses of the Outer Palace to use so many dragon origins. However, they would usually fail to fuse with the dragon origins, and the failed dragon origins would be consumed. That was why there were so many dragon origins as a reward. What no one knew was that the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon was already a 10,000 scales genius. This kind of talent was enough to crush any genius in the Black Dragon Institute. Not even the Black Dragon Envoy could compare to it. At this moment, Yi Xian had already arrived at the Black Dragon Tower. After breaking through to the half-step True King realm, he had more confidence in his own strength. This time, he might be able to reach the 26th or 27th floor. One had to know that even the number 1 genius in the Black Dragon Institute's history had only reached the 27th floor when he was in the Outer Palace. Very soon, Yi Xian arrived at the Black Dragon Tower. At this time, there were many geniuses challenging the tower, but this did not affect Yi Xian. Yi Xian entered the Black Dragon Tower once again. The 1st floor, the 10th floor, the 20th floor, the 25th floor. These hurdles were unable to stop Yi Xian's footsteps. After fusing with the dragon origins, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. The originally difficult 25th floor was easily cleared. Next, it was time for the 26th floor. Quickly look, that 5th rank genius is challenging the 26th floor. I remember that he was stuck on the 26th floor the last time. I wonder if he can clear it this time. He definitely can. After all, he actually broke through to the half-step True King realm in a month. He's definitely going to set a new record. Shoo, it's starting. Before everyone's eyes, Yi Xian and the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon merged. At the same time, Wei Zhentian was also ready. Million Beasts illustration, suppress. In an instant, this 9th rank True Emperor Black Dragon's combat strength decreased by 70%, leaving it with only 30%. Killing Seal. Eye of Assassination. Black Dragon Flame Blast. Yi Xian immediately went all out. He flashed behind his opponent and opened his mouth. A scorching dragon's breath directly sprayed onto the Black Dragon's back, instantly piercing through its body. Instant kill. The 26th floor, cleared. Now, he was only 1 floor away from the record. Yi Xian estimated that he should be able to clear the 27th floor, but it might be a tough battle. However, it did not matter. After all, he had already reached the 26th floor. Even if he failed this floor, he would definitely be able to clear it after fusing with the dragon origins. At that time, it would not be a problem for him to clear the 30th floor of the outer mansion. Soon, he arrived at the 27th floor. However, this time, many experts had already gathered outside the Black Dragon Tower. Among them were the higher-ups of the Black Dragon sect. This time, Feng Beihan has brought back a super seed. Do you guys think he can clear the 27th floor? In the air above the Black Dragon Tower, a long-haired man couldn't resist asking several people around him. I think not. I also think not. This record was set by Duanmu Xinghe. How can it be broken so easily? True, Duanmu Xinghe is the #1 genius since the establishment of our Black Dragon Institute. Many 5th-rank geniuses can't compare to him. This young man probably won't be able to do it. The people behind the long-haired man shook their heads. None of them had high hopes. This time, I'm afraid you guys are mistaken. This black dragon has fused with the highest grade pearl of extinction. Even you guys won't be able to tell how many top-grade dragon scales he has. The long-haired man chuckled. What does Vice Leader mean? Could it be that in this 1 month, he has fused with more top-grade dragon scales? No one dared to believe it. Outer Mansion geniuses would need to spend a lot of time fusing with a top-grade dragon scale, the unit of measurement was years. Whereas Yi Xian had entered the Black Dragon Institute for less than a month, yet he had already fused with another top-grade dragon scale. This was a little inconceivable. One had to know that Yi Xian was only a half-step true King Realm cultivator. Any random person had a higher cultivation than him. My cultivation is higher than yours, so I can sense a thing or two. I estimate that the number of top-grade dragon scales this kid has fused with has exceeded 1,000, the long-haired man said. Impossible. 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 The moment the long-haired man's words came out, the people behind him shouted the same words in unison. A half-step true King Realm cultivator had fused with more than 1,000 top-grade dragon scales, this was impossible. Chapter 1887. I initially thought that he was only a grade 5 genius when he was in the true monarch realm. Who would have thought that he could still maintain his cultivation after breaking through to the half-step true king realm? The long-haired man chuckled. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but recall the Black Dragon Institute's #1 genius, Duanmu Xinghe. Duanmu Xinghe had also started off as a grade 5 genius, but as his cultivation increased, he began to decline. This was something that was inevitable. However, Yi Xian was actually able to maintain his cultivation. This was truly rare. While they were discussing, the battle inside the Black Dragon Tower ended. Yi Xian had obtained victory with great difficulty. 27th floor, cleared. Cleared, he actually cleared the 27th floor. This is senior brother Duanmu's record. His talent is actually comparable to senior brother Duanmu's. This is too frightening. Quickly look, the vice leader and several holy envoys are here. Hearing this, the geniuses below immediately raised their heads and saw the long-haired man and several people behind him. This long-haired man was one of the Black Dragon Institute's vice leaders. His strength was unfathomable, and he was even stronger than the 9 holy envoys. Coincidentally, Yi Xian had just come out from the Black Dragon Tower and also saw the several super experts in the air. Young man, you're not bad. Continue to work hard and try to clear the entire Black Dragon Tower. The vice leader said with a smile. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. It seemed like he had caught the attention of the Black Dragon Institute's upper echelon. This was also good, maybe they would reward him with something. At that time, even without the support of the aristocratic families, he wouldn't need to worry about cultivation resources and dragon origins. It was a pity that the vice leader didn't seem to have such intentions. He only left behind this sentence and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The several black dragon holy envoys behind him also gave Yi Xian a deep glance before leaving one after another. Scam, a bunch of stingy bastards, Yi Xian cursed in his heart and quickly left. He first went to collect the reward for clearing the 27th floor before returning to his residence. Last time, he had cleared the 25th floor when he was in the True Monarch realm and obtained 325 dragon origins. This time, he had cleared the 27th floor when he was in the half-step True King realm. He could collect more than 1,000 dragon origins. These dragon origins were enough for him to fuse with for a period of time. He immediately returned to his residence and asked the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon to fuse with the dragon source. More than 1,100 dragon origins, if converted into supreme-grade dragon scales, that would be more than 35,000 pieces. Fortunately, the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon's realm had increased. Otherwise, with so many dragon origins, even the planting space would not be enough. This time, it took 10 days for Yi Xian to break through to the third stage half-step True Monarch realm. However, just as he was preparing to challenge the Black Dragon Tower again, a person suddenly appeared outside the courtyard. Who? Yi Xian asked without waiting for the other party to knock on the door. Master, I am a disciple of the Sealing League. A strange voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Seal the alliance? Yi Xian was a little surprised, but he quickly reacted. Although the Sealing League no longer had the support of the aristocratic families, they still had some disciples. Clang! With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian opened the door and asked, "What is it?" A young man walked in and respectfully reported, "Master, the Alliance Chief has fought with someone and is heavily injured." Alliance Chief? Pan Hong. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who fought?" "It was the Su Alliance's Su Jing." The young man replied. Su Alliance. Yi Xian recalled what Pan Hong had told him. The Su Alliance was established by the Black Dragon Holy Envoy Su Dong, and this Su Dong had a grudge with Feng Beihan. Pan Hong had warned him to be careful of the Su Alliance's people. Yi Xian immediately let the young man lead the way. The Black Dragon Institute did not allow life and death battles, so Pan Hong's life was not in danger. However, his injuries had affected his bloodline. When Yi Xian arrived at the Black Dragon battle stage, he saw Pan Hong leaning against the wall on the verge of death. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth as he looked at him with a pale face. "Are you okay?" Yi Xian quickly walked over and asked. "My life is not in danger, but," Pan Hong coughed out a mouthful of blood and said, "Master said that if I fully awakened my bloodline, I would be at least a grade 4 genius, but now, even if I fully awakened my bloodline, I would only be a grade 3 genius." "Your bloodline is damaged?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Pan Hong nodded with a dejected expression. Originally, he would be at least a grade 4 genius, but after this battle, he would only be a grade 3 genius at most. This loss was too big. Yi Xian turned to look at the Black Dragon battle stage and saw a young man standing on it, grinning at him. "You must be Yi Xian, right? I finally get to meet you." The young man smiled. "Su Jing, am the Su Alliance's Alliance Chief in the Black Dragon Institute. Now, I sincerely invite you to join my Su Alliance." "Join the Su Alliance?" Yi Xian harumphed coldly, "You injured my friend, and now you want me to join you?" "I only injured him, not killed him," Su Jing replied. Su Jing replied, "Now that the 9th saint has fallen, there is no need for the Sealing Alliance to continue existing. Even the 3 aristocratic families under its command have all defected to the Su Alliance. Think about it, what can you do without the support of the aristocratic families?" When the Feng Alliance was at its peak, it had the support of Feng Beihan and the 3 aristocratic families. Its strength was ranked in the middle among the 9 holy envoys. But now, Feng Beihan had fallen, the 3 aristocratic families had defected, and the Feng Alliance was on the verge of collapse. There was no need for it to exist anymore. However, this was nothing to Yi Xian. Couldn't he be arrogant without a background? "You're just a grade 9 true emperor. What are you so arrogant for? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and prepared to teach this guy a lesson. But right at that moment, ding! Host has triggered a random mission. Defeat all the Su Alliance disciples on the Black Dragon outer list and complete the mission. Reward, Immortal Slaying Bloodline Upgrade. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. All the Su Alliance disciples on the Black Dragon outer list. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The Black Dragon outer list was the ranking list of the Black Dragon outer palace. The higher the ranking, the more cultivation resources they would receive every year. Yi Xian had forgotten about this before. Now that the system had reminded him, it was a good way to take revenge. He had heard that if the disciples on the Black Dragon outer list were defeated by someone with a lower ranking, they would not be able to enter the list for 100 years. If Yi Xian defeated all the Su Alliance disciples, they would not be able to receive cultivation resources for 100 years. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to send Su Jing flying with a punch. But now that he had accepted this random mission, he had to act according to the mission. Su Jing, right? I'll let you off for now. Next, you better be prepared to suffer my wrath. Chapter 1888. You're Su Jing, right? I'll let you off for now. You better be prepared to bear my wrath. When he said this, the surrounding people thought that Yi Xian was afraid. However, this was understandable. Although Yi Xian had passed the 27th floor of the Black Dragon Tower, the guardian there was the Black Dragon. The 100 people on the Black Dragon list were all at least grade 3 geniuses. It wouldn't be easy to defeat them all. However, don't forget, who among the people present can catch up to Yi Xian's breakthrough speed? Not even 1% of Yi Xian's speed could surpass him. As they watched Yi Xian, Pan Hong and the others leave, someone leaped onto the Black Dragon platform and whispered to Su Jing, Alliance Master, "Are we just going to let them leave like that? There's no rush. We still have plenty of time. Furthermore, these two people are the 9th Sage's disciples. It won't be easy to recruit them." Su Jing shook his head. He believed that he had plenty of time to recruit Yi Xian into the Su Alliance. However, he didn't think so anymore. After leaving with Pan Hong, Yi Xian made a careful plan. Pan Hong, give me the information on all the Su Alliance's disciples. I want them on the Black Dragon list, Yi Xian said to Pan Hong. Black Dragon list? What are you going to do first? Pan Hong asked in astonishment. I'm going to beat the Su Alliance's disciples one by one, of course, Yi Xian said casually. This mission wasn't too difficult for him. He just needed some time. Pan Hong didn't ask any more questions. He was too weak. He was only a grade 9 true monarch. Compared to Yi Xian, he was too weak. After Yi Xian received the information on the Su Alliance's disciples, he headed straight for the Black Dragon Hall. The Su Alliance had a total of 18 disciples on the Black Dragon list. This was already very good. The last disciple happened to be ranked 100th on the Black Dragon list. Thus, Yi Xian directly requested to challenge him. At first, the administrator thought that Yi Xian was overestimating himself. After all, the 100th ranked disciple was already a grade 6 true emperor. On the other hand, Yi Xian was only a half-step true monarch. The difference was too great. However, when he saw Yi Xian's face, his body trembled. Wasn't this the person who had passed the 27th floor and held the same record as the Black Dragon Hall's #1 genius, Duanmu Xinghe? Junior brother, you're going to challenge the Black Dragon list now? The administrator asked timidly. Yes, I'm going today. Yi Xian directly nodded. What 6th stage true emperor? That was only 21 levels higher than him. It was nothing. Yes. The administrator. The manager was shocked. He immediately finished registering Yi Xian and personally went to inform the 100th ranked person. At the same time, Yi Xian was already on his way to the Black Dragon battle stage, waiting for his opponent. When Yi Xian returned to the Black Dragon battle stage, the Su Alliance's people had already left, and there was no one there. After waiting for a while, he saw the administrator return with a young man. Gulp. This young man had no choice but to accept the challenge. After all, if he didn't come, it would be equivalent to him forfeiting. However, even he didn't have the confidence to win against Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had already reached the 27th floor when he was still a grade 1 half-step true monarch. Now that he was a grade 3 half-step true monarch, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for him to deal with a grade 6 true emperor, right? Junior brother, he's here. The administrator respectfully informed Yi Xian. Alright, please. Yi Xian nodded and cupped his fists at the Su Alliance's disciple. Gulp. The Su Alliance's disciple swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Although the person standing in front of him was only a half-step true monarch, he felt an endless pressure. If it was outside, even a half-step true monarch would be an ant-like existence in front of him. However, he was in the Black Dragon Institute, and everyone here was a genius, not to mention that the person standing in front of him was a grade 5 genius. The result of this battle was obvious. After the Su Alliance's disciple reverted to his true form, he was first suppressed by Wei Zhentian, then sent flying by the world-annihilating ghost dragon's tail. After this battle, Yi Xian stepped on this Su Alliance's disciple and entered the Black Dragon Institute's outer ranking list. At the same time, the number of people required to challenge the random mission had decreased by 1, leaving only 17 people. Senior brother, I'm going to challenge the 95th person. I'll have to trouble senior brother to make another trip. Yi Xian said to the administrator. You still want to challenge? The administrator asked in astonishment. That's right. Yi Xian nodded his head. The administrator didn't know about the enmity between Yi Xian and Su Jing, but he knew that Yi Xian was Feng Beihan's disciple. He also knew about the conflict between the Su Alliance and the Feng Alliance, so he didn't say anything and directly left. Next, the 95th Su Alliance's disciple came and was beaten up by Yi Xian. Next, another 2 Su Alliance's disciples were challenged by Yi Xian, and both of them were kicked off the Black Dragon Institute's outer ranking list. In one day, 4 Su Alliance's disciples were kicked off the outer ranking list, and all the Black Dragon Institute's disciples knew that Yi Xian was going against the Su Alliance. In the next few days, Yi Xian continued to challenge the Su Alliance's disciples. After a few days, almost all the Su Alliance's disciples were annihilated. Now, only Su Jing, who was ranked 3rd on the Black Dragon outer ranking, was left. At this time, Yi Xian's cultivation had also broken through from the 3rd stage half-step true monarch realm to the 4th stage half-step true monarch realm. The current him could crush Su Jing to death with one hand. Bastards, all of you are trash. Su Jing's roar resounded from somewhere in the Black Dragon Institute. In just a few days, almost all the Su Alliance's disciples on the Black Dragon Institute's outer ranking list had been annihilated, and he was the only one left. How could he remain calm? Although the annual cultivation resources of the Black Dragon Institute's outer ranking list were only a drop in the ocean for the Su family, the fact that the Su Alliance's disciples had been kicked off the outer ranking list was a disgrace to the Su family. This enmity had to be avenged. Just as Su Jing was in a rage, the administrator of the Black Dragon Institute's outer ranking list came looking for him. Junior brother, Yi Xian wishes to challenge you. The voice of the administrator of the outer ranking list entered Su Jing's ears. Challenge me? When Su Jing heard this, he immediately flew into a rage. It seemed like he could take revenge. If it was before, he would have been afraid that he wouldn't have been able to teach Yi Xian a lesson. After all, the Black Dragon Institute's outer ranking list didn't allow private battles. Last time, Pan Hong had been beaten up because he had challenged him. Now, Yi Xian had delivered himself to his doorstep to be beaten up. What a coincidence! Su Jing immediately left his residence and headed to the Black Dragon Arena. When he arrived, he saw that Yi Xian was already standing on the Black Dragon Arena, waiting for him. How audacious! Su Jing shouted in a low voice. Chapter 1889. Yi Xian had already defeated the 9th-ranked disciple of the Su Alliance, who was an 8th-stage true emperor. However, that disciple was only a 3rd-stage true emperor at most, while Su Jing was a 4th-stage true emperor at most. Yi Xian was simply courting death by challenging him. Su Jing jumped onto the stage. He first glanced at Yi Xian, then glanced at Pan Hong, who was behind Yi Xian. As long as I send him flying, I can complete the random mission. Yi Xian thought to himself. If he defeated Su Jing, he could complete the random mission and take revenge for Pan Hong. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If it was before, Yi Xian wouldn't have had much confidence. After all, Su Jing was the Su Alliance's spokesperson in the Outer Palace, so he definitely wasn't weak. But now that he had broken through, he no longer feared Su Jing. "Brat, are you doing this to prove your strength to me so that you'll be valued after joining my Su Alliance?" Su Jing suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, "What you're doing is useless. With your aptitude, you'll definitely be heavily nurtured after joining my Su Alliance. You're thinking too much." Hearing this, Yi Xian only shook his head indifferently. Prove himself? He didn't need to. It seems like you're determined to go against my Su Alliance. Su Jing said. I haven't met someone as humorous as you in a long time. Could it be that I'm just putting on an act? Yi Xian laughed. Since that's the case, I won't say anything else. Come. Su Jing didn't waste any more words and made his preparations. Gemini Heart Link Pendant. Yi Xian quickly summoned Wei Zhentian and connected with him. Unfortunately, Su Jing's cultivation was too high, so the Gemini Heart Link Pendant was useless. Since that was the case, he would use the soul-sucking bell. Ding! When a crisp sound rang out, Yi Xian had already fused with the world-destroying ghost dragon. Moreover, Yi Xian had already raised many immortal beasts in the Black Dragon Institute. These immortal beasts were all stored in a space, and when the time came, Yi Xian would directly kill them. Now, the time had come. 10 slaughter seals were instantly formed. Immortal Slaying Sword Formation, / Yi Xian directly used up 10 slaughter seals and activated the Immortal Slaying Sword Formation. The Immortal Slaughtering Puppet also appeared and attacked Su Jing. The Black Dragon battle platform was only so big. The Banishing Immortal Sword Formation enveloped the entire platform. Su Jing's expression changed. He'd long since heard of Yi Xian's prowess. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but have an ominous premonition, then. After all, Yi Xian was the one who challenged him first. All he had to do was make up a reason to cripple Yi Xian so that he wouldn't grow up and become a threat to the Su Alliance. After Yi Xian. Yes Yi. If he was at his peak, Yi Xian probably wouldn't be able to do anything to him. After all, his main body was a frost iron black dragon, and his defense was astonishing. Long God. Million Beasts Diagram. Suppress. The moment Su Jing transformed into his original form, Wei Zhentian also transformed into the Myriad Beasts diagram. In an instant, Su Jing's combat power dropped by 70%. What? Su Jing was shocked. Yi Xian did not use the Million Beasts diagram when he challenged others. Hence, no one knew what kind of treasure it was. It was all for this moment. Su Jing was no longer a threat to Yi Xian after his combat power dropped by 70%. Death Hunting Order. Eye of Assassination. Black Dragon Flame Blast. Within the Immortal Slaying Sword Formation, Yi Xian quickly flashed behind Su Jing and opened his mouth to release a scorching dragon breath. This attack directly melted Su Jing's powerful dragon scales and blasted half of his body into smithereens. Instant kill. This scene happened so suddenly that no one present expected such a result. The manager of the Black Dragon Outer Leaderboard immediately activated the defensive formation and rushed forward to stop Yi Xian. Although Su Jing was only a 9th-grade true emperor, he was a direct descendant of the Su family. Otherwise, how could he be the leader of the Su Alliance? However, Yi Xian did not intend to kill Su Jing. He just wanted to win this battle. Of course, with the manager's strength, even 10 Yi Xian would not be able to kill Su Jing. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. Immortal Slaying Bloodline Upgrade. This random mission was too easy for Yi Xian. He completed it easily. At the same time, he avenged Pan Hong. Cough. Yi Xian, from today onwards, you will not be able to move an inch in the Black Dragon sect. Su Jing, who was seriously injured, had transformed into his human form. He said to Yi Xian in a threatening tone after coughing up blood. Oh. Then I'll show you. Yi Xian snorted and left the Black Dragon battle platform. In the Black Dragon sect, Su Meng was not the only one who could control everything. The two deputy leaders were still the most powerful. As for the leader of the Black Dragon sect, no one had seen him before. They only knew that he was very mysterious and very powerful. In Yi Xian's eyes, Su Meng was just a stepping stone. Although this stepping stone was very big now, when he grew to a certain level, he would still be able to crush it. After leaving the Black Dragon battle platform, Yi Xian went to collect the reward for the third place on the Black Dragon outer leaderboard. With his half-step True King Realm cultivation, he could collect 1,000 dragon origins every year. These 1,000 dragon origins were not much of an improvement for him now, but it was better than nothing. Then, he went back to cultivate in seclusion. A few days later. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 5th grade half-step True King. Ding! Yan Ming Ghostly Lord, World-Destroying Ghostly Dragon, Wei Zhentian, and Sky-Breaking Ape God have made a breakthrough. Host is now a 9th grade half-step True King. At the same time, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon had integrated with all the dragon origins he had obtained. The number of dragon scales had exceeded 60,000. I heard that no one has reached the 30th floor of the Black Dragon Tower yet, so no one knows what the reward is. But with my current condition, I can reach the 28th floor at most, still 2 floors short. Yi Xian thought to himself as he picked up the Black Dragon manual and skimmed through it. There were many places in the Black Dragon Institute that he had not been to yet. If he wanted to obtain the dragon origins faster, there was one place that was very suitable for him. That place was called the Black Dragon Battlefield. There were a large number of black dragons in this Black Dragon Battlefield, all of them were the descendants of black dragons that had integrated with top-grade World Annihilation Dragon scales. Many Black Dragon Institute disciples went in to hunt black dragons, obtaining top-grade World Annihilation Dragon scales and dragon bones. When they returned, they would exchange them for top-grade World Annihilation Dragon scales and integrate them with the Black Dragon Institute. However, Yi Xian did not need to do so, because the Immortal Grade Devouring system was enough.